Catch you later, RP.
You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow. And the sinners steal the whole damn show.
Happy hump day, everybody. Hope everyone's having a good night so far. Had a lot of great streams today. Justin subbing in for Matt Dillahunty on the Hang Up, and Ian running co-host. It was unfortunate that they didn't get more calls, but nonetheless, they still had some interesting conversations. I already see Opal Guy there in chat, and Jackie. Good to see you too. Yeah, I think things are kind of starting to wind down over at Mezzo's, and I predict as Mezzo winds down, more and more of our friends will filter in. So until then, decided can take a look at this Planet Peterson clip. I might sound a little out of breath. I'm running up and down the stairs right now. I've got some pasta on the burner. So I'm going to get this clip started really quick and then go grab that pasta, and then we'll be good to go. All right, here we go. Be right back.
Rational answers to stupid questions. But now there's more rational answers to more stupid questions. Stupidity never dies, it just evolves. My new book covers tons of new arguments and materials, such as the ones you see on the screen here, plus many more. And you can get yours for just $15. Every single copy is personally signed and shipped by me. So if you want to be prepared to respond to people, or if you just want to learn the science behind these things, then pick up your copy using the link in the description below. Thank you. Yet. Hello, classy babe 19. What's up?
Hi, the Big Bang Theory disproves itself by the math, which you're too stupid to understand. You see, nothing can't create something out of nothing. You have to have somebody to press the button. Who said that it can? You create something out of nothing right now.
I don't.
Go ahead. I'll watch. Create something out of nothing right now. You always need a creator. Get out.
I don't think that can happen. What does a creator create things out of?
Right. Even these scientists in their labs are pressing the buttons in order to go ahead and to create their fake sun and to create their
Trashy Ho 69. Can you shut up for 2 seconds? What does your creator create things out of?
My creator used science in order to go ahead and create everything and everybody, but he doesn't have to go ahead.
Explain how it did that.
With his own hands.
So the creator you believe in has hands?
He walked on this earth. Did you not read the Bible? He said you are created in his image. Have you ever created anything at all?
So before God created the universe, there were still hands that existed?
Before God created the universe, God existed. Therefore, God
had hands. So hands existed before the universe existed.
God has hands. God has a form.
Cool. Does he have a penis?
But I don't know. But Jesus did. And he came to earth.
So Jesus isn't God, so we're blaspheming. Nice.
No, Jesus is God in human form.
No, you said... I asked you if God has a penis. You said, I don't know, but Jesus does.
God is capable of creating anything he wants. Therefore, when the Israelites rebelled against God, he warned them 1,000,000 times through the Bible.
How drunk are you?
Well, I am not drunk at all. I'm quite sober, thank you.
Oh, jeez.
Actually, I'm getting ready for work.
This is your baseline?
But you're leading me off topic because you don't want to hear what I have to say. Like I said, you can't create nothing out of something out of nothing.
Can your God do that?
The Big Bang Theory was based
Trashy
on the
Ho 69. Can your God do that?
Do you know what happens when stupid people resort to ignorant comments? All that means is they can't think of anything to say.
I'm asking you a question, and you're not answering it. So
you're not even listening to what I have to say. Why would I answer? Why would I answer the next question?
Why should I talk to you at all?
This is about the Big Bang Theory, is it not?
I'm proving that you're a hypocrite.
Or is it not about the Big Bang Theory and evolution?
Yes, neither of which you understand.
Why has nothing evolved past what it was told to do in the first place?
Nothing told anything what to do, and that's not how evolution works.
Past what it was told to do in the first place.
We have overwhelming evidence that life on this planet has evolved. What you're saying is factually incorrect.
Years past, monkeys still throw shit, humans still destroy the planet, ants still do ant things, whales still do whale things, dolphins still act like dolphins. Not a single thing on this planet has evolved past what it was told to do in the beginning.
Where did you get this information that anything was told what to do?
That's what the Bible says. The Bible and science go hand in hand.
And what makes you think that the Bible is true?
Because it's Jewish history. Or didn't you get that part?
What makes you think that that's true?
Because it aligns up with all the other histories, with Arabian history, with Egyptian history.
It literally doesn't.
It does.
We have
It does.
known
I have the
archaeological
books
sites
here.
that are
I've
twice
studied
as
all of
old.
them.
We know of archaeological
I've
sites that
studied
are.
all of them. Did you
Can
know,
you stop being a trashy hoe for 5
did
seconds
you know that
and shut up and
Cleopatra
talk
Oh,
when
and
it's your
wow.
Antony
turn?
the Great were...
No, you can't do that. Okay. There are archaeological sites that are known to be twice as old as your Bible says the entire planet is. So what you're saying is factually incorrect. Chat, I don't think it knows that it's muted. Go ahead and unmute yourself whenever you want.
I think it's ironic that Eric is playing Drunk Driving Simulator while this drunk woman is calling in. Oh yeah, and absolutely, Ray. If you want to jump up here, that'd be super duper cool. Also, good to see you.
Humanity was created by God.
Yeah, what
And it says
evidence
that.
of that do you have?
Evidence that you are made up. Okay. Do you take a vitamin?
No,
You don't take a vitamin? You ever read the back of a vitamin label?
no.
Do you know what it shows?
The question,
you are made-
the question is,
That
what
are
makes you
made
think that
from
your
all
Bible
the
is true?
elements of the earth. Do you know what the earth is made of?
Probably
Dust
stuff.
and dirt. Do you?
Hey Ray, how's it going?
What is up, man? What's going on?
Not much. Just got some pasta off the stove. The stream is starting. You know, settling in for a long, fun night.
Sounds good. I am trying to play a video game, but I'm bad at it, so I don't know how long that's gonna go. Had my buddy contacted me. He does rally racing, and he won his race, right? So super stoked
go.
for him. Yeah. But he's a bit of a character, and
Most race car drivers are.
he takes it to places that most people don't think of. So at lunchtime, without telling anyone, he hired a mime. Literally a mime comes to the track where they're racing and just starts doing mime stuff at the track. He has a great sense of humor. He sent me the pictures. I'll see if I can send him over and like show them. It's hilarious though. So yeah, he hired a mime, came at lunch and just did mime stuff around people all day. And obviously nobody knew he was doing it. Nobody know, like this mime just shows up and it just seems like a random thing. No one knows why the mime was there. Everyone at that event is going to be talking about it forever.
Oh, I
The
bet.
event where the mime showed up? What was that about? I don't know. It's just a mime there for some reason, doing mime stuff. He loves playing tricks like that. You remember those screaming chickens? You ever seen
No.
those? Okay, so screaming chickens they're like these rubber chicken things that have like one of those air horn
Yeah, where you squeeze it and it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On one of our trips, he filled an entire suitcase with those. There had to be like 80 of them in there. And then that was the bag that he checked. So everywhere that bag went, every time it got touched or moved or disturbed, it made this horrible, horrible sound.
That's great.
So we're watching the bag get loaded on the plane, and like you see them grab it and it starts making noise and everyone starts looking at the thing. This is what happens when silly people have too much money. You have so much fun.
Yeah, I remember seeing a video of someone getting like a bucket full of those and just like squishing it down, and the sound it made was like something straight out of like Silent Hill.
Oh, it's like nothing you've ever heard. And when they're in a chorus like that, right?
Yeah.
It's so disturbing. Like people just like they flinch back like somebody bit them or something. Like they've never. It's so off-putting immediately, but so funny to watch the reaction to it.
Yeah, that's too funny.
He's a character.
Whenever I hear someone refer to someone as a character, I always think of the movie Freddy Got Fingered. Have you ever seen that movie?
I maybe, but I don't remember it, so I'm gonna say no.
It's a Tom Green movie. Very like 2000s ADHD random comedy.
Okay, that's then almost definitely no.
Yeah. So like the premise is like Tom Green's character wants to become like a cartoon artist, and he goes to Hollywood and pitches his idea, and like this TV executive is like, these ideas suck, but like what about this, like, and he's got like drawings of his dad. He's like, yeah, that's a real character. And then Tom Green's character keeps going, he's a real character, he's a real character, he's a real character. And so, like, my mind just plays that scene over and over whenever I hear someone refer to someone else as a real character.
That's fair.
Hey, JR, welcome in.
I have a bunch of movies that replay in my head when people say stuff that I just can't get out sometimes.
Yeah.
220, 221, whatever it takes. But yeah, I'm looking forward to catching up with that guy tomorrow. He just got back from wherever that rally race was. So we try to catch up every month or so.
That's cool.
It is. It's a perspective. He has a unique perspective. Is all I can say. He's a fun person to know that, like, he's the one that told me that, really convinced me that it's not how what you're born into, but what you become with it. Right? And it can go both ways, right? You can grow up in poverty and grow up to be an amazing person, or you can grow up insanely rich and grow up to be an amazing person. It doesn't your starting stances don't determine who you're going to be.
At least we hope that there can be that kind of mobility. Like I can have empathy for someone who's born into like desperate circumstances and like isn't the most cheerful person.
Right. But can you have empathy for someone who's born into extreme wealth? That's kind of a weird one to ask people to do, right? Because
if I can have perspective about their family dynamic, then yeah. But if I understand that they're just a spoiled piece of shit, then
right,
no.
Exactly. But it's interesting though. One of the things you learn is that if you have a problem that can be fixed with money, it's not a real problem. Right? I mean, it can be if you don't have the money, don't get me wrong, right? But people that have the money to solve every problem still have the same problems as everybody else, and they're real problems. They go through all the same shit. In fact, sometimes just that absence of the problems that other people suffer can kind of generate a problem, right? Because you want to be like everybody else. You don't want to feel like you're different or special because you're not, but you don't have the same problems. So you invent them sometimes. And that's where drug addiction comes in and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, because that's a very human problem that anyone can have regardless of your financial situation. And it can kill somebody with everything just as easily as it can kill somebody with nothing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, when you don't have kind of that same human experience as like other people due to like, an extreme disconnect due to wealth. That can make it harder to connect with other people. And like connection is just like an across the board like issue for humans. Like we crave connection. We're very social creatures.
Yeah.
And like the more disconnected we are, the harder it is to relate to your fellow human.
There's another element of it too, right? Like, if somebody knows your situation, can you trust them?
Like, how do you mean?
Well, if say, in the circumstances of being extremely wealthy and somebody knows that you're extremely wealthy, how do you know any of that friendship or any of that is legit? How do you know it's sincere? Trusting people becomes a really big problem.
Okay, yeah, I can kind of understand that, because I've kind of lived a similar situation. Like I'm not the wealthy person. My friend is. His family owns one of the big cereal companies. I'm not gonna say which one.
No.
But
I hear
yeah, his father was a NASA scientist, and like they have, money for generations.
exactly.
But like,
Generational wealth.
yeah,
Which is the type of thing, which is like, quick interjection on that one though, which is kind of a weird thing because I think most people would want to be able to take care of their kids, their grandkids, their great grandkids. Like doesn't seem like an unreasonable goal for people. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
But yeah, like first getting to know him, like it did feel kind of like there was friction at first, like him not like really trusting like to have us over to his house and stuff, and like, but like once we like really like connected on music specifically, like I was learning how to DJ at the time, and so I included him kind of on that journey, and we learned together, and through this this common activity, we really grew to trust each other and to really know each other. And so I think that's really the big thing we need, is just like a common goal or a common activity, some commonality to like focus on at first, and that kind of like lets our guard down. Like we let our defenses down and start to show our true selves as we feel more and more comfortable.
Yep, exactly. In my circumstance as well, met my buddy racing motorcycles, and we had the same riding coach, and it was probably 3 years before I knew his situation. We had a meeting at the shop, and there was this black 911 GT3 in the parking lot, and I go in like, oh my God, you will not believe the car that's in the parking lot. And my buddy goes, you want to drive it? It's like, hell yeah. And all of a sudden the keys are flying at me. I'm like, that's not your car, is it? Like, yeah, let's go for a ride. I got to drive a 911 GT3. It's a go-kart. It's a go-kart. It was amazing. It was so cool. But yeah, it's a similar situation, right? Old money. I mean, when you think of a child like that, it's winning the cosmic lottery. What does that child do with it? It's like winning any lottery. What do you become if you play that game, you win? Some people just win it by birth, and what they become with it is what matters, not who they are at any given point, right? If they're not pricks, it's hard to hate.
Right.
Plus genuinely helpful, right? Super kind, gives huge amounts to everything, right? Like he's never going to be a billionaire. That's not something that anyone has to ever worry about, right? There's no need.
What's up? What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Hey Jay, how you doing tonight?
I'm good. Same old.
And if you can help me bail out my buddy's game company, that would be kind of fucking cool too. So I got to have that talk with him tomorrow.
That's awesome. You know somebody with a game company? That's cool, man.
Well, for a little while longer anyway. I mean, he's filling out his resume now, but yeah, he got to do his dream job for like 13 years. He runs his own video game company, and actually makes video games. That's why when you were talking about that app earlier, I was like, I do know a guy, but you know.
Yeah, Jackie, that's a fact. Oh, it's on and popping. I can't. Oh man, we about to sweep them, man. I got it set on the calendar, June 10th. We about to celebrate this championship, the Knicks. Let's go.
You think the Knicks are gonna take it? You don't think that boy in San Antonio's gonna step up? He's young, but he's hot.
I think we're gonna sweep them, man. I got it on the calendar, June 10th. I already know it off the top of the head.
Did you hedge that bet?
Nah, not
I'm
yet.
giving you shit, dude. I'm just giving you shit.
I should though. I actually should though.
Did you put money on it?
Nah, I didn't, because it's probably a hot pick right now. I don't think nobody expects a sweep. Let me see.
I don't think anyone expects a sweep.
That's why you'd want to get money on it right now.
Yeah, I do expect that. Like, I don't know. I feel real good about that. The way they played just this first game, it was just.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't put money on it, because I'm not certain of a sweep. That's a hard thing to do in any sport. Sweep a championship.
I mean, I could be wrong, but you know, didn't they sweep 2 teams in a row thus far? Like, I know they swept the last one. Like, I think before that too, they swept the other team. So I'm just thinking that they just on a tear, you know.
They're on that roll, maybe. Oh, it's hard to say.
Let's see. Fingers crossed.
I follow the Milwaukee Bucks, so you know they've been done for a while. But Giannis is still a boss.
That's what's up, man.
You see this comment from Jackie. At my first university, small Baptist private school, the president drove a different car to the dining hall every day. Rolls, Lambo, etc.
Oh, what a piece of shit.
Like you know they're doing that just to flex on the students, because like college students would be like the most like affected by that. Like they see this like cool ass car and they're like, oh fuck.
That is grotesque though. Right? Like that's not setting a good example. That's setting irresponsibility. Right? Like why do you need that? You need that many different cars. I get if you're a car guy. Again, my buddy's a car guy. He rally races cars, like has fast motorcycles. Like I get all that, but like I don't know. He buys Porsches and he beats the shit out of them. Right? Like if he gets a car, he's going to beat the ever living piss out of that thing. So there's no point in having 6 of them. It's just absurd to me. Like the Jay Leno thing, right? He really likes cars. I get it, but really, dude?
If I ever had that kind of money, I would I'd only want 2 cars. One, like the minivan I have right now, because minivans fucking rock for traveling and children and all that shit. And 2, my dream car, a Nissan Skyline R34.
All right, well, yeah. Who doesn't want the original? The Skyline. Yeah, that's a nice car.
I've wanted a Skyline ever since I played Need for Speed Underground, like way back in the early 2000s.
Yeah, that was a good one.
My other buddy's got an Evo 9 MR that's in mint condition. It's not mint condition. He's modified it heavily, but it's in really good shape. But he gets told all the time, like, well, back in the day when like, hey, I play that car in my video game. Yeah, you do. Right? That thing's quite the monster too. But that's the interesting duality of that. That guy came up from living in his car to owning like nice rides and everything. And by all measures, he's upper middle class. He's about as far as anyone could expect to get in life if you start with nothing. Like unless you invent a number or a color or some shit. Like I don't.
Facts. I might put $5 on it.
The joke about him was because his wife is a doctor, and like the joke was maybe after we spend $1 million on her education, she'll make as much as he does. Right? It's just sick. But all he is a database. I mean, all he is a database administrator. I mean, that's not all. Man, he's got a tough ass job, to be sure. Very, very high stress, but when you look at what the world is running off of these days, database administrators are of really high value. And they have to pay those people very well because they have the unfortunate position of being in a spot where they could ruin a company if you piss them off. You've seen people setting warehouses on fires because their company, the company doesn't pay them enough. They won't do that to a database administrator because that person will burn down the whole company.
Yeah, simple RM star, or is it RM star F?
Oh yeah.
Just,
Yep. Well, a pseudo before it, I mean, I don't want to give away all the secrets, right? You remember? Did you watch the show Mr. Robot?
Yeah.
Okay, like what I really loved about that
Randy.
show was how accurate they were with some of those commands, but not accurate enough to give away the real sauce, right? Like I was like, that's not. Oh, that's why they left that out. Okay,
Kind of like Vince Gilligan in Breaking Bad, like showing like
Yep.
actual parts of the meth making process, but not
Right.
showing the whole thing, so he's not legally liable.
Yeah, because
Hey, Puggles, welcome in.
It's all good, Puggles. I hear you. I feel your pain, but there's always edibles. Remember, there's always a way. There's always edibles.
I think Puggles is just avoiding THC completely. If I recall, Puggles told chat about a little reaction over the weekend.
Oh yeah.
Oh, those could
that's-
be really unpleasant. So
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's a bad reaction, that's no good. I would say then if that's the case, maybe microdose shrooms, you know what I'm saying? Like really small, tiny microdoses, you know what I'm saying?
well,
That's what
sometimes
I
you
would-
just need the time to reset, right?
True.
My buddy hit me with Willie's Special Reserve one time, and I had to take a walk for about a half hour. Right, like that was hitting me like, okay, we can't be around people anymore. Don't know what was going on, but
I'm not gonna
Really-
lie, like if I could
really
do it every
stuff.
day, I would. Every day.
Hey,
It's
Nessie,
fine.
good to see you.
I think South Park had some real wisdom on marijuana, right? I think when they talked about it, they really had a really good explanation for it. Because no, it's not going to fund terrorism or anything like that. But the problem is it makes you okay with being bored. And when you're young, you shouldn't be okay with being bored. You should be learning a new skill. You should be going out and socializing. You should be going out, getting something that makes you an interesting person, right? And if you're okay with being bored, you're not going to do that. But when you're old and things hurt and you're already an interesting person, being bored is kind of what you need sometimes. Slowing everything down, not having to have all of the intrusive thoughts rushing in all the time, or at least, for lack of a better word, retarding them to the point that you can function without being high anxiety all the time. That's where, and I hope that's not an improper use of the word. I think it's
No,
proper. 'Cause I'm not using it
that's
as-
actually proper. That's
Right.
one of the few ways you're allowed to use that word on this platform.
Right, and I won't in any other sense because I would never. God, it drives me nuts. But, because if I'm talking about altering the timing on a V8, there's certain words I'm going to have to use for it, and I can't be considering political correctness when accuracy is in order. Anywho, I've used a lot worse words. Those are a
Me
fun
too.
story I'll share sometime when I'm inebriated, I'm sure. Haha, joke's on you. I don't
When you're
drink.
microdosing.
Facts, Jackie. That's the truth. You know what I'm saying? When I get my shit right, that's what I'm gonna start doing. I already got a whole thing planned, you know what I'm saying? Y'all seen the movie Hokum?
Not yet.
Oh, okay, so I ain't gonna say it. But you'll see
Hey,
what I mean.
let's get a quick Pride W for Nessie. Nessie finally got HRT the legal way today. That's a huge win.
Oh, congratulations, Nessie.
Yeah,
Yes.
congrats, Nessie. That's awesome to hear.
Congrats.
However long it took, I'm sure it was too long.
I don't really know the totality of what that means, but I'll tell you this: it sounds like a win, and that's what's up.
It's gender affirming care. It's important for people. Very
No, yeah, no,
important for people.
I'm just, I'm about a tool. You know what I'm saying? I like to learn about things like that. Like, I don't want to, like how I said yesterday about would it be rude to call a person? You know what I'm saying? Like, I like to educate myself on that. You want to respect people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't even know that was a thing. You get what I mean?
Yep. Nothing wrong with more education.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I gotta like get hip to that and understand that more. Like, like there was a whole, thing. I remember like yeah, y'all didn't hear about the thing about the boxer that there was like a controversy. I'm like, yo, that's messed up. Like, you better let that girl box. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
The hell?
They're looking for scapegoats to try to vilify an entire marginalized group because they're small and they can't fight back. So that's why it's important that we know and fight back for them wherever we can, because they don't have the numbers to resist against what hate is being put against them and the volume of money being thrown towards it.
Well, what wasn't she cis? But she had like a genetic condition that like where she just had a heightened amount of testosterone in her system.
I think so. Something like that. I'm not too sure what it was. I remember I looked into it in great detail at the time, but that was some years ago at this point. It's foggy, so the exact details slipped me, but it was something like that. I remember walking away from looking into that, feeling like this is a woman. Like this is wrong. Like they put that's like they putting her under the scope. Like that's crazy. Like what the hell? Just let her box. Like she was
Right.
boxing other people too. It's not like she's just knocking
She
everything out.
lost fights.
That's what
Wasn't
I'm
like she
saying.
was
Like
just going in and dropping everyone with the
this is
right.
what I'm saying. Well, one punch knocking everything out. Then it's like whatever. But even then, it's like, come on,
That Tyson
you can't
1-2 combo, no one
play
can
with
stand.
people identity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but again, they need someone to point at, and the problem is they can't get it, so they have to manufacture it.
Facts. It's just I love
I mean,
boxers.
the other one they were talking about was like volleyball, where they're like, I don't know, they were saying like somebody was hitting the volleyball at like 100 miles an hour or some shit. It's like, no, 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 none of this is real.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like there's a boxer named Alejandra Jimenez that she had beat Franchon Cruz Dezern. She beat her and stuff like that, but they ended up overturning it because of some test that came back adverse, and it supposedly was a situation like that. But I'm like, that's a woman.
Was it a
Like
ped
she was
thing?
clear. What happened?
Well, if it's a performance enhancing type of substance, then it's a different story, right?
No, I don't think it was that. I think it revealed that she's probably not like, what I'm saying? Like, it's one of those situations like they started questioning whether that's a woman. Like, what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, that's a woman. Like, what the hell?
Yeah,
She got
that
so
makes
mad
sense.
about that
I
she
bet.
quit boxing. She
I
was like,
believe
yo,
you.
I'm out of here. And I'm like, damn, like just like that. Like she was a good fighter. I like that girl. Like, you know what I'm saying? Alejandra Jimenez. She don't fight no more. You know what I'm saying? Because of that bullshit. And they didn't even say she couldn't fight. She was just so disgusted at the treatment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because it's abhorrent,
Yeah, that I
and
don't
they,
blame her. That's what I'm saying. It's fucked up.
and she shouldn't have to suffer it.
Like that's why I still remember her name. Like it's not just that was
But the
fucked up.
worst part, right? Here's someone who has genuine passion for something, right? So many people go through life never finding what they really want to do, never finding that thing. Here's someone has it, and you're gonna take it from them because of
Mm-hmm.
bullshit reasons. Fuck all the way
Dumbass shit.
off.
Exactly. Dumbass shit.
Here's someone that could inspire other people, and you're like, no, we care about stupid shit. I don't know.
Exactly.
To me, it always just comes back to I don't care who you fuck. I don't care.
Basically, you just be dumb. Like, I don't never get that. Like that's some nosy shit. Like that's like akin to like Snoopy Karen bullshit. Like you know,
I started
let
a whole
people.
site about that too.
You know what?
DCWIF.com. Don't care who you fuck. Nothing's
Yeah.
on it yet. It's a shitty site because I'm not a web developer.
Okay, yeah, so then you got, you know what I mean? You got sites, you got your homie with the game thing, man. I
I'm
don't know. I
50
mean,
years old and like I've met a lot of people and I'm not an asshole most of the time. So
You're
if I meet
50 and
people,
don't know CSS.
it's pretty good though. You got
dude, I stopped web development when I got into the music industry.
Okay,
mm,
that's
I,
fair.
I started a business with a buddy of mine and we got into music and like the only website hosting I did there was back in it was just the raw HTML days. I just stood something up for people to go to get our phone number more than anything. But I'm still listed as the CTO, CFO, CTO, I think, of the company. So I get
so
calls
like
all the time for shit.
so like if I was to like try to make the game with your boy, like how could I protect my idea? Like how can I, you get what I'm saying? Like if I was to like bring him along to make it pay him somehow, get that done
Bring
somehow.
him along? I'm not sure that's how that would work.
Not bring him along, but like that's not what I mean with that. What I
No,
mean
no,
is
no. I
like
know what you
we
mean.
get
No, no, no. I
into
know.
it. You know, that was bad wording. What I
No, no,
meant
no.
was like
I was just giving you shit.
to this idea that I got going, like
Yeah, yeah,
into incorporate that into this. You know what I'm saying? How would I
right.
present it in a way where it's protected? And you know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to
Well,
lose it. In
you would write it up and you would make him sign an NDA before you showed it to him.
Okay,
Right? You'd
okay,
write up 2 documents. You'd write up your proposal and you'd write up an NDA and make sure it's legally binding.
okay.
Um,
So then that'll protect my idea, like, and then we could.
yeah. I can tell you he wouldn't take your idea.
No, I know that. That's what I'm saying. I
He's
was just
that's not
saying.
his game. But I can
I
tell you this, right? The last game he made took about a year to make and cost I think it was like $6 million. Something like
damn,
that. So
that boy buy his paper. That boy buy his
uh
money. All right,
well, I
so
mean, that's what it takes to have that talent, right?
yeah,
He
nah,
the,
I respect it.
the other thing that gives him the advantage is he's got his own engine. Like the thing that makes his company special is it's got their own engine. It's very, very, very good.
Yeah, building a custom engine from the ground up nowadays is crazy. Like considering like Unreal, Unity, all the
Mm-hmm.
things you
And
can just buy a license for.
Yep.
and he's trying to ditch that. He's trying to like ditch that to
He
like
doesn't
do
have a
something else.
choice. Microsoft screwed him.
Microsoft scooped him. Like, well, I mean,
Yeah,
this is
they partnered up to sell his game Aura History Untold, and then Microsoft bundled it with a bunch of other things and gave it away for free. So nobody bought it. And companies can't do business if people don't buy their stuff.
no. I hear
So
that, but I mean, you can always
yeah,
make another game, put it on a
well,
different
they have another
platform.
one coming out. But they have to time the release with other things that are coming out. So it doesn't, I think he said November maybe for Ashes of the Singularity, which is their next release. And if
And it's
it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And they've already had to let people go. And like now they're running like a streamlined machine. So, but yeah, if it doesn't sell, it doesn't sell. There's nothing you can do about it, right? Doesn't
I
matter
mean
how,
that
like it takes luck. No, I mean nobody gets there without a little bit of luck.
it takes luck and the skill too, because you
Skills
could.
there.
Yeah, you have to. No, I mean he got it. I'm not
Yeah.
saying he don't. I don't know what he's done. I haven't seen it, but like think about it. Like could you make like an in-depth open world story mode game like with zombies or some shit? You get what I'm saying? Like creatures.
So tomorrow I got to talk to my buddy to see if he wants to buy into this thing. And my proposal to him is going to be, hey, do you want a bespoke game every year for as long as you want to be a part of this? That's what he can deliver. You describe what you want, he can make it in a year.
That's insane, and it's a real. And it would be a real game available
AAA
on all
level
the
title, dude.
platforms.
His engine's dope as shit.
That's insane, bro. Like
With
this, what I'm
like
saying.
one of
That's
the cool
something.
things about his engine is the capacity to do moving things, like thousands and thousands and thousands of things moving on the screen at one time. All interactable. They're not graphics. They're actual physical objects that
See, and I
will
don't need
interact.
that much. I don't need that much.
Nobody
My
needs that
idea
much.
very simple.
Nobody needs what his engine can do. That's what makes it so good.
But like,
It's
that's
over the
fine.
top powerful.
And that if it's like that, then he needs to like really, stick with that. Like never hit the point where he feels like he's gonna just let it go. Like, okay, maybe you gotta do it, you gotta eat, right? So I mean, I
You
get
gotta eat.
that, but like, you know, hey, that's too good to just drop and just like, all right, fuck it. Like we just not gonna do nothing with this no more.
Well,
Like
and that's part of my goal is to help. Hopefully, he doesn't have to do that, right? I don't know if it's gonna work. It
that
might
would be
not.
a
It probably
heartbreak.
won't. It's a 1,000,000 to 1 shot. It's a 1,000,000 to 1 shot. It's for anyone to take that chance. I
But
don't
it's
know.
it's a game engine. Like who would not want that
It's a
unique
game
game
engine.
engine?
It's a game company. It's run by really smart people. They all like there were some developments videos on how they were doing history, our history untold, and they went out and they got actual instruments from all of these places around the world to make the backing and the music for the game, right? Like that game is really really well thought, um, and yeah, not enough people bought it. So what are you gonna do? That's where luck comes in. It's an industry that's being oversaturated with freemium mobile apps, and you know
Yeah,
there's some demand for it, but if somebody gives it away for free, why would anyone buy it?
that's true. But like, there's always a market for a new type of open world, crime, underground, running around town with a story, a plot, side
Until
missions.
GTA 6 comes out, and
Right, until
that's
GTA 6 comes out,
No, I mean,
and then nobody's
even
playing
when,
your game anymore.
even when, that's what I'm saying. A person will always respect a good game. You get what I'm saying? There's gonna
Oh no,
come a
for
time
sure.
where they're
But
gonna get tired of
a
GTA
game
6.
connoisseur will respect a good game, but like the
right,
general populace is dumb as fuck, and they
and
just want
yep,
what everybody else is playing.
yep.
No, for sure, and that's what I'm saying. That's when you get up there with what everybody else is playing, because you could
The
make your own first person shooter too.
the other problem with the game connoisseur is they play a lot of titles and they might not get to yours until you've gone out of business.
True, but
So
that's true.
that doesn't help that company's bottom line if 10 years after you're gone they're like, "Oh my God, where are these people?" Yeah,
That's
you
where
didn't
promotion.
nobody
You know,
bought it when it came out, so they
that's
had to
where
go away.
promotion comes in. YouTubers, you know what I'm saying? You reach out to them like, yo, we got this game. What's up? You be streaming this, like promote this game. People buy it from there. You do a
Yeah.
Kickstarter where a certain amount of people pay for it already in advance. So you already know you got certain
Well,
sales.
the Kickstarter is assuming you don't already have an established company, right? And the problem with already having established companies
No,
is
you
that
do. Yeah.
you marketing can only go so far. You only have so much money to spend on that. You're like it's still a small business in every sense of the word. Just because he got picked up by Microsoft doesn't mean Microsoft was cutting him checks, right? They were going to be used as a distribution method, and then they boned him.
Well, what I don't get is why Microsoft isn't like still responsible for the keys that they give away, like in the bundles. Like they should still be reimbursing for the keys that they distribute.
Facts.
But if the deal is that that comes with their getting into distribution, I don't know. I don't know how any of that works. It's all
Yeah, they might have
contractual,
just got into a shit
They
deal.
should they should pay
right?
him. That's what I'm saying. He probably could get a better deal elsewhere. I don't think that's for life, right? He's not locked to Microsoft,
Well,
right?
the ship is sailed now. I mean, like that's gone and done. But
I mean, if it's gone and done, that means he could take his work elsewhere. He could take his talents to
Well, no,
South Beach.
he's probably still under contract. They probably own, you know,
something,
X
who
amount of
knows?
yeah. Hey,
So
Professor Hizzle, good to see you.
wow, damn, that's probably what it is. That's probably how they
I
got
I
him.
I don't I don't want to text him to come up and have him come on and explain it because it's too recent,
I dig it. I mean,
right?
whatever it is, what
That
you know.
wound is still fresh.
And I don't probe him for it, right? Like he gave me what he wanted to give me, and I'm not gonna open up wounds that kind of have him bummed out about the whole situations.
I mean, but then something could possibly still be done. Like, damn, that's
Hoping.
too good of a fucking
So
thing.
The thing is, I believe in this guy, right? I've known him since high school. I've known him
I
since
believe in him now.
before he was a programmer. Like like I know just based on his like genetic history, his dad worked at Bell Labs, right? Like genetically, there's a really good chance he's actually really smart, and like he wasn't been fooling me for all of these years, right? Um, the fact that he's run this like the business that he's had for 13 years and he grew it up to probably a point that it was too big, but um he still kept the business going for 13 years in a job that he dreamed of having, which few people ever get to do.
Let me ask
So
you this. Oh, my fault. Go ahead.
he's 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 the real deal, right? He really is. He's a lot of fun to talk to. He's a lot of fun to hang out with. And I get to play Baldur's Gate with him tomorrow night. I'm looking forward to that.
Nice.
Um
That's cool, man. That's what's
That's
up.
our Thursday night game is we're going through Baldur's Gate. Him, the DBA guy and an electrical engineer, and me get into a server. Like I feel so out of class, right? Like I feel like a troll standing with giants, right? Like I'm just like, God damn it. But
What
it's
about
an honor.
that? What
I bring
about
the
the
comic relief.
what about the GTA RP? Like I know a lot of people make money with that. You know what I'm saying? Like they gotta like pay to join the servers, the role play Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, GTA RP servers are just like a giant pay to win scheme. Like they're just scams.
Are
Scams
they?
abound.
Or
How
I
how
thought there
is
was
that?
some where they gotta pay like a month. I know there was a rapper, I think Ace Hood or something like that. He was making like 100,000 a month just doing that, making his own server and
Yeah,
people would
yeah,
pay.
because people want to pay to like have a fucking jet and
Yeah.
have like unlimited ammo and all that shit.
That's what I'm saying. So like you would join, you wouldn't pay for the server, you would pay you would join his Discord, and that's how he would get the not his Discord, his Patreon, the thing where you pay monthly to support. You know what I'm saying? And then
Sure. He
with that,
runs the server, and then you buy stuff
exactly,
directly from him for real cash.
exactly.
Well, yeah,
That's
you
called
buy like server credits, and then you can spend those like end game credits on like vehicles and weapons and skins and shit.
Like
and
he's
then
probably
everyone wants to
yeah,
be on his server because he's a popular celebrity, right? So everyone wants to flock to that thing. So he makes a lot of money just because. Wow.
yeah, but like if you make a killer
Right.
server, if you make a server that's undeniable, if you take whatever it is and using your extended knowledge, like he's a popular rapper, but he's not a guy with all that intelligence. Like that right there, you flip that into something lucrative, right? You make the content be desirable, like a Resident
Right.
Evil, a real Resident Evil server. You're not selling the server. It could be done because you're not selling nothing. You're not, you can even make it just look like it, and they people know
Yeah.
what it is.
And what
They'll
you're
pay
talking
for
about
that.
there is, I think, is where we've come with game development that makes it so difficult because you can be good at one element of it. Like they can make that engine purr, but they need a story to tell it, right? Like that
Yeah.
imagination and all the other stuff that comes with it. That doesn't necessarily go with the ability to write amazing code.
Nah,
Hey Andy, good to see you.
but like think about it. Like instead of yeah, what's up, Andy? You already like think about it. Instead of it just being like you could take a GTA map, right? And like put Silent Hill in one city and put Raccoon City in the other city, and you could just drive from Silent Hill to Raccoon City. Like just thinking about that, like here, take my money. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how I feel. Like you know how many
Right.
survival horror fans is out there, like that would just love that. You know what I'm saying? Like
You'd
Sure.
inevitably have to pay for the copyright of that though.
yeah, but like it wouldn't be exact. You get what I'm saying? People could know. Like you could make it instead of Harry Mason, you could put Larry Jason. You know,
They're not zombies, they're zombors.
yeah,
No,
like that. Like you know what I'm saying? Something like that. You know, where people know what it is, and it's crazy. It would look crazy. And imagine you did get licensed with one of them companies.
people
But like,
try it though, like Star Citizen. is my favorite example of that. The game that will never come out. It will perpetually be an alpha because somebody's trying to take on way more than what any engine can handle.
Mm.
And thinking it's going to be a thing, and they start up a Kickstarter and they make a buttload of money, but they're never going to release that game. I firmly believe that game will. It's the next Duke Nukem Forever,
Mm.
which is one of the funniest tales of all time. Did you know?
Never say those words on this stream.
Can I say it one more time? Just to shit on it one
I'm
last
joking
time?
because like
No, I'm okay with it.
I
because-
grew up wanting Duke Nukem Forever for the longest time because Duke
Oh, yeah,
3D was like the second FPS I ever played.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So the funniest thing about that, the entire Mars program, from inception to landing a vehicle on Mars, took less time than it did to make Duke Nukem Forever. That is one of the biggest things that no, that's just horrible.
Yeah.
You should have stopped long before, like before they landed on Mars. They should have realized, oh, we're going to be a big joke because of this, right? We should stop now and just say we're canceling it.
Well, they kept changing engines. They did like an engine rewrite like 3 fucking times, and then Gearbox spot them, and then Randy Pitchford is the slimiest fucking scuzzball in the entire gaming industry. So he really fucked development for DNF for a long time. And it's hilarious that DNF are the initials for the game.
Oh,
It did not finish.
it is.
Duke Nukem Forever.
They
That's
knew what they were
crazy.
doing. There was something going on there. Somebody in the
Yeah.
back end was like, "This is never coming out. Have you seen what they're proposing? We're never gonna get this done."
I mean, I don't know, man. The right game with the right story, me as a gamer, like, who, because I don't be into just any game. Like, it got to be the right game to bring me in. So, I don't know. Like, a good story would do that. I feel like people want GTA because of what it is. Exactly because of what it is. Open world is the top of the top. Like, they know what to expect. It's going to be a crazy story. Crime, all that, side missions, open world. It's just the gold standard. But at a certain point in time, Saints Row was a heavy competitor. I remember Saints
I
Row 1
remember
and 2.
Saints
You know what
Row
I'm saying?
too. Yep.
Yeah, and even the third, it was all right. But once the fourth and all that came out, they went
No, three was the best in my opinion.
Yeah.
3 was
Like
good.
they really leaned into the zaniness to like really differentiate themselves from Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
And it gave it that character.
Yeah, it did. I liked when it was like Grand Theft Auto a little more because it's like that's kind of what it was. I wanted it to compete with that. You know what I'm saying? I liked games like that, like True Crime, Streets of New York, Streets of LA. You know what I'm saying?
True Crime was good. There was some game that Snoop Dogg like announced at like the VGAs in the like mid 2000s that like never ended up coming out. And it just shows you like you can have like a giant celebrity behind like a new IP and it still doesn't get off the ground.
Not true. I mean, because it's really just a business. That's just a spokesperson at the end of the day. I don't think he had any real official capacity to the project. So, I don't expect nothing there. But like,
I remind you too that Princess Bride was a failure in the box offices.
Well, I mean, yeah,
That's crazy to me.
I
It
ain't watched-
is.
I never seen that movie, so I wouldn't know. But
My only comment on Princess Bride is no notes. Nailed it.
This is the Snoop Dogg game, Fear and Respect. It was in 2004. I wonder if it has any
yeah, facts videos or something. That would be cool.
It's got Andre the Giant in it.
What the hell? Never heard of it.
Damn, can't you listen to something new in this mother?
I'm gonna pause that
Yeah,
because
yeah.
that'll get us a copyright.
For
When
sure.
the pimp's in the crib, man, drop it like it's hot.
You never heard of Andre the Giant?
Yeah, I know Andre the Giant. Hell yeah.
Okay.
I'm a wrestling fanatic. Andre Rusimov. That's his name.
Just a big teddy bear.
Yeah, that was my guy, man. Ultimate Warrior had picked him up and slammed him years before
Ultimate
Hogan
Warrior
did.
picked him up over his head. He
Yeah,
pressed Andre the Giant.
yes, he did. Way
That
before
was
Hogan did.
insane.
Yeah, and Hogan did it, and it was a big deal. But that's because they was promoting it. Like, it was crazy, man. Warrior was that guy. There's a. I always tell everybody, there's only one wrestler ever in the history of wrestling that only got pinned 3 times. Other times he lost, whatever, but it was by disqualification. I'm talking about pin 1, 2, 3, and all of them had to cheat to do it, and that's the Ultimate Warrior. And that's from he had his character from 1980 something to 2009, and only got pinned 3 times. No other wrestler
Yeah.
in the history of wrestling did that. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, it would kind of be a misnomer to call yourself the Ultimate Warrior if you were getting laid out all the time. You'd have to say the mediocre warrior,
The penultimate warrior.
the penultimate warrior.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, to this day, he's the only one who ever squashed Triple H like that. Like, this dude got hit with the pedigree, just got up like nothing. It's just squashed. So I love it. Oh, I love it. That's the
Hey,
man.
Slug
right?
Racer, good to see you.
Yo, Slug
Coming in
Racer,
last,
yeah.
warrior.
Yeah, wrestling is what it is, man. I used to do backyard wrestling as a kid, you know what I'm saying? My teens,
So lucky that we did not hurt our friends more. Oh my word.
Man, it's crazy. I used to bring the gloves to school to box. We used to do the pretty good warrior.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So
Andy.
warrior. We used to bring the gloves. We used to do all that, man. We used to freaking wrestle, hit each other in the head with chairs, belts. We had the real belts. Well, not we, the guy who had the federation. It's crazy. The people that I used to wrestle with have like stuff on YouTube, from those days, but I wasn't on there because I was on it like in the early days, and I used to do what they call dark matches. So I never wanted to really be on the camera. I only really went there to put my friend on, who he's on there, like he's there, like this is like a friend of mine, to this day. And he got many matches on there, but it was really just to plug him. You know what I'm saying? So I have dark matches, but nothing filmed. But it's called 2KW Wrestling. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty cool. You know what I'm saying? We used to wrestle behind the school, by the pier. You know what I'm saying? And get crazy, man. Like,
Yeah. It was wildly pop. Still is, right?
what was
So
that?
popular, they're building a UFC ring outside of the White House.
That's wild. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really too big into the UFC thing anymore, but I used to like it. But like, I'm really more into boxing. That's my thing. I love boxing,
I hate
pugilism.
boxers.
Yeah,
I mean, like, but boxing's that's such a crazy sport. That is so hard.
yeah, it is. That's why I love it, because it gives people a chance that, like, there's a lot of boxers that became millionaires that can't even read. You know what I'm saying? They had no other
No, I
way.
know.
Like,
Yeah, it's the. I wish there were better outlets. I mean, I wish there were better ways out than having to take brain damage for it, though.
oh, for sure. There's people that never had to do it. There's a guy by the name of Fabio Wardley. This guy, excellent fighter. He just took his first loss to Daniel Dynamite Dubois, and he put Dubois down twice before he got stopped later on. But it was just a war. Like, if you see this guy, it was a bloody mess. The way he stood up to all of that for all those rounds is it defies physics. But this dude didn't start boxing till he was 21 years old, like something like that, and went straight into heavyweight boxing with no amateur career. That's amazing. He didn't have to do it. He had a six-figure job.
Heavyweight's just a weight class. He went in right into the professional boxing without an amateur career. I don't know how you
Without an
bypass
amateur
that.
career. He bypassed his whole amateur career. He went straight into the pros, and he did it from a desk job, a white-collar banker job that he was already making 6 figures. He quit that job to become a full-time
That's some
fighter
Fight Club shit.
and put
Right?
himself through that. His name is Fabio Wardley. You can look him up. He just
His
took his
name is
first
Robert Johnson.
loss.
Or no,
But
Robert
that's
Paulson.
Robert Paulson.
Yeah.
But that's my guy. Like, if you look up highlights of the fight, you could do it on mute or whatever. You don't have to, like, we don't even have to. Like, but if you want to see who I'm talking about, like, he just had a war. And this dude right here is an inspiration because he started late. He started past his 20s. You see what I'm saying? And he did it the
Oh, it's
old
not an
way.
inspiration. That's an anomaly. People shouldn't try to emulate that. They're going to get seriously hurt if you go and try to start boxing and you're like 20 and 30s. You've never done it before.
No, I hear you, but that's what I'm saying. It shows you that these guys are warriors. They're gladiators. They got a thing in them that makes them want to fight. Like,
No, for
you know,
sure.
it's a fighter's tale. It's a sad tale. It's a sad story usually. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't always end like the Mayweathers. This is why I value Mayweather so much and I hold him so highly because how he did it, the example that he is to everyone else. How, you know, hit, don't get hit, dominate. Yeah, you know. Andy, about that Verhoeven and Usyk. I mean, listen, I think that Usyk was gonna win regardless, right? It was close to that point. Going into the 11th round, the fight was, I think, Verhoeven. He might have been up by 1 point on two of the cards. But with what happened in the 11th, Usyk winning the round and dropping Verhoeven, he became ahead. He took the lead. You see what I'm saying? So going into the 12th, he would have had the lead. And I feel like in that 12th, he would have finished Verhoeven. If not, he would have pummeled him and put him down again and stamped it with another 2 points on top of it in the 12th. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, they didn't let him go. And I feel like that was a crazy stoppage. They should have probably let him go because the round had ended. Just off of that alone, he has a case for a no contest because you can't stop the fight after the round ended. So just off of that alone, that's questionable. But if you ask me, he was going to get knocked out anyway. He was hurt. You know what I'm saying? So it was a good fight, though. Y'all don't watch boxing at all?
No.
Last fight I watched was Crawford versus Canelo.
Ooh, that was a good one. I made
Oh yeah, Crawford going out the goat.
Yeah, I made $120 in that fight. I told people that would happen. I knew that was gonna happen, man. Like Canelo's good, but Canelo don't really like to fight the tough like styles. Like he likes to fight guys who are gonna bang with him, who's gonna sit there and trade with him, or sit there and like they smart boxers, but they not like master tacticians. He don't really like those type of guys. He, you know, he ran into that with Dimitri Bivol. I guess he felt like this guy doesn't hit so hard. He's big, but like he don't hit so hard, and I could take whatever. This dude outboxed him, like, you know. So Canelo knows.
Didn't Crawford have to like gain weight to go up a class to even like fight Canelo?
Yep, he did. That's a fact. He had a fight with Errol Spence, right? That was like the big fight. They called him the Big Fish, undefeated champion, unified, had I think 3 belts. Crawford goes up there and spanks him the way I knew he would. I won money in that fight too. So after that fight, Crawford drops the belts and he moves from 147 pounds to 154 pounds. And he fights a guy by the name of Israel Madrimov. Madrimov is an undefeated champion, I think from Kazakhstan or something like that. Olympian with many fights, over 100 amateur fights. You know what I'm saying? Long story short, this is a polished boxer, undefeated. You know what I'm saying? He's there to fight. And he's a champion. He got a belt. So Crawford goes in there and has his first decision win ever since, you know, because he knocked out everybody at 147, including Spence. He goes up, he fights this guy, they go the distance. So now people doubting him. They saying, oh, Crawford lost the power. Look, this guy with 10 fights took the great Terrence Crawford to the distance. He can't do it. You know, he's moving up. He's losing his power. Then, mind you, this is 154. He moved up from 147 to 154. So after this fight at 154, he jumps up 2 more weight classes to 168. From 154, he jumps up to 168, straight into a Canelo fight. A lot of people didn't think he was going to win that fight, man. crazy.
Damn, I'm looking at Crawford's Wikipedia. He's only 5'8". Like, I'm taller than Crawford, and
Yeah.
like he was like almost half a head taller than Canelo too. So Canelo must be a short guy.
Yeah. Yeah, Canelo's pretty short, but it's all about the skill, the will. Size means a lot. It does matter, especially if you're like a really good big guy. You're probably gonna beat the really good small guy. But like, there's always an off night. There's always a day where a person just got that,
And
resilience.
you're also talking about a sport with rules,
Yep.
right?
Facts.
So there's a reason Bruce Lee never lost,
Yeah.
and it was because he kicked you in the nuts.
Facts.
And he did that before you could do anything. So he was going to win
hmm
because
And
it
that was
wasn't like you were just getting kicked in the nuts. You were getting kicked in the nuts by Bruce fucking Lee. So
and the
like
way he did
the
it.
dude could hit like a oh
Yeah.
god, it would hurt so bad.
Yeah. He was a
That's
beast.
that's kind of why I never really got into like competitive fighting because I studied JKD Jeet Kune Do, progressive fighting systems.
Nice.
And yeah, I got to meet Dan Inosanto. He's really a nice guy. My teacher
Oh,
studied with him. But the problem with it was that like those guys wouldn't do it if they weren't getting paid for it, right? Like I'm really glad they're making a lot of money to fight. I'm really glad people are entertained by it, but
mm,
it's still fighting with rules. It's still, great for entertainment and everything, but in my mind it's still not a real fight. I mean, you're still not doing what works. So I don't know. And the fact is, it's still just trying to hurt people. It's originally the reason I shifted out of that and went into motorcycle racing was because it requires all the same skills and doesn't make me either get hurt unless I crash or something like that. But I'm not going out trying to hurt anybody. I get all the same anger. I get all the same, I get the red mist. Um, it requires hand-eye coordination, depth perception, you know, uh, risk assessing skills, all of that shit, right? So it translated really easy, and it was just a lot more fun to go fast on bikes than swing sticks and honestly fight Monty because Monty was terrifying, and I got kind of sick of fighting him. No, we had a guy. He wasn't even in our class. He would just show up because he knew what we were teaching and he liked it. So, and my teacher wasn't going to stop him because the dude has forgotten more kung fu than anyone's ever going to know. But
yeah.
like he would show up and not make class fun anymore because okay, go spar with Monty, and it's like well, it's not sparring. You're in danger, right? Like if he doesn't hold back, if he doesn't pull that punch, you're in a lot of trouble. And no, he was just too good. It's a lot less fun when you realize there's people like that out there. I needed to be able to defend myself against drunk people in bars because that's where I was working at the time.
Yeah.
So
No, I dig it.
Hey,
like
Resist. Good to see you.
Yo, what up, Resist?
I'm short and tiny. Got a motorcycle rider's frame, so like I'm constantly surrounded by these huge drunk people. And it's like I don't want to get into an altercation with one of them. And then like you go to school for it long enough, and it just becomes the opposite. I don't want some guy to have to drink from a straw for 6 months because he drank too much. So
Yeah. Honestly, I mean, boxing though, I don't know. I mean, it saves a lot of lives. It ends a lot of lives. It hurts a lot of lives. It's the most brutal job. I call it a job. I don't even call it a sport. I call it a job because it's the structures.
it is.
A
It's way
promotion.
more of a job than a sport for the guys doing it. Believe me, if they
Yeah, they're
had
like
the money,
town
they would
too.
do it. Well, some of them would.
The way it's structured, like it's all on the person. Like they're responsible for their own well-being. Like it could go really well. You could be like Mayweather. You could be like Christopher Cologne. Punched into a chair. And, now your family or even worse, like Levander Johnson, punched to death in the ring.
Right, that's the problem. It's like there's way more people that never get known than there are Floyd Mayweather's or Mike Tyson's or
Yeah.
Evander Holyfield's or.
That's why you gotta like really, you don't know what you're doing. You play. There ain't no playing boxing. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of dudes, there's people that got 200 and some losses and they still fight tough. Like I'm like, how the hell do you do that? You know what I'm saying? How do you have that many fights?
Somebody
Nobody's
hasn't
fucking with.
convinced.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say somebody hasn't been able to convince them yet that they're not good at this and they should probably stop. Maybe it's been the number of blows to the head that they've taken that's kind of altered that way of thinking.
The money, you know what I'm saying? But
Yeah,
these
the
guys,
money.
they don't be getting knocked out though. Like that's the crazy part. They go the distance a lot. Like they'll be like 200 and something losses, but he only got stopped like 10 times.
That's so much worse, though. That's so much worse
Right.
than a knockout, though.
And then
Yeah.
he's still doing it though to this day. Like there's like notorious stories about people like that where they got like over 100 freaking losses, but like 2 wins. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I always look at it like, look at the NFL of old, right?
Yeah.
Those guys put their bodies on the line, and once they retired, they really didn't get much out of it after they were gone, right? If they weren't really wise with their money when they had it, and a lot of them weren't,
Dude.
like
So true.
not a great life.
I mean,
They were chewed up and spit out by an industry that used them for their physical form and their work ethic and their commitment, their dedication, their sense of like pride in their team, all the things you want in these people. And then when they're no longer giving it to you or they're not making you money anymore, you put them out to pasture with nothing to keep them comfortable or safe or like from being in constant pain for the rest of their lives.
That's where you gotta budget the money. That's where boxers go wrong, and that's why they had to create.
That's where the people that are asking them to do this need to do that for them. You don't ask a person who you're expecting to take hits to the head to manage their money well. You fuck all the way off with that.
That's what that's the thing. Like that's
not you,
why
but I mean like the companies that expect
no, I know what you're saying. That's why they created what they call the Muhammad Ali Act. It's a act that now they're currently trying to amend it. They're trying to amend it to create room for, and this is why I don't like the UFC anymore. Dana White is trying to infiltrate boxing, and he's doing something called Zupa. And like he's trying to amend the Ali Act to make it to where he could hide the money. And long story short, boxing, there's supposed to be transparency all across the board. You're supposed to know how much money
because people gamble on it.
Yeah, like if you're a fighter, you're supposed to know how much money they're gonna make with merchandise, the revenue, the gate, the tickets, all of that, everything, like the pay-per-views. You're supposed to know what's your cut so you can know if you're getting paid fairly with all the money that's on the table. What Dana wants to do is make a thing where they don't got to tell you how much money it is. It's a flat rate thing. He's
doing it right now. He's doing it right now.
Yeah, he's doing it right now. He does it in the UFC with MMA because they don't have a Ali Act to protect them. You see the Ali
He gives
Act.
people secret bonuses behind the scenes and shit, so nobody knows when anyone's actually getting paid.
Exactly. And then what happens is the Ali Act prohibits such a corruption because, you're supposed to be your own man. Boxers are supposed to be their own man. So there are protections, right? But a lot of these guys get managers that screw them over. Like my favorite boxer of all time, Felix Trinidad, he got screwed over by one of his managers, lost millions, almost went bankrupt. But
Mike Tyson got screwed over by Don King. Mike Tyson beat Don King's ass in the street over that.
That's what I'm saying. So
Don King had that shit coming too. I'm surprised Don King lived from a beating from Mike Tyson.
For real.
Yeah.
He was pulling those punches for sure.
He had to be.
Yeah, he would have killed him.
Didn't want to catch a charge.
Don King is a G. What you mean? Don King is a G. That dude, he murked somebody back in the day. He did.
Mike Tyson punched like a mule
He
kick.
killed somebody back in the day.
Here's the equivalent. This is the stat I remember about Mike Tyson's punch. Mike Tyson hit with 2,000 pounds of force with his punch. Your average Marine out of boot camp hits with 200 pounds of force.
Yeah, he was an animal.
He didn't
like
just hit.
Little animal, like horsepower.
he rearranged your bone structure. Like, you looked different after he hit you.
It's crazy.
You'd have to get a new driver's license photo after he hit you, right? Like,
Facts.
Same
He
with
was-
Francis Ngannou. Francis
Yeah.
Ngannou's got pretty freakish punching power too. Actually, he
Predator.
holds the world. He holds the world record for the hardest punch ever thrown by a human.
Yeah,
really?
I thought it was Eddie Hall. It's not Eddie Hall. I thought it
No,
was-
Francis Ngannou. Francis Ngannou. Everybody was hitting with, like, the record was 130,000 units on the machine, and it was set by Tyrone Spong back in like 1989, and it had went unbroken since 1989. And then Francis Ngannou tried the machine, his first time ever trying it, and scored 190,000 units on the machine. Broke it by 60,000.
That's some Dragon Ball Z shit.
It literally is. It literally is.
That's crazy. I ain't heard the name Tyrone Spong in a long time.
He's good, dude. He actually did good later in his career, even.
Yeah. All these fighters. I've been watching boxing since the early 90s, early 90s, like that. The
Mhm.
guy who made me passionate about it, who's my favorite fighter, is Felix Trinidad. But who I think is the greatest of all time is by far, by miles ahead of anyone else, Floyd Mayweather Jr., you know?
Yeah, 100%. No question. He's the best boxer alive.
Ever. Like, to me, of all times, you know what I'm saying? From the beginning to modern day, because
Yeah, I would even put him above. I would put him above Ali even.
Yep, me too, because it's the dominance, man. This dude is just way too dominant. 30 years undefeated. He has a fight coming up against Pacquiao, a rematch at 49 years old. Like, come
It's
on.
not just the dominance; it's the caliber of his wins too. Like, he's beaten the best people in the world, and when he was fighting against them, it was like child's play.
Exactly. He's going to come back against Pacquiao. He has an exhibition coming up against a gentleman by the name of Mike Zambides. Now,
Yeah,
on first glance, you look at Zambides and you think this guy's outmatched, you know, it's a little, which I do think he is. I think he's going to get beat up real bad, but, you know, he's an accomplished kickboxer. And when you look at what he does to guys, that's a good fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, and Mayweather's going to fight this dude, exhibition. Then he got the Pacquiao rematch. Then he got a Mike Tyson exhibition lined up. That's crazy. You know? I think the
still
guy's
going.
he still got it. I think he could be boxing's oldest world champion ever. You know?
I think he could go up a couple weight classes and be competitive.
Yeah. It's all about the style at the end of the day. That's what makes the styles. You know? Oh yeah, Jeff Fennick, man. That dude right there, a beast. You know what I'm saying?
If there are any theists in the audience, come up and argue if Jesus could have beat any of these boxers.
I don't think so, honestly. I don't think so. Mayweather's fucking Jesus up 100 times out of 100 times.
I mean, that's
Jesus
a tough
wouldn't even
fight.
have the chance to turn the other cheek. He'd be down for the count already.
Are you sure you couldn't play the Mysterious Ways card?
That'd be crazy, man.
Hit the smite button?
Imagine that, like, if
Jesus
you could
tou-
move. What was that? I'm sorry. What did you say, RP? Jesus, what?
Jesus touches you, and like all the water content in your body turns to wine.
your blood turns to wine. That's when you
You
know.
immediately turn purple and die.
Instant alcohol poisoning.
Right. Instant cirrhosis.
Oh. Yeah, if you have magic powers, I think you pretty much win every fight.
I mean,
Resist Oppression said Judas will be helping Mayweather. That's awesome.
I still remember the comedian who was just like, I just wish one time an athlete would blame God when they lose, right? Just once.
Oh, instead
one
of thanking God.
Right, instead of thanking God, just blame God when they lose. We were in the game until Jesus made me fumble. He hates our team, right? Just once. Just once.
if you could spend 24 hours with any three people in human history ever known to man ever.
Carl Sagan, Isaac Newton, and Copernicus.
Yeah.
John
Like,
Carmack, Kevin Mitnick, and fucking.
Good first two choices though.
I'll get back to you on my third choice.
That's a tough one. What about you?
Probably
What about you?
Turing.
Andy?
Oh yeah.
If Turing could see, like, you know, the fucking technology we have today, like,
Exactly. Could we bring them into a modern day and have them like look at the world that we live in now and be like, look what you guys helped do. Thank you. Oh, Tesla. Fuck. How did I forget Tesla? Damn it.
Too late. You're
everyone
locked
forgets
in.
about Tesla.
I know I'm locked in. Fuck. Scratch Copernicus and put in Tesla. I don't know. I'd really like to hang with Copernicus too. He had some fucking good ideas.
Well,
Galileo, maybe.
who would I that's a question.
Galileo would be so pissed. He'd be like, "Fuck, Christianity's still doing this shit." Galileo would be so salty.
I don't know who I would pick, to be honest. Like, I'm just thinking about it overwhelms me. Like, Jesus, you know, Moses, you know, stuff like that. Like,
Jesus would be a
You gotta
boring
pick people that
hang.
existed though. Moses didn't exist.
Yeah, they would be like, you just wasted a wish. Moses wasn't cool.
I'll probably go, I don't know, like anybody in human history, who would I spend 24 hours with? The objective would be to learn, right? So, who would I
Speaking
try?
of objective, we have objective ethics in the chat. Good to see you tonight.
Hello, Daniel.
Oh, go. So yeah, like I think I would probably go with man, I stumped myself. I'd probably get Amy Winehouse.
Okay, that's an
She'd be a fun. Yeah, that'd be a fun hang.
Yeah.
I'll bring back Amy Winehouse. I'll bring back
Ozzy.
Yeah, Ozzy would be good, but I don't know. I'll probably do Amy Winehouse. Damn, who else? Selena. And,
Selena?
Yeah.
Is she the one that got shot?
I think she got stabbed or shot by the Mexican lady who she like the girl was in love with her. I'll do that, and then I'll bring back Aaliyah, and then we just make music all day. We spend that whole day making music.
Is that what you call it?
You would bring back Left Eye? I'd bring back Left Eye if I could bring back anyone from that.
Left Eye was definitely cool, man. But you know, those
Or
girls,
Tupac.
yeah, that's really more for the sound. Like, imagine that. Imagine you got Aaliyah, Selena, and freaking Amy Winehouse on a song.
Guaranteed hit.
Let's bring back Pac and Biggie and have them squash their beef.
Right?
Or do another beef.
Or start another one.
Lit. Yeah. That would be so
East Coast Heaven versus West Coast Heaven.
My three choices for people that I would meet if I could bring anyone back would be Sargon of Akkad, King Hammurabi, and the Pharaoh Akhenaten. Those are the three most interesting people in history, in my opinion.
That's what's up.
Those are some good choices. They've got some probably really interesting ideas.
Mm-hmm.
And I also would wonder how they would look at today.
They'll be scared.
Well, yeah, I mean, magic and stuff is what it would appear to them, but
They'll be terrified.
They'd probably put me in shackles and be like, have fun making blocks, idiot.
500-ton blocks, right?
John
Yep.
Brown.
That can't be moved
That's a fact.
without alien technology. Who were we arguing about that with? Was it Servant that we had to go on that
I
long?
believe
fucking...
so.
Yeah, I think so. It was either that or maybe it was TBS. No, it was not TBS. He hasn't been here.
500-ton blocks that nobody can. No.
John Brown was that dude, man. I know one of my guys. I know him years ago. I used to do music with him, but he ended up going on a show called the White Rapper Show on VH1. He was a contestant on there. He came in. He came in second place. Like he made it all the way to the end. Like, and he didn't win the thing, but he got pretty known off of that. My boy John Brown. I used to do music with him back when he was in New York, in Brooklyn. He was always back and forth from Cali here, back and forth. But like, I saw him, that's my guy, like, you know, John Brown. So when I see Nessie write that comment, it reminds me of him because he named himself after John Brown, the abolitionist, the freedom fighter.
Yeah, that's hard.
You know, he got footage on YouTube. You can look it up. The White Rapper Show from MC Search. His name was John Brown. He's doing the ghetto revival thing. It's pretty cool. It's pretty funny, you know. He still does music to this day. You know what I'm saying?
Never heard of him.
Yeah, like if you check the White Rapper Show, it was just, back in those reality TV show days when they used to have like the I Love New York and the Flavor Flav, you know what I'm saying?
Back during the first writer's strike where the TV execs were like, okay, we're going all in on fucking reality TV. Fuck the writers.
Yeah, you know exactly what time frame I'm talking about. And that was one of the things that they took a chance with, the White Rapper Show. It's pretty cool. Like you probably watch it and get a kick out of it. Different times.
Dude, reality TV was a thing. I forgot that even happened.
Yeah.
It kind of still is happening, but like there was a time when it wasn't happening at all.
Facts.
Yeah, it was MTV, Road Rules?
Yeah. Facts.
The Real World.
The Real
World,
yeah.
The first one I remember, yeah.
With the Miz.
Was Real World before Big Brother?
Ooh, I don't know. Yeah, it must have been. It was right around the time like TRL was out and shit.
Yeah, Total Request Live. I used to pass
Carson Daly.
Yeah, that was it.
I still remember Eminem's interview on TRL. That shit was hilarious.
Yeah, he was a crazy dude back then, man. Slim was crazy. He had
Back then.
everything on Smash back then. 106 in Park. I used to love 106 in Park. I had a friend who battled on there. My boy Ones, you know what I'm saying? My boy Ones battled on there, you know. He was down with Kill All Rats, you know what I'm saying?
That's such a good show. Some of the best freestyles ever have been given on that show.
Heck yeah, Freestyle Friday, that's what he was on, my boy Ones. But like he ended up winning or something like that. He didn't end up getting on the show, like for some reason, but he ended up winning the battle, but something happened. I think he cursed or something like that. That's what it was. Like he was killing him. I think he might have let out a curse and then he couldn't make it, you know. You had to like audition for it. You ain't just getting up on there. You gotta audition for that Freestyle Friday.
Yeah, back to the question of like three people in history you'd spend your day with: Gretchen White, Alexander the Great, Harry Houdini, and Mozart.
That's good.
Damn, Alexander the Great would be a really good one. That fucking dude's seen it all, and he was like one of the world's greatest athletes.
That's
It would
hilarious.
be awesome.
Mike Tyson said that if he could fight anybody in history, he would pick Achilles.
Damn, what the fuck?
Not Gilgamesh?
Yeah, right?
They asked him if he could fight anybody in history, who would he fight? He was like, I want to fight Achilles, the guy who killed Hector.
Can I change my answer to Gilgamesh? Now that I remember Gilgamesh was a guy.
We need an AI version of that now. Make it happen.
AI Gilgamesh.
Versus Mike Tyson. They've been releasing videos of UFC fighters, like AI videos of UFC fighters fighting like Greek mythology characters or like Star Wars figures or like ferocious animals from the wilderness, and they're like highly realistic. It's so hilarious. It looks like insanely real. It's so funny.
The AI, I know what you're talking about. That's hilarious.
So happy that's happening because the companies don't make any money off of that. In fact, they're losing money. So keep doing it.
Facts. That's a fact.
One of them was like Francis Ngannou fights every animal in the animal kingdom, and one of the animals was like a fucking grizzly bear. It was like 11 feet tall, and he like knocked it out with a knee to the face. It's so funny, dude. And like the first animal he fought, because they get increasingly more difficult as the video goes on. So the first animal Francis Ngannou fought was a gerbil. And it was like, it's all like innocent on the ground, and it like shows like a slow motion replay of Francis landing a right hook on the gerbil and like sending it flying through the air. It's like so real. It looks so real, dude. It's so funny.
Well, Janis Joplin, that would have been good. Get shit faced with Janis Joplin. That's a good one.
Yeah, I love Janice. I used to collect vinyl records, and I had all of Janis Joplin's original albums, like from the year that they were pressed, original first year pressings of her albums.
Keith Moon. I'd want to get Keith Moon, but I'd want him to remember all of the things that he did and be able to like recite them. Because Alice Cooper one time said that like most of those stories that you hear about rock stars aren't true, except everything. Like what was it? 1/10 of the stories you hear about rock stars are not true, except for Keith Moon. In which case, you've only heard 1/10 of the stories about Keith Moon. He's done way crazier shit. And the joke was that like he would do these wild things, nobody would remember, he wouldn't remember it, and then other people would lift the stories and take them as theirs so that they could like get the clout for being a crazy rock star because they knew Keith wouldn't remember.
Dude, they used to do that with kings. They would take stories from former kings and then reapply them to more modern kings. They would like steal their stories.
Yep. Well, they lived that.
King David is a good example. Like King David, when it says that King David slew Goliath, it was actually Elhanan that slew Goliath, and they reattributed it to King David. Same thing. Same.
Yeah. Well, when you want to make a legend,
Elhanan was the original Keith Moon.
Hey, next to you. Hey, Objective Ethics. How you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Howdy, friends.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you for asking. Always good to see everybody.
For sure. Where's Gretchen at?
She's over on Mezzo's right now. Mezzo's going late.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? I stepped away for a second. How y'all doing?
What's up, Jay?
Neck 2 and OE.
Jay Money, I got to give you your flowers, brother. You did a great job the last couple of nights that I watched this show. You took a lot of heat, family, but you stayed in the kitchen. You were cooking, bro.
I tried, man.
I really respect you, family, because it's tough to be the odd man out, in a room full of atheists and skeptics. And you did a great job of not taking things personally. And I was really impressed. I was watching and I said, "That good job for that. You did a good job."
I appreciate it. So it's all fun, you know what I'm saying? Like, only time I got mad was on the other platform yesterday. I don't know if any of y'all heard that, but like outside of that,
I saw it.
Yeah, I don't get mad. You feel me? But it's always fun. You get what I mean? So
it's tough. It's tough when we believe something, whether it's religion or politics, or it doesn't matter what it is. You know what I mean? If we believe something to be true or something's important to us, and other people question it, then it's hard for us not to take that personally. That's just we're human beings, right?
Facts. I mean, I try not to because it's all opinions. Ultimately, none of us, it's opinions, it's concepts. You know what I'm saying? It's when I don't know. Like I don't attack people with my opinions. I feel like it's fun. We should be able to build, and that's what this all was this whole time. Like that's what we do now. That's why I like this. This ambience. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
my whole shtick about the whole religious thing is I really don't care what people believe, you know, as long as it doesn't affect how they vote or how they treat other human beings. You know what I mean? Like if a person's religious belief causes them to live a better life or to want to donate money to charities or things like that, then I say go for it. If it helps them quit drugs and alcohol, I say go for it, you know. But if it causes them to vote against gay marriage, that's when I have a problem with it. Or if it causes them to judge other people based on some religious criteria, I have a problem with that. You know what I'm saying? And you come across as a very just a neighborly, friendly human being that I'm sure I would love to live next door to, barbecue it up, whatever, you know, have the kids playing outside. And that's how all religious people should be, in my opinion.
Definitely. I agree. I don't judge nobody, let everybody be. You know what I'm saying? This world is too big. We all got a story to tell. We all got a verse to kick in the cipher. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I view it. Like this world is too big. Life is way too short. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Like I don't know if you ever seen the movie Project Hail Mary. Did you ever
And
see
the
that
name
movie?
sounds familiar. I don't know if I've seen the movie or not, though, to be honest with you.
It's fairly
What?
new.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I didn't see it, but I mean, there was a quote that was in the movie that was made by something there, and I'm not gonna say because it will ruin it, but like, you know, life is too short. It was gonna be analogous to that. You know what I'm saying? Like to be basically mad, you know, about anything.
The one thing
Thank you for not spoiling the movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. The one thing I would
Yeah,
say,
when-
family, is in fact, I'm getting ready to do a show. I think DJ and Gretchen are both going to be joining me on the panel for that. I've got a few people who have responded. We're going to be talking
the
about
14th.
Yes, exactly. On it's called RTS. It's religious trauma syndrome, and a lot of people, you know, 93% of the people on the planet identify as religious. That's a lot of fucking people, right? And so the people who are atheists or skeptics, most of them used to be religious. And so when they leave the religion, there's a lot of baggage that entails. And so there's a lot of animosity and pain that people, when they go through deconversion, not everybody has the same level of this, but it's understandable, you know, when your family, your social life, employment is tied to something, when you believe in something and then all of a sudden you realize, oh no, there was no global flood, or the earth isn't 6,000 years old. You know, humans weren't riding on the back of dinosaurs. And I was saying all this dumb shit for so long. It's embarrassing. There's shame and stuff. So there's all these different things that factor into it. So when atheists are hard on the Christians or whatever, the theists, I can kind of sympathize with it to a degree because they went through so much to get out of that mindset. You know what I mean? But not to say it's an excuse, but it's understandable.
Yeah. Honestly, I see that because I used to be all about the book, and you know, to a certain extent, I do have like a soft spot for that theism. That's the only theism I would lend the ear to. Anything else, any other book, I wouldn't even pay no mind. Like, you can't even pitch it to me. But a Christian can still kind of kick their thing to me, and I'll listen to it. But you know, ultimately, I know that science is what reigns supreme over everything. Once I realized that, it was like, okay, now I know what it is. Now I'm playing on the right chessboard. You know what I'm saying? So,
When you say stuff like that, I feel like, and I'm sure a lot of people on this panel have said this to you before, but I feel like you're literally like one step over from just stepping into the right side of this whole argument. You know what I'm saying? You're like so close to being an atheist, bro. Just what are you waiting for?
I mean, the thing is, right, it just makes sense to me that there's something more going on. I look at how we work. I look at our physical composition. I don't want to get into the whole us being machine things again. A lot of people don't feel that way. I don't consider us exactly like computers, right? Because there's obviously a difference, right, in how we are versus a machine, right? But I do think there's a perspective lock that we have. Our sense data is just only going to be able to get us but so far. There will be that plateau from the physical to the non-physical that I don't know if we could get there. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe it just requires to experience death, you know, and then that's what's going to answer the question for real. And you know, I don't know. I feel like
the end of your
consciousness.
experience.
Well,
Yeah.
my whole problem is the term experience death might be a
Yeah.
category error.
Yeah,
Because,
thank you.
yeah.
Well, the shift. I mean, like I'm talking about the actual shutdown process, right? Like let's say life does dissipate and it goes into nothing, right? That's gonna feel different than how I feel right now. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna be in a different state. You know, my actual eyes might see something different. My vision might pick up something different. There might be a
Well, they
fizzle
say
out.
that the brain, like, experiences like a white, like light flash, like
Yeah,
white
but
flashes of
before
light.
before we
That's how
start like rehashing old arguments, I think OE has something he'd like to share.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, and I didn't want to derail everything here. I appreciate you letting me
Yeah.
do this because it's everybody. This is a very small community, the atheist space or the skeptic space, and it's not like the other side, the theist community. There's so many millions of people to watch everybody's videos and support their efforts, and our community is really small. So I hate to promote anything outside of this specific channel because you guys are doing such a great job. But this ARC protest is really important, and I think it's something that, as a community, so to speak, of atheists, we all need to join together. And it doesn't just take atheists either. There are a lot of theists, Christians or whatever, that believe in evolution, that realize that, or that take Genesis as allegorical. Jay Money's probably even one of those people, right? It's not a literal event. And that Ark encounter out in Kentucky is just an indoctrination school into the cult, right? And it's promoting so much misinformation, and it's geared towards children. If you've ever seen any of the videos of the actual place inside, it's really not set up for adults. It's set up to attract children. And that's what they're really wanting to do, because they're just building tomorrow's theist, which means they're trying to basically build tomorrow's bigot and tomorrow's whatever else, tomorrow's Christian nationalist, tomorrow's young earth creationist, science denier, anti-vaxxers. It all comes from this. It stems from this, right? So we have to basically, when I say fight for, I don't mean physically or violently, but we have to fight for those children, right? Because that's the future. It's laying out the future for everybody. So Joe, the Kentucky Atheist, you guys probably know him. He's very popular in the community. He's got a great channel. He and I are hosting an event on Saturday. I think it starts at 7 p.m. Eastern. It's this event right here that DJ has graciously promoted here. And again, I'm not trying to take away from the overall effort from this channel. In fact, I got nothing but love and respect for DJ and Gretchen and all of you.
This is completely aligned with our efforts, so there is no skin off our backs.
That says a lot about you, who you are personally, who Gretchen is personally, because like I said, we're all competing for views and stuff and clicks at the end of the day. But some of us are doing this because we believe in it, right? And that's what this ARC encounter is really about. And that's why I'm trying to put the word out there. It's a fundraiser event. And so we're going to be doing a fundraiser, a cash match up to $500. So if you could throw $5 in, $10, $20, whatever you have, a little spare change would go a long way. We're only trying to reach $1,000, and we're going to get that easily with the match program we have set up. So if you could at least participate, you don't have to even donate anything. Even if you just show up, give the stream a like, leave some comments, that kind of thing. You know how the algorithm and stuff works. Spread the word. I would just really appreciate everyone's help with that. And I appreciate you, DJ, for allowing me to come up here and say this on your channel.
Yeah, anytime.
When is that?
It's going to be this Saturday, and I believe it's 7 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, and that's on a Robin's channel?
It's going to be, Joe is going to end up hosting it. I was supposed to host it, but I had so much drama at work. I didn't have time to get into setting up the dual streaming and learning all that technology because I'm not good at all this stuff. I just have a small channel myself, and I'm pretty basic with it. And so I asked Joe if he would just host the thing, and then I'll just be there and co-host, and I'll put up the first $500, and I'll match up to $500 of people donating. And I'm happy to support and promote it. And so it's going to be on Joe's actual channel is where this link goes to.
Who's Joe?
Joe, the Kentucky Atheist.
Oh, okay. Okay.
He's pretty well known. He's a really nice guy. I've gotten to know him over the last year or so, and he's politically pretty. He's got a pretty strong political view, and I'm an independent centrist. So we probably have maybe some fundamental disagreements. I don't know what they would be right off the top of my head, but I'm not really into the politics thing, whereas he's pretty political. But he's a very nice person. He's very empathetic. He really cares about the LGBTQ community. He cares about all marginalized communities, and he really cares about being polite and respectful. He gets into some debates, and he's actually one of the people who maintains his composure and doesn't crash out. And so he's got a lot going for him as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I'm sub to this guy.
Nice.
That sounds like something I can get behind. So that's this Saturday, Kentucky Atheist, 7 Eastern.
Yeah. Yep. 7 Eastern.
Perfect. I'll be there.
We'll be sure to share a reminder in the async Discord.
That'd be so tight. I appreciate that so much. And I'll put out something on my community tab, and anybody else who wants to add this link to their community tabs just to kind of get the word out. I really appreciate it.
How is he raising money? Or how are they raising money? Is this through like GoFundMe or?
He's
Looks
got
like PayPal.
So he's actually, Joe is running the whole
I see it.
event. I'm just there to just throw some cash at it and to help promote it, which I'm happy to do. I normally don't get involved in politics, and I normally save my donations for the Children's Hospital, and I donate my time to like Big Brother, Big Sister programs and stuff. And I stay out of politics generally, but I do believe that this is kind of in line with my own personal ethics of, because I do believe this is about the children, even though they don't promote it like that. They don't say it's for kids. If you really look at what they're doing, it is literally just geared towards attracting children,
Yeah, they made it a theme park style.
Yeah, exactly. Very theme parkish. It's like a little like a Disneyland or something like that. It's not to say adults can't go there and have a good time, but it's really geared for the kids.
Yeah, it's
which makes it problematic in a number of ways.
Exactly.
Should we play this trailer?
Yeah, if you want to. I don't even know. I haven't even seen it. The background, the lightning picture, I guess that's a picture Joe actually took himself, which is kind of cool.
That's nice.
Let's check it out real quick. Oh, and before we jump in, I just want to give a shout out. Thanks for joining us, Nobody, on the panel, and shout out Chrissy and Remembrant in chat. Do we have any other friends join in?
NOF, what up, my boy?
We already said what's up to Resist. Yeah, I think we're caught up. Okay, here's the trailer. All right.
Cool.
So this event going on this Saturday is kind of a pre-event to whatever is going on in July. Is that what's
exactly?
going
The
on?
actual protest is happening in Kentucky at the actual Ark encounter.
Okay.
And so this is basically to raise funds. They're down to their last $1,000, so it pays for like lodging for some of the guest speakers, travel for some of the guest speakers, food and water for people at the protest, to buy some shade, like some canopies or tent type things. You know what I mean? Because last summer it was like 120 degrees or something like that in Kentucky with all the humidity. It was insane. If anybody saw the videos from
That's
last
a
year.
wet bulb.
Yeah. So it's pretty brutal out there, and it says a lot about the people who are willing to do that. You know what I mean? Because that's hot and uncomfortable and sticky. And they build a stage, and they give, every they have all these guest speakers that make speeches or whatever, make presentations. So last year, Kent Hovind said that he was going to go to the protest and debate people, and ended up not showing up and chickening out and making a bunch of excuses. And so he just provided a bunch of material for the atheist community to troll him with, basically like a year's worth of material, because he made such a big deal about, I'm going to go debate these evolutionists. Dogs only make dogs.
That's crazy. Can't even go. They all talk.
Yeah, there's exactly. I mean, it's a pretty impressive lineup, that I don't necessarily know any of those people personally. I certainly don't, other than Joe. But I know Godless Granny gets around, Godless Engineer gets around, Seth Andrews gets around. So there's some pretty big names. I think Seth Andrews has even been on what's that guy? Piers Morgan.
Oh yeah, yep. He was brought on to talk about the rag of Turin one time.
Oh God.
Oh, the rag of Turin. I was like, what do you? Oh
Yeah.
yeah. The rag of the rag of Turin. Jesus bloody rag. Ooh, that can
Yep.
get nasty.
Crashing. I'll be right back.
Cool.
Hi, by the way, everyone.
Hey,
Yo.
good to see you, nobody.
I know if my boy.
What up, dude?
Same old same. Just getting high in the motherfucking brain.
You running Resident Evil 2 or 3 right now?
Shoot, right now, man, I don't know which one I'm gonna play. You know, I gotta jump on one, man. I gotta get on it. I probably played 3. I play 2 too much. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, me too.
I play 2 back to back every time I play it. I can't play one and not the other. To me, one sit down means both scenarios. You know?
Yeah, I play all 4 right in a row every time.
I love that game so much. It's insane. The self-destruct sequence has been activated. Repeat, the self-destruct sequence has been activated. This sequence may not be aborted. All employees proceed to the emergency car at the bottom platform. You could play it back. That's word for word.
Yeah, I know.
That's
What
a
game is
fact.
that?
Resident Evil 2.
Oh, the Resident Evil. Yes.
The original in 98.
Yeah,
The jump scares in that game were absolutely insane. The first couple go-throughs. Oh man, the dogs coming out of the dark. God, I hate that game.
Yeah. The one that always gets me, it probably doesn't help that I smoke weed, but the one that always gets me is J Money will know, it's in the lab. There's that liquor that jumps through the ceiling grate.
Yeah.
Every time he scares the shit out of me.
At the end, yeah. When you about to put
Reminds
the
me
ammo
of the first Silent Hill. The first time I ever played the first Silent Hill.
Yeah.
It scared the shit out of me.
Harry Mason.
Good one.
That was my joint. I loved it.
When the cat, when you walk by that locker and the cat jumps out.
Oh yeah.
You know, I was playing Silent Hill F the other day because I'm still trying to finish it. I never finished it, but I think I had an epiphany that all the Silent Hill writers are portraying some type of idealism in those games where like your consciousness is what makes things real or something like that.
Definitely.
And it kind of made me look at the whole franchise a little bit differently. Like they're coming from this like weird metaphysical outlook that like didn't make sense to me until recently.
Like your fears are manifesting the environment.
Yeah, it's your subconscious. Yeah. It's your subconscious. You are literally sometimes the thing that you fight. Like it's a manifestation of your ugly side, and you have to like look closely to realize, oh, that's him. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'd never played anything like that when the first Silent Hill came out, and I remember when the ground started turning from like a regular regular streets into the grates and like
yeah
there's one thing I love about Silent Hill. Well, I guess it's just old Silent Hill now, but I mean like the remake. But one thing I love is that in every game it's like everything's rusty and all the doors are locked. Like those are the two common themes between all Silent Hills, is that everything's rusty and all the doors are fucking locked.
That and like it'll be like a box and be like, oh, it's blocked off, you can't go this way, but it's like a couple of boxes that like anybody can just move.
Like 2 cardboard boxes.
Yeah, you know, it's a real game though. I like games that challenge the mind. You know what I'm saying? Any game that does that, I'm open to it. Doesn't even have to be hard. But like they had a game called Control, where you play as a girl who would have these powers and do stuff with time, and it was just good. Like I don't know, I like games that just go out there with it. Zombies, monsters, creatures.
Yeah, I have the,
I like
the
zombies,
deluxe.
and I really don't like zombie movies a whole lot. Zombie games aren't so bad for me, but I just think that zombies in general is just an excuse for people to kill human-like things. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like,
I
true.
get that.
That's true. I mean, I see that, but as like a fictional thing, because I
yeah.
grew up on a lot of like George Romero, Lucio Fulci. I used to watch that when I was like 6, 7 years old. 6, 7.
I was
So,
just gonna say it.
but I used to watch Lucio Fulci back then, like The Gates of
Mhm,
Hell, The Beyond. You know what I'm saying? Like
mhm.
just taking that in. Like so, I grew up off of the horror. Like to me, it was normal like to watch The Exorcist and stuff like that.
I
You
used to
know?
watch like Tales from the Crypt.
Oh yeah, that was a
Oh
good
my
one.
god, that was awesome. That was
Love
one of
that
my
show.
favorites.
Yeah,
Love
that's
the
good shit.
movie, all of that. I used to watch all of that. Everything that was horror, I would watch. Like Night of the Demons with Angela. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Pumpkinhead,
Goose,
Wishmaster.
Goosebumps, dude.
Hell yeah, I used to love Goosebumps. All the books. I used to watch the
Too.
show. All of that. I used to read all those books. Those are the only books that I used to consistently read as a kid. You know what I'm saying? Because it was I could, that got me into reading. Then I left it alone. You know what I'm saying? I still, here
True.
and there.
That's a
I used
good
to have
point.
a
Goose
bunch of
got me into reading too. That was like a good way to get kids into reading.
Yeah.
Very eye catching. I like the choose your own ending Goosebumps book.
Yeah, they have mad different ones. Like I used to literally read them. I used to sit there for hours and get as many different ones as I could. And then like it became more visuals and my attention span became more for that. Like I used to like all the Nickelodeon shows. Like I'm in tune with all the media. I know about shows that you'll probably be like, yo, I never heard of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like there was a show called Tattoo Teenage Alien Fighters from Beverly Hills. Nobody
Holy shit.
That sounds like a
I've-
salvia trip.
Yeah, facts. It was called Tattoo Teenage Alien Fighters from Beverly Hills. And it was a knockoff of Power Rangers and VR Troopers and all that. And it was just a cool show.
Bro, VR
Nobody
Troopers.
knows.
Now that's like a obscure pull.
Yeah, facts. It's
Like
VR Troopers.
I only got to
Never-
play
I've
with
never
like
heard of it.
discount toys, and like
Yep.
I played with VR Troopers because they were like $1 in like the discount bin at the toy store.
Facts.
No way. I never heard of it.
Nah,
Yeah, they're similar to Power Rangers, Beetleborgs, like that kind of like
Boys, yeah.
campy,
Big bad
like
people.
almost martial arts but for kids and like superheroes kind of shit,
Facts.
where they
I
fight
used to love
kaijus.
WMAC Masters. Remember the live action Mortal Kombat?
Mm-hmm.
The
Used to have
first
that.
the first series of books I ever finished was it was called Young Merlin. It was by
Oh.
I heard of that.
some guy named Baron, but it was about Merlin like while he was a kid.
Mm. That's cool, man.
I,
They
I
did
must
have
have
a
been
movie.
I must have been in like 6th grade or some shit.
I could have sworn that was a movie too, right?
I don't know. I don't know.
I think the earliest series I did was like the Magic Tree House.
Oh, I finished whatever Paul something, the guy who wrote Hatchet. I read all his books.
Oh yeah. Like didn't Hatchet like finish in the first book, but then he wrote like, well, this is another story if he didn't get out of the woods.
I think so. And then he had like he probably has more books than this, but like the third one that I was aware of was this really weird plot where like a guy thinks that he transports to like another planet, and then it turns out that he transported into the future, and so like it becomes this like post-apocalypse thing about Earth. I'm not going to remember the name of that book. Holy shit. Let me find it.
Yeah, I found the alternate Hatchet timeline. It was called Brian's Winter. I think
I just
he
looked.
like had to like make a tree house like out of like an actual tree. He like hollows out like a rotten tree and lives in it. It's been so long since I
Oh
read that.
wait, that sounds super familiar.
Hey Jason, good to see you in chat.
Jay, I just looked up that show that you were talking about, Tattooed Teenage Alien Fighters. That shit is out of this fucking world, dude. It's cracking me. It's cracking me up. Just the image alone is like, oh my god.
It's lovely, man. I used to watch every episode of that show. Like I was hooked. Like the theme song was cool. Like it was just different. Like I don't know. Like I can't explain it. Like I'm into all of that stuff, man. I used to watch stuff like Samurai Pizza Cats. You know what I'm saying? Ronin Warriors.
Yeah, I remember
You know?
that. Yeah.
I used to watch like
Ronin Warriors, dude.
Yeah, that's a fact. Ronin Warriors was legit. Like they you know, it was like samurais, but it was like these young kids who got these powers, and you know, they fight this dude named Topa. It's like some samurai from back in the day trying to like, you know.
All right, dude, you remember way more than me, dude. Like that's
it was lit, bro. Freaking pirates,
I just-
dark water.
I just remember I remember Darkwater. I just remember in Ronin there was the green one. His name was Sage. That's literally the only fact I remember.
Yeah, Kanto, Sage, Topa was the boss, Ryo, who was the other one? I forget them. It's not gonna come to me. But it was a bunch of them. It was a good show, man. Then they had the Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 0. Like they had the one that came here to America, but then they had because to this day I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Like if y'all play Yu-Gi-Oh! We could get on the Master Duel. I play Yu-Gi-Oh! So, but like I play since back in the days when it first came to the US, and I remember when it was Season 0 because they rewrote Yu-Gi-Oh! Right, the one we know here is a whole redrawn thing. The one from back then, Season 0, he used to actually kill the duelists. Like Yu-Gi-Oh! Would kill them. It wasn't a card game. The card game was like a byproduct of the real show.
Yeah, the manga like had almost very little to do with the card game. It was more about like the artifacts and shit.
Exactly. Locking away a person's soul in the shadow realm. They'll play shadow games like that, but it's not with the cards. It's like you step here, and if you whatever you're gonna fall, and you'll be in like an endless pit, and you never come back. Like, but like akin to killing him, but like they don't show it like that. Like, and they even do show some killings. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they had to take all of that out and redraw the whole show to bring it to the US. So that's why it's called Season 0.
Yeah, I had a whole like lawn mowing hustle that I'd do over the summer just so I could pay for like a year of Shonen Jump.
Ha, that's what's up. Then you got all the cards. If you did that, then you got all them rare cards.
Yeah, but they were like marked as promo, and so like the promo cards weren't eligible for like tournament use. And like my middle school like followed tourney rules. So I couldn't like use my Egyptian God cards. I couldn't use the Shonen Jump promos.
You can use them now, though. I tell you that they legal now. Shoot, you can play all of them. But they're not that great.
So RP,
Yeah.
I saw that you got to meet Wildheart. Was that the first time you've met that dude?
When did I talk to Wildheart?
He flipped on me after that.
He's like the British guy that's drunk all the time.
Oh yeah, yep.
With the glasses. He flipped on me yesterday or the day before.
I watched that guy burn a Bible one time. Some Christian sent him a Bible in the mail. He's like, yeah, I'll take your Bible. Like, I'll give it a chance. And then the Bible showed up and he lit it on fire on panel.
Isn't he like a Christian?
No, he's an atheist.
I don't know.
Or at least he was an atheist in our panel the other day.
He is.
Oh, that's weird. J Money, don't you remember him acting like he was a theist of some kind?
I remember that, and that's what that stood out as strange. But you know, these things become a blur. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't even bother to ask. I just, I took him at what he was saying.
Oh, I wouldn't bother asking either. I'm just saying, like, you remember, right? I'm
I
not
remember,
crazy,
yes,
right?
I remember. Like that's what I'm saying. I remember him being on tacos and like, saying that, like, maybe
Hey,
I could,
Robin.
but I don't think I'm wrong now because you confirming it. You get what I'm saying? Like it was a thought
Maybe
in my
he's
head.
just, yeah, maybe he's just trolling either way. Who knows?
True. It's probably like when, remember that time, I don't know if it was you or Howdy, one of y'all, like y'all acted like the Theist and y'all was going at somebody.
Oh, you're talking about, yeah, I know what you're talking about. When that dude came up, he had a hat on, he was like drinking IPAs, he was like lit as shit. Yeah.
Yeah. That was hilarious.
Yeah, I'm not good at pretending to be a theist. I really suck at it.
You gotta like not hope,
Just do
like,
precept.
laughter.
Oh, I know plenty about precept. Yeah.
And how do you ground logic?
Oh,
there has to be a necessary being.
Yeah, that's where I go.
I feel like, I've actually been thinking about this a lot lately, and I kind of want to like join like either Ian or Monkey Boy and be like, yo, am I crazy for this? But like when I hear the ultimate like grounding concept like fleshed out, what it winds up being to me, or what it winds up sounding like, is like some type of like teleological argument, or like a design argument, because they say stuff like, well, okay, like you need this mind to ground this like logical structure or whatever, but then eventually they wind up saying like, I mean, if you're Darth Dawkins, you're saying like what ultimately grounds what could be and could never be. And then like people like Eli will wind up saying like, well, you're just assuming the uniformity of nature in order to like infer, or that's probably not the right word because that's logic, but in order to extrapolate logical systems from the behavior of reality, it requires someone who had decided it's the case that the uniformity of nature holds, right? And so to me, tag bottoms out as like a design argument. It's just like they just have this like weird bastardized way of getting there. And then once it's reduced to thing be thing, A equals A, when it bottoms out to that, and they say like, well, even if you're sourcing logic from the behavior of reality, it sounds to me that their ultimate end that they get backed into is that, well, God designed it to be that way. And so it becomes a design argument, or like a teleological, or like, you know what I mean? Like whatever that is.
Well, then couldn't you come in and say like, how was God designed to be his way?
Well, right. Like, why does he have the dispositional nature to decide that this is the proper world to construct or whatever? Like, yeah, you can stalking horse all of it, but it's, I just find it interesting that like, I mean, I've been thinking about tag for months, like maybe a year now. And then just in the last like few weeks, I've come to this realization that like, well, they're kind of like making a design argument once it bottoms out with you saying, well, we can just look at nature and say like, this is how nature behaves. It's classically well behaved, like logic wise. But then once they say like, well, the uniformity of nature is due to God, well, then now this is a design argument as far as I can tell.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I sound crazy or confused, but I feel like it has to bottom out at a design argument, because if the atheist is allowed to look at the world and say, this is how things behave, so we define that as our logical structure, and then they say, well, you wouldn't have that without God, well, then now it's a design argument.
Yeah, I can see that. But I like personally, I would argue like for the uniformity from like a Bayesian like inference, because like we don't have any like data to update our idea of uniformity. Like every single bit of data we've collected has confirmed that like no matter where we are in space-time, it behaves the same.
Right. I was going to say something and I lost it. like in response to you though. It wasn't, you didn't push me off track. It's just all my fault. Well, what I take it to be actual is that like you have a determinate and distinguishable identity. Otherwise you wouldn't be actual. Like maybe there could be concepts that slide in and out of having an identity or being identifiable. But when something is actualized in reality, like to me, that means that it has an identity. That means that it can't contradict itself by existing or not existing. And then you have the identity, law of non-contradiction, and an excluded middle, all right there in that one actualized thing. And so then that's why, like, once we're at that root of things, like just how a particle is or isn't, then, like I said, like it's just going to be like, well, God made it that way. Otherwise, there'd be just a mess of identity and non-identity or something, you know, like some weird, like they want to pull the rug somewhere. So they're gonna pick some rug somewhere to pull out from under your feet.
But that's still just begging the question, presupposing God.
Right, of course, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, that philosophy stuff gets me, man. All these definitions and how they mean different things, and you know, if it's a epistemic thing, or like, what's the other one? Like this
Ontology.
Yeah,
like
epistemology is just like study of knowledge. Ontology is like study of being. Teleology is like the study of like ends or like purpose, I believe.
What was that third one?
You know?
Teleology.
Oh yeah, like a design or a purpose to like.
Yeah, purpose.
It becomes like and it's a good tool, but still a tool nonetheless. And that's why I like. There's some arguments that people I don't know, they present them and they don't make sense to me. Like the whole modality thing, like all those arguments, like I don't think none of them prove or disprove God. You know what I'm saying? Or like, you know, and actuality. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of these arguments are just, they're not based on real data, in my opinion. I don't know if you get what I mean by that.
Oh,
like,
they very much are.
What you mean, like
well,
possible worlds is real data?
They map onto reality.
Well, modality is just like what domain are we functioning in? So like modal arguments for the existence of something, I think is what you're talking about, Jay. A modality, like you could have a practical modality, you could have like a duty related modality that would be like D or deontology. You could have like a logical modality, and that'd be like linguistic with like we have to avoid contradictions. Well, and like a contradiction could be derived in other modalities though, but when I bring up logical modality, it literally just has to do with like how we use language and what the meaning is behind one word and another word. And if we make a statement that includes both words and the and sign, and those things are contradictory, then we would say that's logically impossible. And then if something's physically impossible, it would be like pigs flying. If it's metaphysically impossible, then no one knows what you're talking about. If it's what were the other ones I listed? Like deontic. Like you have a contradiction in like the actions you're performing or something.
Well, I guess I could see how we could use it on the practical scale, you know, on things that we could measure and see here like that, like what you were saying. But like when we start talking about concepts like God, is there a God or not? Is there an afterlife? Is there more to what we see? A lot of what we got is sense data. It's data that's limited to our senses and our best tools that could only get us but so far. Like,
but that's why we use philosophy, because it doesn't need to rely on sense data.
Well, we
That's why
It
it's so
kinda
important
does.
when you're having discussions or debates about gods to get the person who the believer to define specifically what they mean by God. You can't even just say the Christian God or the Muslim God, because every person has their own definition
Exactly.
of what that means at the end of the day. So you have to figure out what you're working with, because we have two ways of knowing something, right? Like I think it was Kant who said this. We've got empirical knowledge, and that's what we use the scientific method for. And
Yeah.
we can't make any judgments about God regarding, about supernatural things, I should say, using the empirical method, right? So that doesn't do us any good. But we can use philosophy at that point to then say, okay, can we expose any contradictions, right? Do it follow the laws of logic, formal and informal logic? That's how you can determine if something is true or false. If you can't come up with either evidence with an observable, repeatable test, or you can't come up with a valid argument that leads to a sound conclusion, the best thing to do is keep it to yourself, frankly.
No, I hear that. What I'm trying to tell you is that we still stuck with the anomaly of emergent consciousness and processes that emerge and happen. We don't know why they happen. We just know how they work. We don't know why.
I've got a syllogism that I came up with the other day that I think actually refutes fundamental consciousness. I was working on something different. Go ahead.
Also, you just granted that consciousness emerges, J Money.
No, emerges from something else happening. Like I feel like consciousness is all right. What I mean by that, right? You got the brain. This process happens. Obviously people get together. They have sex. They impregnate. Egg goes into the womb. Whatever.
Yeah.
Saying,
people are born. I get it. Yeah.
What I'm saying is there's a point in time when the baby is formed in the womb where in my opinion, what I see, plausible that basically from the first heartbeat, from the first breath, from the first whatever, and that happens in the womb, like the heartbeat and all that. That happens, you can feel that. You could feel it moving, you know what I'm saying? The baby, the child, even in the womb. So I say even then, there's a form of consciousness, but the person hasn't emerged yet. And I'm saying that spark of life, that interaction, like that spark of life, that thing that's kicking off the carbon and allowing the process to go and keep going. I'm thinking that's like a transmission, like a bridge of sorts of something that's not of this physical plane, something we can't tangibly get to through this physical plane, which explains to me the difference between a person and their composition. Like it lends credence to me that seeing this analogy more like we are not our bodies makes sense to me, that some people could be born in bodies that they don't feel like that's who they are.
Can I run this argument by you, Jay, and tell me if you think it's valid or not? And you guys also too, critically, like you guys, like Nobody on Fire. You guys are really good in logic.
Really quick. I'll let you run that here in a sec, but I just want to welcome to the stage Eric. Eric, can you tell us how old you are and what your religion is? Hey, Gretchen. Hey, Eric, if you're trying to talk, we can't hear you.
Yeah, maybe check your audio input. Hit that little arrow next to the audio.
Yeah, there's a little up arrow, tiny little arrow next to your mic button. Make sure your inputs and outputs. There you go. Now,
okay. Well, I switched to a worse microphone, but yeah, I just came up to say hi. I thought the conversation sounded pretty interesting. I am 41. Used to be an evangelical Christian, and now I am an atheist as of like a year ago.
Oh, well.
Congratulations.
Well, welcome to the club.
Thank you.
Beast.
What was the argument that kind of like kicked off your deconstruction?
Oh, kicking off, I guess. I think it was probably just learning about evolution, having not actually learned it, even all the way through college.
Okay, great. Well, have you ever heard of Guts at Gibbon?
Yeah, I've been watching her series
with Will Duffy.
Will Duffy, yeah.
Great, because I was going to suggest that exact series to you, because it is like the best crash course in evolution that is currently on YouTube.
Yeah, I've recommended it to several people.
Awesome.
Hell yeah.
I never saw it. I'll probably take a look. But
That's
I don't
great.
think evolution disproves the notion of a God. I think, it gets deep.
No.
Oh, of course not. Of course not.
The issue is if the reason you believe in God is you think somebody needs to create us or all the animals that we see, then that's the right thing to look into.
Well, I think it's more practical than that. I think the way we create operating systems and stuff for our entertainment. Look, imagine the world right now without Windows. Like, where would
We
we
are
be?
not computers, J Money.
Yeah,
We're not
we're not going to
computers.
rehash this.
We're not doing this again. We are not computers.
We're not gonna do that. Goodness gracious, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
Shake all the
Imagine
silicon out
world.
of your fucking brain.
I
We're
didn't
not
say
computers.
we was. Goodness gracious, like goodness.
You did the
gracious.
other night.
Yeah, that's the other night. I'm in a whole new conversation now, right? Aren't we? Well, I'm trying to tell you that I just imagined the world without Windows. That's all I said. Like you just assumed I was going there.
Jay, you were
Literally
saying
what
that
I said, right?
consciousness. You were saying that consciousness. We experience consciousness like in the womb, and this syllogism that I put together to refute. I have a buddy of mine who's a non-dualist, and I think this actually refutes fundamental consciousness. And you can tell me if there's any holes in the argument, if you don't mind if I throw it at you, respectfully, of course.
No. Let's share the screen too.
Lovely.
It's on my phone. I'm just going to read it.
Okay.
I'm with that.
I can share my screen if you send it.
I can throw up a notepad.
Okay. Yeah. That'd be the best thing, probably, RB, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I think consciousness being fundamental is batshit insane.
I don't think
It
it's
is.
consciousness being fundamental. I don't think consciousness is what's fundamental, right? Like I think.
Right. But even in this syllogism,
consciousness.
Even this syllogism addresses consciousness in the womb. The claim that consciousness in the womb. So premise number 1. Are you ready, RP?
Just getting the.
I saw the white screen pop up there.
Cool. Let's go.
Okay, premise number 1: awareness requires existence. And you guys can stop me at any premise that you disagree with. Okay.
Requires what?
Existence. Premise number 2: experience requires awareness. Premise number 3: I cannot experience unconsciousness. Therefore, premise number 4 is consciousness is an experience.
Unconsciousness, RP.
Oh,
You should say
unconscious. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Good catch, Gretchen. That's a really important detail there. Yeah. So premise number 4 is consciousness is an experience.
Okay, wait a second. Not to throw a wrench in here or anything, but shouldn't there be like a line that like delineates unconsciousness from subconsciousness? Because, I mean, there are degrees here.
Not necessary for this argument because subconsciousness is not related to. I mean, you could include subconsciousness, but consciousness is all encompassing. It's because you're still. Subconsciousness is tied to the material part of the brain. We know that, right? So subconsciousness, I've never heard anybody say subconsciousness is fundamental. This is just to address the consciousness.
Oh, yeah, no, it's not.
Okay, so premise number 5, I can exist in an unconscious state. Six says, if I can exist in an unconscious state, then my consciousness is emergent.
Then my consciousness is emergent.
Emergent. Yep. My consciousness is emergent. And the final premise would be 7 is if my consciousness is emergent, then consciousness cannot be fundamental. And the conclusion that follows from all that is that consciousness is not fundamental.
Okay, so
I mean, I hate to be that kid, but fundamental is UNDA.
Hey, at least you're paying attention, Gretchen. You get a gold
Sorry,
star.
you know, I
UND fund mental. Thank you.
was the fourth, fifth, and
Yeah.
sixth grade spelling bee champion in my school, man. That was my jam.
Do we need the first four premises? Do they do anything?
Yeah, because it defines the experience. That because like what DJ was saying is that we experience consciousness in the womb, but we can't experience consciousness in the womb because experience requires awareness. And so we could possibly just get rid of premise number one, but we've got to get experience and awareness together. Because of like what J Money was saying is that, oh, well, we experience consciousness in the womb, but consciousness actually requires an experience, and an experience requires awareness.
What I'm saying is, okay, there's a connection that occurs at that point. Consciousness, like Nobody on Fire just said that I just granted consciousness emerges, right? What I'm saying is that the connection that's formed upon like the baby forming, like, right, there's the physical structure, right? The physical structure has to successfully manifest and develop a certain way before there could be a consciousness, before there could be an emergent consciousness and the person that comes out of this, that a person that starts perceiving the sense data unpacking. It's kind of like waking up, you understand, and like getting into something, like you in your new thing. So now your consciousness begins. Now you're conscious. Now you're able to see things. Now you know your name. Now you walking around. Now you developing character. You understand what I'm saying? Now your physical composition is developing, is growing, right? Separate from your consciousness, because your consciousness is not you, right? You are not your body. You are not the molecules and the carbon structure that makes you. You are the person that you become. Everything about your personality that emerges, quote unquote, is something that's not physically tangible. It's something
That's not true. It emerges from your physically tangible self.
But I can't put Gretchen in a bottle. I can't. I could put the carbon.
Bitch, no one can put Gretchen in a bottle.
No, listen. What I'm saying is I can't put Gretchen in a bottle outside of carbon. Whatever makes you, I can't remove that from your body and put that in a bottle. But guess what? I could remove everything that makes you from your body by just altering your brain state. Your brain state is what allows for this. There's clearly something more happening there, and I'm just saying that, you know, I don't know, but to me it makes sense that that's the case. And like, let's say they theorize multiverse.
You don't even need to alter my brain state. You could rip my fucking heart out of my chest and I will cease to be fucking me. I mean, it's that simple. It's
no,
like,
it's not.
It has nothing to do with my brain state.
Fake heart. You can have a fake heart, like something that perform the functions of a heart. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, you can also go back to the time I was 9 and get my dad to not leave, and maybe that would change who I am fucking today too.
Gretchen, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about your physical composition, the material and how you develop, the way your brain developed for you to even be able to process life, or that you even have a father. You understand what I'm saying? There's people that just they don't know. The brain got to develop, so they got to develop a certain way. You get what I'm saying? Before you can even have that chance to have a dad or not. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, before you even get to that ability to perceive these things, there's people that don't get to do that because their brain didn't develop. You have to successfully undergo that. And then at that point, once that has successfully been done, prior to there ever have been a person or a personality or a consciousness or an awareness of responsivity and none of that. Like, prior to all of that, there was the task of a fully formed human being. So that it's like a process. First comes the physical, then comes the non-physical. You see what I'm saying? It's like two things. It's like working in unison. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking that there's just more to this. You understand? More to consciousness. I see how we work. We need rest. We use energy. You know what I'm saying? We are a process of the universe unfolding. And I'm just thinking that it's not completely far-fetched that something made it this way. Something created structures, formulas that made it to where we couldn't advance no other way. Even if it's Luca, right? Even if it's the Luca thing, or even if Luca happened and then whatever made us or was responsible for our Homo sapiens, you know what I'm saying, to come about.
I can exist in
That's
conscious
God.
state.
You understand what I'm saying?
So
Whatever.
evolution is God?
No. I'm saying like, all right.
Oh, I fucked up here. Exist is different from experience. I'm gonna have
I'm trying
to
to figure
do
out
that
what
again.
exactly you
I'm
are
saying,
saying.
ultimately, human
This is going
beings
to
are
be
born, right?
G.
The human being is born, but
G.
I think this goes, and I've said this many times. I do think this applies to anything that's a carbon
H.
creature with a brain,
H.
not just humans.
I. Okay.
So basically, this
ABC.
incorporates evolution. You understand what I'm saying? Because evolution tracks everything that has a brain, that's an organic being that could reproduce itself. You understand? Those are the type of life forms I'm talking about, from the smallest organism and tardigrades to
That's gonna be
humans.
C. Fuck.
What about the things that could reproduce themselves and didn't have brains?
C.
But that's what I'm saying. That there you go. That's another element of
Well,
physical composition.
where's
Like
the
it's still life.
consciousness come from then?
It's still
If they don't
life.
have a
But
brain.
no, but that's what I'm saying.
Gotta fucking
Consciousness
do
is
this
not.
over.
Again, consciousness is separate from the physical material. Some things might not develop consciousness. They might not do that, but they still have to go through that formation process to either develop it or not, right? Like human beings develop consciousness because we got brains. The brain is what allows us to do that. Certain animals have brains, so that allows it to do that. Everything, though, that is in existence has to go through that creation process. Not everything will develop consciousness. Everything has to go through a process in which it went from one thing to another, to another, to another. Every plant had to be a planted seed or something like that, or the result of a process where it resulted from. And then it goes from there. Whether it gets a brain or not, that's a whole nother thing, how it develops. It might not. Animals do. And I'm saying in anything that could show agency or like make choices like animals can, like, like, you know what I'm saying? Like people like even us, like we just, it's a hierarchy. It's a system. It's clearly a system. And I feel like this, like, I call it the OS because I don't got a better way to say it. But like, I would think that there's one for every type of life form, like one for bugs, one for fish, one for birds that is designed for them, like to see and interpret things the way they do. So when they emerge with a different, you know, it's a different twist to the same physical stuff that it all traces back to this Luca stuff. So it's like you make the Luca is the ability for the life to form. And then after that, you twist it up with the different conditions and the different abilities and the different adaptabilities. Like you could say that it was all evolving because of the conditions that they were in, but there were things that were in crazy conditions, like alligators. Alligators could use long legs. Like why didn't they never develop that? They didn't do that because they develop a certain way. You get what I'm saying?
I don't know, man.
Their genetics lead for a certain type of physical formation, and it's only thereafter the successful physical formation of such a thing that the consciousness can either kick off or it doesn't. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what
I'm going to call this your everlasting gobstopper of an argument, because that's really all I'm getting.
I hear you. I'm just saying, like, that's
because you want to leave room for your Willy Wonka up there at
I'm
the
not
top.
doing that. I see evidence for this to be the case based on things like the multiverse. It would make sense if we were like a code or something written that way, or we left like a digital imprint, some sort of imprint like that. It would make sense that a multiverse could exist, because then you could have millions, infinite copies. The universe is big enough to make infinite copies of all of us. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if there's
I don't understand what you're saying.
Nah, listen. Like,
I rarely do.
Could I ask you a question, J Money?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, what I tried to come up with this syllogistic argument, and I really appreciate that RP is going through to check its validity, because I actually used the circle diagrams because I don't know enough about the letter system. So I used the circle diagrams, which is really basic, and all the circles fit within each each preceding circle. So that led me to believe it's valid, but that may not be the best system. But if we can't experience unconsciousness, right? We know we experience consciousness, like you and I right now are experiencing our consciousness. But when a person is unconscious, if you've ever seen a street fight or a professional fight, we're talking MMA earlier, right? Somebody gets knocked the fuck out. They're not experiencing that anymore because they're not aware of it. And experience requires awareness fundamentally. So because of that, we can now link consciousness to awareness and experience because we cannot experience the opposite. So to say that consciousness is at this fundamental level, there can't, without an experience or awareness of it, there's nothing to validate that claim.
I think that as long as you have a functioning brain that we talking about, a fully functioning, not just a functioning brain, right? An alive brain, a person who's alive, then
Yeah,
that
but
will
even
always
people who are knocked
qualify
unconscious,
as enough.
even
What?
people who are knocked unconscious have a functioning brain,
That's
technically
what I'm
speaking.
saying. So that's what I'm
But they're
saying.
not aware of anything.
No,
So
that's what I'm saying.
they're
So
unconscious. We call them unconscious because they're
they're
not
in a
aware.
they're in a different state of consciousness. You understand what I'm saying?
How do
Unconsciousness,
viruses fit into your everlasting gobstopper, Jay?
and that's a great question, Gretchen. You know what I'm saying? Because I spoke about this the other day.
Cool. Maybe answer
Look,
it.
no, yeah, look, the OS, as I like to say, right, is basically, it leaves room for viruses, diseases, stuff like that. But written into the OS is ways to fix these viruses, diseases. We have the stuff we need to synthesize the medications we need. Our most horrible diseases, there's stuff we could use, the same stuff that we're in.
I don't mean the
to, like,
diseases that
fix
come
it.
from viruses. I mean actual viruses.
Viruses, yeah, viruses. You can fix the viruses. Like, people make viruses too. People also play. It's not a perfect system, right? You can't control people's choices. Like, people are born, right? You could do whatever you want to do right now if you technically wanted to, right? You could just go crazy if you wanted to, right?
I don't
But
think
you don't do
I
that
don't
to
think
do
you
it.
understand what I'm asking you.
I think I do. You're saying viruses. You're saying
Because you're
viruses.
talking about life forms with consciousness and brains. What about viruses? Are they dead? Are they alive or are they dead?
Yeah, no, listen.
They can reproduce.
If
They
it
can
has,
survive.
listen,
So
if it
are
has
they
a
living
brain,
or are they dead?
no, if it has a brain, if it has
They
a
don't have
brain,
brains.
if it has
Viruses do not have brains.
if it has emergent consciousness, right? Then it can. It could
Does
still have
it?
a physical.
Does
No,
the
listen.
virus have consciousness?
It could still have a physical form. It could still have stimuli like plants. Plants have certain things like that, and it still has this physical form. Remember, everything has to be physical. Every virus, even as small as it is, has to be physical. Even if it's a chemical, it will be physical. You understand what I'm saying? It's something that physically enters your body and spreads. You understand what I'm saying? So whether it's small or huge, it's still a physical thing that manifests in existence. And
That does not have a brain.
everything that does that has to go through the process of formation. And after doing so, it's either going to develop a brain or not. It's either going to be like a plant or like a human or a
Oh my
carbon
God.
creature.
1,
Right or wrong?
Viruses
It got to
don't
develop
develop
first,
brains.
right?
2, 3.
Doesn't a being got to develop first and then consciousness emerge afterwards? Isn't that the case? A being is developed, it grows for a while, and then consciousness emerges. It's not conscious in the womb.
So a virus is a being in your
But
world?
it's alive in the womb. It's physical. A virus is physical, Gretchen. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Being physical doesn't necessarily mean being conscious. Being alive doesn't necessarily mean being conscious. We have nerve impulses that happen even if we're conscious. You could tap my knee if I'm unconscious,
But that's
and
not what I
my
asked
leg
you.
would probably still jerk. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What
So,
happened?
what are the exclamation points, RP?
Yeah, where?
Those just mean not, right?
Is it not?
Which premise am I fucking up my notation?
No. What is the exclamation point?
Not.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, in premise 3 and 5, 6, and 7, those are all modal terms. So then I feel like now we have to have possibly and impossible or necessarily not.
Does 4 give you the necessary not?
So like the cannot in premise 3 is necessarily not.
I'm odd.
Right, right.
Yo, man, what up?
So I would have to say something like in premise 5, I can only exist. Or no, never mind.
No. Like all I'm saying is that when we use the words can and cannot, we're saying diamond or necessarily not.
So what would I use a negation symbol there?
So what I was, and I kind of stopped and I was like watching what you were doing because I like how you bracketed in parentheses shit. What I started with was if P then Q, if R then P, and then premise 3 was necessarily not S if R, or I'm sorry, necessarily not S if not R.
So you're combining the subject with the experience right there.
Well, so
I divide the I, and the predicate, the experience.
Oh, so you're saying, oh, I see. Like there exists an X such that, shit, I don't know. Maybe I'm not used to whatever notation you're using, but I'm starting to think about like predicate logic where you're like, so there exists an X such that X, and then I don't know how you even do that. Necessarily not experience and not E, I guess. There exists an X such that X is, oh god, I'm gonna have to type this out.
Yeah, you do your validation, and I'll just quickly finish out mine.
You could just say like I experience consciousness as a proposition, and then you can say not possibly I experience unconsciousness.
Yeah, I like that. So that'd be a P 3.1 to a 3.2 potentially.
I just think it's not really necessary. It's not really necessary for validity to go through all of those because premises 5 through 7 are of the form A, if A then B, and then P7 is if B then C, and then conclusion is just C. So just that part by itself is definitely valid without any modal anything.
So it would be more effective, you're saying, to use the first four or five premises as an explanatory power, but not as necessarily premises in and of themselves. I might be mucking up the argument that way.
I think they're explanation, but I don't think they're premises.
Okay.
Yeah. So are you looking for critiques?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I think the most important one is whether you're equivocating on what consciousness is.
That is, I was just looking at this and I was looking at some of the comments, and there's some I really appreciate the feedback in the chat as well. And I'm thinking that maybe I need to dedicate, instead of using those first 4 or 5 premises to do what I've done with them, instead use a premise to define consciousness in and of itself so that we know what we're talking about. Or do I have to just state outright, okay, consciousness as defined as such, and then here's the argument?
Right.
Okay. Because that does make a difference, because depending on how people define consciousness, and this is my problem with the people that make the argument for fundamental consciousness. I'm not saying Jay Money's doing this, but I specifically came up with this because I've got another guy who's a non-dualist who tries to throw his weight around and it just gets to be a little bit annoying because there's no evidence for fundamental consciousness as far as I'm concerned, and I haven't heard a good argument for it. It seems pretty obvious that we need brains to be conscious, but if we're going to reduce consciousness to simply reaction or responding to our environment as opposed to some type of awareness and actual experience, well, then you can literally say that plants are conscious at that point, right? Like atoms, like they run by the laws of physics, but you could any organic organism, any organic organism, you could say that responds to its environment, you could attribute that to consciousness at some point if you're going to define consciousness at such a rudimentary level. But I don't think most people are thinking of that as consciousness. We're thinking of that as basic biological processes that are ultimately guided by the laws of physics, right?
Yeah, I think that's too broad, right? Because everything responds to things, right?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. So I mean, I feel like consciousness doesn't exist in everything that's physical, and everything that's physical doesn't all work the same. There are physical things like rocks that don't move or do what plants do. So that's a different level of physical existence. Physical atoms and physical particles, they do what they do. Doesn't necessarily have to be consciousness associated with that, because we know that comes with the brain. All I'm saying is, I'm wondering if the brain is a mechanic or like a way for something else to emerge through us. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
would you say that a central nervous system is required to experience anything?
That's hard to prove.
I would say for consciousness, a successfully formed central nervous system must occur first. Consciousness won't emerge in one that wasn't developed right.
Because I'm thinking about, normally I would think of brain, but like, let's say I think, and I'm not really good at biology, so you guys correct me here, but jellyfish, for example, don't have brains, right? But they respond to their environment. They collect food, they find mates, they procreate somehow, without brains.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that might be a different, to me, I don't know how they do it. Like, they must have some sort of like stimuli, something they respond to naturally. It's probably not. It's known how they do it. Like, they do it without a brain. Like, my thing is, I'm questioning the brain, right? Like, because that's where the anomaly lies. Even in animals, like jellyfish don't have that. We know that they kind of work similar to plants, Venus flytraps, stuff like that.
Yeah, right. So would you
that's-
say then that the consciousness it definitely needs the brain mechanism?
Yes.
The interface at the very least.
That's why I say that's literally the bridge in how consciousness comes about. Like, consciousness is something that's emergent through the brain. It's an emergent property from the brain. So without that, like, it's literally the medium in which it can occur in physical reality. The question is, when activity stops in the brain, does consciousness cease to exist?
I think I might have found a break in validity.
Okay.
So A, therefore B, C, A, we derive E here, but then we are saying that B is not E and C should be B, so that we're saying that like B is both E and not E by this point.
The writing is so small on that screen. Let me bring this. I got 2 minutes of it. Oh, I see. Okay, so you're talking about P6?
P5, I think. Yeah.
P5, okay.
Like, I can just get rid of this subject signifier. It's just kind of muddying things up.
Maybe the arrow is okay. So awareness implies existence, right?
Right.
And then the problem is unawareness. I can. So if B implies not E, that would mean existence implies unconsciousness. That's not right.
Yeah, that's why I think there's a break in validity here. So like this might need tooling.
You can exist in an unconscious state.
You can't exist in an unconscious state?
No, you can.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So what's the problem with the equation? Like,
Well, because we're equating B and C, and because C is implied from E, that means like B must like also follow. But right here we're getting B, not E.
I would render P5 as possibly B and not E.
Okay.
And I don't think that's the same as B implies not E.
That might patch it up. I'm gonna have to stare at it a little longer.
Okay. Maybe I could. Sorry, go ahead.
This would have to be possibly also because if I can.
If I can, yeah. So maybe I could pitch a couple definitions of consciousness. So awareness makes me think of access consciousness. And access consciousness would be not just that you have, not that you just have a state that is implied by some stimulus, but that you know that you do. So it's like being aware of your own mental states is access consciousness.
Would you, by definition, and I don't know, by definition, is the dream state like a deep, because I know we have different levels of dream state. Like I can actually have some dreams where I know I'm dreaming, I know exactly what's happening, and I make a decision whether I want to continue down the route that I'm dreaming. But then I obviously, the significant majority of my dreams, I go to sleep and then I wake up the next morning kind of thing, right? Like I have no idea what happened. And so is because there's these different levels of dream states, is one considered to be like in a subconscious state? Or is it all of it going, once you're asleep, your brain is now considered at a subconscious state? How does that define? And then also, how does like being in a coma, right? Because isn't in a coma the same thing as being like knocked out in a fight or something? Like you are unconscious by definition, even though your brain is not shut off technically. You're not brain dead.
When you're asleep, you're in a lower state of arousal, but not completely unconscious.
Yeah, so unconscious could just mean asleep, but you don't necessarily lack access consciousness while sleeping. So, and you have an empirical problem potentially with premise 5, because you might not remember any experiences from when you were sleeping, but that doesn't mean you necessarily didn't have any.
Oh fuck, that's a good point too, because what it's just like what is it, Alzheimer's or whatever, where or dementia, right? Like you could function you're conscious, you're awake, but you don't remember things. You don't have access to memories. Isn't that dementia? I think that is.
Well, there's a lot of different conditions that can produce that. Could just be amnesia, could be anything.
Amnesia is another good example. Yeah, you're right. So access to those memories doesn't necessarily require consciousness. But how does that affect awareness? Because you're still aware, you're still in a state of awareness, you're still having an experience.
Well, I have another example. What about when you're blackout drunk? Like, aren't you technically conscious, but like you're not recording the memories anymore? So like,
Right.
you're not going to have the continuation of the psychological experience.
Yeah, I think most people think that people in those states have awareness, they have consciousness, and then they just forget about it.
Yeah, so you're still, I mean, in all these situations though, isn't it fair to say that you're still having an experience?
I think most people would buy that.
And I would just have to maybe get rid of the awareness part, because awareness may not necessarily be necessary. It's the experience is what's necessary.
Yeah, so the another definition of consciousness would just be that you are having experiences, and it is your first person experience of reality or whatever you're. So it could be a dream, could be anything, but you're experiencing it.
You know what? Actually, that's interesting how that would be approached, because I think by definition, an experience fundamentally requires awareness.
Well, I mean, you could imagine you are you're like having feverish thoughts or something. You're having a fever dream, or you're half awake, or you're seeing just colors, you're hearing sounds, but you're not actually thinking about anything. Is that possible?
I would think so.
So it seems like you're having experiences that you aren't aware of.
I wonder how much actually this touches into what Gretchen was saying at the very beginning of all this, is how does subconscious actually play into the conscious art, the conversation about fundamental consciousness? Because I'm a soft determinist, a bit of compatibilist, I guess you could say, but I tend to think of kind of a balance between what people think of as free will and hard determinism. I don't think there is such a thing as libertarian free will.
But can you have subconsciousness without consciousness? I kind of feel like consciousness is like a prerequisite for subconsciousness.
Yeah, I agree. So it comes more down again to that awareness. What is actually, how does awareness factor in? Because you're not aware of anything when you're unconscious, but you can. Yeah, well, exactly. So consciousness would still be an emergent property of the brain either way, however you dice that up. Because you can exist in the unconscious state. You just don't have to be aware of it.
Yeah, you're definitely not aware of things that are subconscious, right?
Right.
I think that's by definition, you're unaware of them. But I'm not sure if that means that they're not experiences, but you could say like, oh, you could account for them as, as brain processes that are not part of your consciousness if you wanted to. I don't know how you would refute that. Right, because physical changes could happen in your brain and you could become aware of them later.
Mm-hmm.
And you could call those things subconscious if you wanted to, and you couldn't. I'm not sure if you're making any falsifiable claims if you say that.
No, I think that matches up with neuroscience.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the ways that we know that there's a certain level of determinism in even what we think of as being choices.
Sure. Right, because things, stimuli affect us even when we're not aware of it. And then those are, those precondition any choices that we could conceivably make.
Exactly. And we rarely, I shouldn't say rarely because it's going to be different for each person, but I don't think that anybody always consistently is able to stop themselves from the decision or the action and process everything in the frontal cortex and say, is this what I really want to do? Right? We all lose our control at some point. We're a slave to our emotions, and our body is a slave to many biological processes like hunger and sleep, for example. Digestion is an automated, there's so many things happening in our body we simply are not actively choosing to do. It just happens.
Yeah, I think I could mount some kind of counter argument to that, and to be like, well, if you really wanted to, you could train yourself, right? You have some kind of brain plasticity, right? So you could just put yourself in some kind of environment. You could put yourself into some kind of training regimen to change your own brain chemistry.
And I actually agree with that. And I think that that's why, even with hard determinism, we still have responsibility for our actions. Because ultimately we do, how much information are we willing to accept? Because I think all of us on this panel, most of us anyway, would agree that we don't choose what we believe. We're either convinced by something or not. But we often actively choose to avoid certain sources because we don't deem them as being healthy or valid or whatever it might be. And when we reduce the information that we receive, we reduce the amount of information that can influence our decisions, for good or for bad.
Right, but then can I decide to do that?
Yeah, that's. I think we can. It's a matter of what causes us to actively use reasoning as opposed to just being a slave to our emotions. Because I believe that all actions are motivated, and I believe that we're motivated either by emotions or reason. But I do think that reason can cause us a motivation for an action. As much as we all know, emotion can certainly motivate an action, right?
Well, and ultimately our dispositions can be influenced and redirected with enough influence. So I see that as enough to hold us accountable for our actions.
I think the mere fact that we set goals and take actions is enough to ascribe agency to ourselves and consider ourselves to be moral agents.
Yeah.
I mean, if it wasn't for the goal setting process, it would be a whole different ballgame. But because we do set goals and we have this abstract function of the brain, and then we motivate, our actions are motivated towards our goals, it gives us moral agency. Even though it's undeniable, in my opinion, that our environment, such as our upbringing, what's happening around us, so on and so forth, our bodily functions and needs are going to all have influences. Any coercion, right, employed against us, this is all going to have influences on these things.
Yeah. So I think getting back to the argument, I think what people normally want out of an argument about whether consciousness is fundamental is something about phenomenological consciousness. Because that's the one that people are most tempted to say is fundamental. And that is neither access consciousness nor sleeping kind of consciousness.
If it's neither of those, then I'm sorry for my ignorance. It's maybe too late for me. My brain is shut down. But what does phenomenological at that point then entail?
So phenomenological, it just entails first-person experience. It's what it is to be like.
Like qualia?
Exactly.
Okay.
But your argument doesn't have to be about that. It's just what most people would say is the fundamental kind of consciousness that they can't explain physically. I personally don't believe it exists. But
I was going to say, how are we going to have phenomenological? How are we going to have the qualia of something if we're not aware of it? I don't even understand that. And again, that might be my own ignorance here.
Yeah, so the
Well,
argument would be something like you're aware of the quale like redness, but that is essentially a stimulus that is presented immediately to your experience, right? And you might have an awareness as to whether you're seeing red, and that would be access consciousness. But first, you have to actually experience something.
well, the most striking thing to me is that just because a consciousness could have emerged, I don't understand how that entails that there couldn't be some type of fundamental consciousness. So, like, because there exists like a consciousness that is emergent, I'm wondering why that entails that all consciousness is emergent.
The same way you could install a new OS and a new PC is the same way you could install this new instance of life and a new organic creature that came out the process.
I would just say
Anything
like
to do.
I would just say maybe it would be easier to argue that belief in non-emergent consciousness is unwarranted, something like that.
If all the evidence that we can access requires consciousness to be emergent from our own mind, and we can't get out of heart solipsism anyway, if somebody wants to run us to that.
Now, I could make an argument that only the emergent kind of consciousness can possibly produce evidence that it exists.
Bingo.
Well, when I look at premise one, I see for every X, there is like a requirement relation between X and E. And then premise two, for every Y, there is a requirement relation between Y and A. And then I don't remember P31 being there. I feel like, is it RP? Did you add that?
Yeah, I don't remember why we differentiated that. Going from C implies E, then necessarily not C implies not E. But I don't see what that does any further down now.
Yeah, I feel like they just you only need one of them. But so what I remember,
do we need like even 3 and 4 because they're kind of like doing the same work?
Well, what's interesting to me was that in P3, which I thought P32 was the original P3, it was there exists a Z such that it is necessary that Z is S. Wait, why do I have S? What was S? Is it the experience, right? No. Oh, I broke this when I was typing it out into predicate logic. Okay, hold on. I fucked it up. Ignore me for a while.
Oh, I know what happened. I was using the subject D probably in 3, and that's what differentiated it from 4. I was tying the subject to C.
It's funny how we all quiet. It's like we eating good food. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm trying to follow what
I'm not.
they're all doing here, because this is really technical and it's really valuable, and this is so out of my league. and I really need to acquire these skills. I really appreciate that you guys have broken it down on the screen like this, because I'm just sitting here just taking this all in. Like, wow, that's because, like I said, I did it with somebody showed me the circle diagrams as the simplest way to check validity.
Mhm.
And so I'm drawing the circles, starting with existence being the biggest circle, going down to awareness, then experience, and then down to each circle. And it seemed like all the circles fit within the circle behind it. And so nothing was outside that, any of the circles. And so they all fit within each other. But maybe I just did it wrong.
I'm not familiar with that.
It's a very basic way of trying to figure out validity.
When we invoke terms like can and cannot, we're making like possibility claims and like impossibility claims. And so it either necessitates like bringing those operators in, or the statement might be more complicated. So you might have to have an and operator in there. I feel like it could be formalized in something that doesn't use like for every and there exists like all those. We probably don't need those, but I just don't know how I would even formalize it right now, honestly. Because like P1 and P2 are saying that if there's awareness, it's in a requirement relationship with existence. P2, if there's experience, it's in a requirement relation with awareness. So those are saying for every X, such that X is an awareness, it requires existence. Same with P2. And then in P3, then we start saying there exists one experience, such that I experience consciousness through it or whatever. So we go from these strong, like, it quantifies over everything that is awareness and everything that is experience. And then in premise 3 and 3.2 and then 4 or whatever, let's just look at 3.1 and 3.2. They're saying that there just exists like one thing that might be a counterexample or an example for those. So we go from like quantifying over everything to that is such, to then P3.1 and 3.2, we're quantifying over just one of them. And then P4, I'm really only confused about because it sounds like you're saying consciousness is so consciousness is a type of experience. But if it's only like without consciousness is experience, instead it's consciousness is unexperience. That leads me to think that consciousness is just a type of experience. It's not identical with experience. And so like the validity, I'm not sure, but I feel like it'll break right there because if we can't guarantee that all consciousness is an experience, then I feel like it's broken right there. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, and I kind of felt like it broke between 4 and 5 too.
Yeah, like if at some point we stop talking about for every and we start talking about a single instance of, then I'm confused how the rest of the premises are going to follow, because we went from conclusions about every instance of certain things, and then we started talking about certain instances of whether it be those things or other things. There's some disconnect there because I worry that there are counterexamples that we would run into.
So if I started the whole thing at premise 5 and then changed the conclusion to my consciousness must be fundamental instead of consciousness must be fundamental. Is that more parsimonious and more valid?
That would be valid.
So you're saying you'd start at 5 and do what?
And then change the conclusion to my consciousness must be fundamental as opposed to just all consciousness must be fundamental.
Must be not fundamental.
Or must be not emergent. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. I'm sorry. God, I'm tired. Oh my God. What I can't. It's written right in front of my face, and I can't even fucking read it. Jesus, Daniel, go to bed.
That's right.
I can't believe I did that. Yes, thank you. You guys are keeping me on track here. Yeah. So if I started at 5 and then change my conclusion to my consciousness.
Hey, how's it going? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just didn't know if I was on stage or not.
Yo, G, what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going, Gemini?
You going to help us with our velocity issue?
Yeah.
Get us a little faster.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's leave the slow boys behind. Whose argument is this?
It's OE's.
I tried to come up with an argument for consciousness being emergent, and I think what we're settled on is just getting rid of 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, 2, and 4, and starting at 5, and then just changing the conclusion to my consciousness as opposed to all consciousness.
Okay.
Must be emergent.
I think you have some issues in terms of like determining meaning in what these things, these terms are. So P1's kind of pointless. Everything requires existence. P2, experience requires awareness. Experience is awareness. So that they're both the same thing. So you can just delete that one. I experience consciousness. That's probably where you first come into the most trouble here. The I here is awareness. Experience is what awareness does, and consciousness is also awareness. So you're basically saying awareness is aware of awareness.
Okay.
So P32, awareness can't experience non-awareness. Sure? So P4 would be awareness is an awareness. You can delete that. The I in P5, so awareness can exist in an unconscious state. I'd deny that. P5 is just absolutely wrong. It's saying that awareness can exist in a non-aware state. That's just doesn't make sense. So when you say, if I can exist in an unconscious state, then my consciousness is emergent. But I doesn't exist in an unconscious state. It's the lack of the I state, the awareness.
I is the identity, though, isn't it, as opposed to the state?
I is awareness. There's nothing other than that. I is just a personal identity you put onto awareness.
But identity is something that other people can point at outside of myself. So although it's still subjective to a certain degree.
Yeah, personally,
Right.
I would deny the persistent state of a self across time. So when you say I, that doesn't actually mean a lot of sense to me. So I would just say that's awareness. So at the base of what people call I is just this basic awareness of the subject-object relationship. So you would be the subject in that relationship, and the object is things that you are aware of. So if you're not aware of anything, the unconscious state, you're not really existent. But I agree with the conclusion of this, that consciousness is emergent from everything else. So not just the brain, but literally everything else requires to pertain in order for consciousness to pertain in any of us.
Facts. It's already out there somehow, some way, and it's needed in some way. It has to all come together for consciousness to emerge.
Yeah, I don't know. Like if you say I is awareness, I think it fights the argument a lot because the whole argument is that, well, you can be asleep or in some state where you're literally not experiencing or aware of anything. And people have the intuition that, yeah, okay, people go to sleep and we don't know that they're experiencing anything in some state.
Alive is not aware. You could be alive and not aware. A plant is alive and not aware, right? I mean,
Yeah, I feel like now it could be I'm really, for one thing, I'm not the smartest guy in the room, and the other thing is I'm really tired. But I feel like unless I missed something, did you say that basically I, awareness, and existence are all essentially saying the same thing?
No, I'm saying that well, existence is required for anything. So you could point to anything and say.
Oh, I'm sorry, brother. Like I said, I'm tired. I meant say experience, awareness, and I, not existence. Forgive me. Sorry.
Yeah, I, experience, and awareness are all the same thing in my view. Consciousness is kind of a little bit different because you could have sight consciousness or hearing consciousness, so you can pass out different types of experience through different types of consciousness.
it's literally the reason for the line "I am aware." Like literally, I am aware. You tell somebody I am aware, that's what you're saying. Like you literally tell.
That's different though. Like saying I am aware is saying that I am doing something. It's not saying who I am.
No. I is telling you that you are an I. There's an I there, right? I represents something. I doesn't necessarily have to tell the person who you're saying I to, your name, your faculties, and stuff like that. It doesn't have to do that. The term I alone encompasses everything you are in a single syllable. You know what I'm saying? So when you say I, are you talking about the totality of you and your character and who you are?
But I would say awareness is something that you do.
Yeah,
Well,
what is it that
I could say, well, what is it that's doing the awareness?
I.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I is awareness. Without
No,
awareness,
that's what I'm denying. That's what I'm denying. I'm saying I is doing the awareness.
Oh, okay. So what is it that's doing the awareness, and how
I am.
how would you pass out the difference between being aware of the awareness and awareness?
Well, awareness is thinking about something and also thinking about the fact that you're thinking about it.
Yeah, that's just aware of thought, which is thought consciousness or mind consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
You have to exist.
Yeah, you're basically saying I'm aware. You're presupposing this identity when you say I. You say I am doing such and such a thing.
You're just
but
positing
what is it that's doing it?
Something.
And what is it? What's happening when you say I am aware? All in my mind, all you're saying is there is awareness.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like the cogito. The problem with the cogito is where it says I think, therefore I am. What he should have said is there is thinking.
You have to just throw that out. And you have to say doubt exists, therefore something is.
Yeah.
Yes.
But people would generally accept that something is doing the thinking and it isn't the thought itself.
No, I mean, well, I'm a Buddhist, so I would deny, the permanence of a self. So I would just say that yes, all these things arise out of different conditions, so that they dependently arise on other things. So it's the same way as saying, consciousness is emergent from the brain.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't mean to be rude, but I actually have to work today, what is technically today. So I need to turn my computer off and just listen to you guys on my phone while I wind down here. And I wanted to say thank you for all the attention that you're giving this, because it's really helping me a lot. But I cannot stay up for another hour and sort all this out because I'm going to pay for it when I wake up. But
That's fair.
I didn't want to just run away in the middle of the conversation without saying
He's
goodbye.
running. He's
running.
running. He's
running.
W concession.
Checkmate, Buddhist.
Low tier slow boy. New low tier slow boy.
Exactly. Nobody on fire. We should name our teams the Slow Boys for that debate.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I like that.
All right, family. I'll catch you later. Thank you so much. I'm going to keep listening.
Yeah, thanks for jumping up.
No, I really appreciate you guys dedicating so much time to this, because it's been a learning experience, and I still am going to be listening to you guys. Okay.
That's awesome, OE. Take care, champ.
All right.
Later, OE.
What if I just ground the I in a physical object and just say, there's this physical object, and that's I.
Sure.
Sometimes it's conscious, sometimes it's sleeping.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at sort of Indian philosophy and the way that they've argued this thing, because they argue about consciousness, awareness, existence, idealism, all that stuff quite a lot. P6 is where Advaita Vedantins and Madhyamaka Buddhists would disagree. So Advaita Vedantins would say that I exists. Sorry, you are aware of your unconscious state. So say when wherever you've been knocked out or you've had some kind of tranquilizer or whatever, anesthetic, they would say that you are aware of the non-awareness. So there is something that persists in that state that is aware that nothing is happening. Whereas the Buddhists would say, no, that's a break in consciousness, a break in awareness. Doesn't persist through time. So that's where they differ. So they come to different conclusions as a result of differing on P6. So the Advaita Vedantins say that consciousness is fundamental. It's the most fundamental thing. You are that. And a Buddhist would say, no, you aren't that thing because it doesn't persist consistently through time. Because there are states when you are unconscious and there's a break in awareness.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm thinking maybe you might be something else in you that, because again, for the physical form to manifest, it has to undergo a process down to a liquid form, a chemical, down to a chemical. We are literally chemical processes that go from, you know the process, the story, the stork and all that. So we come out, right? And we have to form first. We have to literally go through a birth process. You got to get removed from the umbilical cord. Like this is a process, right? And that has to successfully happen before any possibility of a consciousness comes about. So you can be alive. You can be something that's considered alive, but not conscious, and never have experienced consciousness and developed personhood, but you were always technically alive. Like you could have been alive. You could have been an infant that didn't make it and never experienced consciousness. It never got to unfold itself. You understand?
Let me put you a little bit on that, Jay. Let's say I could potentially agree that like your physical state, your chemical processes are necessary for consciousness. But what if I just say those processes are consciousness?
I wouldn't agree with that. I would think
Why not?
I would think that those processes are like the bridge for consciousness.
Why?
Because it takes for a successful amount of physical manifestation for consciousness to even emerge. So that's it shows
that's what you.
The two things.
But that's what you said before, and that's exactly that. How do you know it's merely necessary and not the thing itself?
No, because there's a disconnect between the two things. There's literally a point in time where you are alive without consciousness. Every one of us, every single thing that has consciousness.
That's just an animal being alive, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's just a carbon creature being alive. That's just a thing that contains a brain being alive. Now it has to go through the process, develop, be born successfully, even at least mostly for consciousness to emerge. It might be an altered state of consciousness. It might be a mental condition, whatever it is, or they might not make it at all, and then they never get to consciousness. You understand what I'm saying? But consciousness comes later. It's something separate. It's dependent on the mind, the brain structure of the being in question.
But the chemical processes are what comes later. So like the brain processes that we associate with consciousness, those are the things that come later in that organism's life, right? When you're blastocyst, you have no brain, which means you have no brain waves, which means you're not thinking about anything.
Well, yeah, right? I would say that's where the connection comes in. Like once it's like connecting to a stream or something like that. Like this.
What if it's not like that at all? What if it's just that when your brain is doing the thing, then that's the thing?
I don't see it that way, because we not just impulse and beats and stuff. Like we could see, like there's a projection through our eyes. Consciousness is not just something that's happening. We are seeing it through our eyes. Our eyes are like a gateway to something else. It's the gateway to the signals. It's kind of like when you code
is that a gateway? Is that a gateway that we could see? Like, are you talking about something objective that we could find when you say it's a gateway or it's a window? Or are you...
Good night, nobody.
Or is this like a metaphorical thing?
It's something that, again, this is why I don't present it as a fact. I always present it as my opinion because I don't have no data for it. I can't tell you that this exists for sure. This is just my best guess.
Is it the kind of thing that would have data for it, or could have data for it?
I would think that at a certain point in time, well, maybe, right? But ultimately, it's death that's gonna be the ultimate criteria that's gonna show us if something comes afterwards or not. Because what I suppose is that life is in the brain, like not life, but like existence, imminent consciousness. That's an emergent property of the brain, and it's like that for a reason, because the brain is the literal tool. Like that's where the real anomaly lies, right? That's where our connection into the physical plane happens. It's kind of like, picture a coding screen, right? You write a whole bunch of code out, like how it looks on the screen, right? But if you write it and you format it a certain way and you put it through the console, and it just outputs a website. So I'm thinking that it kind of works the same way. All the beats and patterns and signals and electrical, activity that's going on up there produces the physical consciousness we see through our eyes. Like,
what if can I offer an argument against that?
Yeah.
So we have the chemical processes, and those chemical processes seem to be essentially complete, right? So what's going on physically in the brain makes sense at the chemical level, right?
Yeah.
We don't necessarily need to appeal to the sort of connection, these wires, this console, in order to explain what's happening, at least as far as we know for now, right?
Nah, that's the thing. It's sense data. Like I compare it to this. Like, imagine a punch being thrown. The person throwing the punch doesn't see the same angle as the person receiving the punch.
Well, we can explain that based on their physical positions.
No, I know that, but that's what I'm saying. Based on our physical positions, we are in the physical. We are in the alive state. We're not in the unalive state. You understand what I'm saying? So we don't know what underlies it or comes after. You understand? It just.
So that's what I want to argue against.
Yeah.
So
I have a question.
Yeah.
Real quick. I see a lot of talk about experience and awareness and consciousness and unconsciousness. How come no one's talking about sentience?
Yeah, that's
does that throw a new fucked up wrinkle into the whole thing, or what?
No, it doesn't. It's a
sentience is just like a higher level of consciousness.
Like the sentient beings are just the ones that everyone agrees are conscious.
No, you're not going to bed. It's not even walkie's time yet.
But my argument would be like if the brain works fine.
Come back for walkies, UG, please.
If the brain works fine for consciousness, but it's without this sort of window or without the cable, then and evolution produced the brain, then any sort of connection to the non-physical plane, as you would call it, is an evolutionary spandrel. Do you know what a spandrel is?
No.
It's something. It's a physical trait in that evolution has produced in some way, but which is not selected for. It's basically not evolutionarily advantageous. So unless it becomes useful in some way, evolution will tend to destroy it. It'll eventually go out of existence because of genetic drift or because it's costly in some way. So like the idea would be, if the brain is a product of evolution, if there could be like a philosophical zombie, right? Somebody who is purely physical and has lost their wires to the non-physical world, then that's inevitable, that people will lose their connection to the non-physical world because it's a spandrel.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's just like a purely conceptual, it's not a factual thing, right? I can't, like, what I mean factual is not data backed. I don't have data outside of
there's not
science.
evidence.
Yeah, like I don't have science backing me, telling me for sure nothing comes after. I have science telling me that when the brain dies, there's no more activity. Therefore, consciousness doesn't emerge anymore, but it doesn't claim that it dies. It doesn't claim that. It just claims that it ceases. It doesn't say that it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't say anything dies. It just says processes fail to go. And it's like a hardware. We're hardware. And I do believe there's a level of software that goes into every hardware, plants, everything inside of this pressurized ozone layer system that we're in, because there is pressures, there's atmospheres, there's forces at hand. And I just, think that there's a deeper connection with us and that, like the mind, the consciousness, just more to that. I feel like we are chemicals. We are all chemicals. We all came from a chemical state.
Well, I wouldn't say we're chemicals. It's like
the testicles. Yeah, we are. We are.
I would also deny that we're hardware. We're wetware, and wetware is distinct from hardware.
Very soft hardware. Yeah. No, I mean, like, we're not. Like the carbon atoms in my body are not me, because I didn't start out with them, and I'm not going to keep them forever.
Exactly. That's what I'm telling you. So that's not who you are. That's just your template.
Well, that's why I say we're not chemicals.
No. What I'm saying is, okay, our physical material, that, like, our physical form, again, I don't hold it on the same scale as I do our emergent consciousness, right?
Yeah.
Even though I know it comes from the brain, there's like two different things, because when a person dies, again, it's just carbon.
Yeah, I mean, even if you just think about, like, oh, you go to sleep and you wake up again, and when you wake up, you're not exactly the same physical object that you were, because stuff has been swapped out when you weren't noticing. Or even if you just, like, think about, okay, what was I like 10 years ago, right? Is that the same person that I am now?
But that's what I'm saying. You're conscious. You're experiencing consciousness. You're experiencing a timeline, a growth period. You're going from small to medium to big to old, whatever. Like,
but that's kind of true of a lot of other physical things too, right? That's just like a ship of Theseus, right? You know about that one?
Oh, Theseus? What's that?
Ship of Theseus. So that's the idea that you got some guy named Theseus. He's got a ship. And then, he's sailing all around the world. And when one of the planks on his ship breaks, he replaces it with a new one, right? And then, 20 years later, every single plank has been replaced at some point, right?
Yeah.
You could even imagine somebody else is collecting all the old planks and putting them together, okay? So the question is, what happened to Theseus's ship? Where is it?
Well, I mean, eventually it had to hit land somewhere, or it crashed and sunk.
What I'm saying is, like, all of the planks of Theseus's ship are no longer there. Theseus doesn't have them anymore. Somebody else has this other ship made out of those planks. Does Theseus still own the same ship?
Well, no, because it's all materials anyway. Like, what we are, all of this stuff is atoms. It's the atoms in the universe coming together in a certain way. It's like literally carbon, H2O, hydrogen, oxygen, helium, all of that, all of these stuff. Or that's what makes up everything. So his ship was never his ship, just like his body was never his body. It all emerged.
So then when we're talking about the ship, what are we talking about?
We're talking about consciousness. We talking about physical projections of.
It's just a ship. It's not conscious. Reality. It's not consciousness. It's not connected to any unreal plane. It's just a ship.
Conscious being made the ship.
It's just a ship.
No, what I'm saying is, without you remove all conscious beings, there's no such thing as a ship.
I think this is just a misunderstanding of what a composite is in terms of identity.
What I'm saying is, if no human being ever made a ship, would there be a ship?
Well, that's like the question is like, okay, is a ship, if a ship is an object, right? Maybe a human being could come along and recognize it as an object, but like, do objects exist apart from people recognizing them as such?
Exactly. No. You have to recognize them. You have to have a mind that's embodied, that's successfully able to do so, do the acknowledgement, and give it the meaning and perspective. All we have is sense data, the things that we could sense and the things that we could get to with our tools. And we think that because that gives us good enough answers for our existence, it answers everything there is to know. There's no indication.
I think this line of thinking kind of leads to absurd conclusions, like, an asteroid is not an asteroid. It's actually just like the combination of all these atoms, and then all those atoms are made of these particles. I mean, we have to be able to talk about like composites to like really understand and deal with our world.
Well, I mean, all right, is an asteroid not made up of materials? Like, is it not?
It is. That's why we use composites to describe objects.
Well, yeah,
how we're able to give like an ontological like identity to these composites.
That's what I'm saying, but it doesn't change the Legos that make them, that build up everything. You understand what I'm saying? So it all comes back to that to some degree.
What do you mean by labels?
Legos, like the Legos.
Oh, Legos.
Well,
the building blocks.
My argument would be like, for the word asteroid to mean anything, we have to be talking about an object in some sense, and the sense in which an asteroid is all the stuff is stuck together, right? And you don't need a human being to recognize it for that to be an asteroid, if the word asteroid means anything.
Yeah, there would be no, if there's nothing there to perceive an asteroid, then what is an asteroid, right? Like,
but you can imagine an asteroid that no one is perceiving. That's very easy to do.
No, what I'm saying is, no, that's very easy to do. Just like you can imagine a tree in the middle of the forest that no one ever saw.
Sure.
But the thing is, at that point, we're just using our imagination. We're not even dealing with tangible reality. We just,
No, I think it is. It's a tangible reality, even if no one's touching it. And the tree is still a tree by virtue of being an organism that functions.
Yeah, the tree that's objectively there is not the one exactly picture perfect that you can imagine. I think it was like Arpy a long time ago said, picture the Scarface scene when he was at the balcony, explain the ribboning or the outlet or the exact details. Like, you can picture it, but you don't know exact details. And this is the movie you love the most, right? But you can't tell me exactly every single detail of the balcony when Tony Montana was getting killed. You see what I'm saying? So it's like that. You know what I'm saying? You could picture something, but it'll never be really in tune with what real reality is, right? Like, there's always going to be the dynamic of the actual reality of it versus what you thought it was, versus how you thought it is. You see, like, there's what our senses could get us, and then there's the 100% totality of everything that's out there. Now, what you think is a little bit, what you think is stranger, the extent of what our sense data and our tools could get us, or absolute total reality, like every aspect of it unlocked for us to see, imagine that. Imagine we was able to see every mystery of the universe, know everything there is to know about dark matter and dimensions and all of that. We figure out every mystery.
Well, why
We
why
have
would we ever assume that we could have access to all of reality? Because if we're going, with the B theory of time, all moments of time are equally real and exist. They're just like, temporally, spatially, like in a different temporal place. And so like we can't access the past, but it definitely exists.
That's what I'm saying. So God is one of those things that, because of those very same
What?
reasons, it can't write him off. You can't write
No,
him off. You
no,
can't say he
no.
doesn't exist. He does
That's
exist.
just wild saying like God must exist because the past
No, I'm not
exists.
saying must exist. You can't write it off. You can't write off that something had an agency in this, or decided somehow that it wanted this to be this way
I
out there.
mean, I could write it off because
Yeah,
I could
I
just
do.
I don't think
just
I could.
I could just write it off by argument by saying, it's a Russell's teapot, right? It's like,
Yeah, it's bad epistemology.
From your sense data, right? I mean, from where you stand, it makes sense, right? But you're alive. You're stuck in the physical side of things. You can't. You
I don't
throwing
agree.
the punch. You're not receiving the punch. You throwing the punch. You get that angle. You don't receive the punch. It looks different when the input is put in. Think about it. When you code a computer, right, and you put the inputs into a PC, right, you the coder, see the data that is being projected through I would compare it akin to consciousness of the computer, which is the console, which is what projects the website. You're the one who sees the code version of it. The computer doesn't know it yet until you write that code, and then it projects it. You understand? That's kind of like what I'm saying with the physical part of us. Like, we have literal DNA code in us. And I'm saying that maybe how that manifests itself in a physical form is what allows our consciousness to project through our brain, like a console,
But
something
that's
akin.
like that's like saying, well, it's like just saying, well, it could be a secret.
I mean, I feel like it's one hell of a secret because it answers so many questions like that. That gives credence to so many other notions that, I ain't gonna lie, was a little bit perplexing to me. Like, but like this right here gives credence to that. Like, for example, they say it's possible that there's endless copies of us in the universe. Well, that would make sense to me if there was some sort of galactic program, some galactic OS
That's the wrong argument. That's the wrong argument. You shouldn't say, well, that would make sense to me if, because what you're saying is, what you want to do is make an argument that is the case. And to do that, you need to say that actually it wouldn't make sense to me otherwise. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, it wouldn't make sense to me otherwise. Without a system, without a system. I'm sorry, I'm finished. My fault.
Yeah. Go
Finish
ahead.
what you were saying.
Oh, I was just going to say, what is it that doesn't make sense to you without, another realm?
Well, the thing
I don't know
is,
how
right?
anything can make sense to him since he doesn't believe in labels. I mean, he keeps calling something a brain when your brain is not your brain. Your brain is a collection of molecules and chemicals and all this other crap. I mean, how can you function
Your
without
brain
labels, Jay?
Your brain is a bridge from the beyond to the physical.
You got to demonstrate that. That's just a claim.
That's the thing. That's what I'm
Like
trying at work to do.
what's the demonstration that there's something beyond that it's even connecting to?
But that's like not calling an asteroid an asteroid. It's
the fact that
you're calling a brain, and that's
the fact
that
that
goes
it's
against your
emergent.
own philosophy.
The fact that
That's
it's
all I'm
emergent,
saying.
right?
If it's emergent, then it's fundamentally not connecting to something. Its processes are from the
that's
things
exactly
that
what
it's emerging from.
It's connecting because it's emerging from it. It's not just being born, it's emerging from it, right? Like,
That's
it's something that's coming from within that.
So that's
somehow. It's like being projected through that.
A connection to the non-physical is not what people normally mean by emergent. And I think there are pretty good explanations as for how emergence can be a thing within a physical system. Like, life is fairly explicable as emergent from physical processes that are chemicals, like you're saying. Life emerging from chemicals is not evidence of another realm.
No,
Well,
I'm not
I
saying.
I can make emergence physical like very simply. Like seeing red is just an emergence from like the surface atoms being arranged in such a way that like it only reflects the red light.
No, that's a color spectrum thing, and there's an
It's an
objective.
emergence. I just demonstrated a physical emergence, Jay.
No, no, no.
Well, that might be begging the question.
There's a color spectrum pattern for red, and that's objectively true, no matter how it appears to the person watching
No,
it. It's
red
a colored
is
spectrum for red.
subjective. Like there, like you ask like a monkey what red is, and it's probably not going to be seeing like red the same that we do.
I know. That's what I'm telling you. It's gonna see the same.
Well, then it's not
The same
objective. It's
object. No,
subjective.
it's gonna see the same pattern. The pattern is what's objective. The structure of the color red, the way, like what you combine to do
No,
that.
what's
How it
objective
looks
is
to
the
me.
surface, the atom
How it
combination
looks
on the surface.
how it looks to me is dependent on my brain. It doesn't mean that the object itself is altered. It still is the same object and the same color to you and to me. How we
Yeah,
perceive it is different based
but
on
you
our
just,
consciousness.
but Jay, you just kind of conceded because you just said that it depends on your mind.
And that
The
means it's subjective.
the red that you're experiencing is, again, it's subjective because it's dependent on your mind.
Well, no, I said that in order for the consciousness to be experienced like fully 100% the way it's supposed to be, you would have to develop everywhere the right way. Like you have to 100% develop successfully. If you don't, for example, like
Who
if
says there is such a thing, though?
the color spectrum in your eyes off, then that means that didn't develop right for whatever reason.
Well, who
Now
says
you
there is
can't
a
do it.
right way? Who says there's a right way?
What I'm saying is, you know what a perfectly healthy human being with no defects looks like versus human beings who are born with defects in certain ways. It could
But
be
you
whatever defects.
I mean, there are people who have like an extra flavor of cone cell that's slightly different. They're
Yeah.
tetrachromats, and they can
Yeah, I
see
have
more.
that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
then you
that's what
would
I'm
know.
saying.
So you're
That's what
saying,
I'm saying.
is that a defect? If
I'm
you
not
can see
saying that it's
more
a
colors?
defect. I'm not saying that it's a defect. What I'm saying is that if that's what you would call a difference, it's definitely a condition. It's definitely something he got that I don't got. Like it's definitely something that they got that I don't got. You understand what I'm saying? Like it's definitely
Appreciate the
something
correction.
Yeah,
But
my
what
bad.
you're
I'm mindful about that. You get what I'm saying? Like I get into the conversation.
Yeah,
I
no,
really-
like you're really good about that, and I appreciate that about you, Jay. Just
no
want to
doubt,
say.
no doubt. For sure. Thank you, Elkie, for sure. You know, I try to you know, I try to look at these things and like I like you guys think you guys critique me, but nobody critiques me more than I do in my own head throughout the day when I'm outside at my job. Like I'm just in my mind going at it, testing my theories and my not testing it because what can I really do to test it, but like questioning myself, like, is it really this? Is it really that? I put thought into these things. It makes sense to me that this will be the case. Energy, invisible things that we connect to that have actual effect on us and our entire existence from when we were conceived to when we die. From our first breath to our last breath, there are forces that are not plugged into us like an outlet in a wall is, but nonetheless, it's with us at every step of our existence, whether conscious or not. There's times when we're not conscious. There's a point in time where our consciousness hasn't even developed yet. We haven't even developed personhood yet, but we are alive. So that shows me a disconnect from just being alive with a brain and consciousness. The
Well,
act of
Jay, you saying that we develop consciousness defeats the whole point that we're receiving consciousness from some outside source.
No, I'm saying that the physical body acts like the bridge that literally transmits it, like the way a radio transmits the radio waves, like the way, you know.
Well,
we
then
get-
you don't want to say that we develop consciousness because that just simply doesn't follow. If we're receiving something, like we're not developing it.
Well, we're developing it because our brain's ability to process the consciousness is dependent on the development of
That's
the
different
brain.
from developing consciousness. Like developing the ability to process something is different from developing the thing itself.
But what you process is dependent on how it developed, right? Like, say for example, like you said, you could barely like well, you can't see certain colors, right? So
No,
that's
I can see extra colors.
there you go. You see, so you can see extra colors, right? But that's how your brain developed. You see what I'm saying? That's what also impacted your consciousness. That will impact your consciousness. Would you agree?
Right, because consciousness is derived from the brain. It's not
Exactly.
received from anything else.
So that's what I mean. So the consciousness you experience is is formed and shaped based on how the brain developed. You understand what I'm saying? That helps mold the consciousness that you're going to experience. Someone whose brain didn't mold a certain way, they're going to experience a different consciousness. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? Like,
Right. But you were trying to make an argument about there being a right way. So like if there's like a true red and a true experience of red because there's a right way to see red.
well, no, it's a general pattern, and how you see it and how I see it is different. But if you do a general consensus, what's red, and you ask like, I don't know, a billion people what red is, you know what I'm saying? Like you could tell just based off the data of that census alone who's more likely to see what red is based on that. Like however many people you ask, it's probably going to be a lot of people like RP that see a lot of other colors, and you know, granted, but then there will be a lot probably more people that don't see those other colors, and they see red the way red is supposed to be, the
What
way
if I
red is. Yeah.
what if I told you that the color red was a cultural construct?
Well, I mean, the brain has to still decipher that cultural construct.
Yeah,
You,
but
you don't even
the
get to culture without the brain.
but by but the brain is trained to recognize red. Um and that's something you learn as a child. Somebody taught you that.
Well, you know,
So it's just kind of like a norm. It's like somebody taught you how to dance or something, and that's why you would get similar results from some kind of survey like you're proposing, is because everybody got taught what red is using similar reference objects.
yeah, for sure, because it has its number on the color spectrum. There's literally a spectrum of colors, and red has.
That's actually not quite what red is, but like yeah, that's close to being correct.
So, like, if you see red objectively, right? If someone who's colorblind, right, was shown red the way I know and you know red to be, he's still gonna see the same red that you and I see. But guess what? He's gonna see it through the projection of his lens, through his consciousness, through his emerging consciousnness. He's gonna perceive it his way. It's not that it changes what's there. We're both looking at the same thing. We're just perceiving it through two different lenses. So it projects back to us differently. The
But
objective formation of it is different. Like we might just have different color spectrums. Like you see how RP could see more colors. There's probably even way more colors than what he could see. And the differences that he see compared to us, there's probably even way more differences than what he could see. And he just got some of them.
I mean, that's kind of not true though, because there isn't an objective number of colors.
That's what
Like,
I'm saying. It's probably infinite.
well, color is just like inherently subjective. But so like a wave of light objectively has a wavelength. That's an objective thing, right?
Yeah.
But red could be experienced in a lot of different ways. Like, have you ever seen like the picture of strawberries that's actually blue?
Yeah. I thought that was always AI, but maybe it's
No,
not.
no, that was around before AI. So like, there's a picture where
I'll pull it up.
all the pixels are blue,
That's cool.
but you see red anyway.
Oh yeah. You know what? I know what you're saying. Yep, I think I know what you're saying. It's not blue. It's kind of like some shiny.
kind of a greenish, bluish
Yeah,
color.
it's like it's a multicolor. It's like a marblish, like a.
There are no red pixels there, though.
Like, I don't know if you remember the Ancient Mew
There you
card
go.
back in the day, kind of like Ancient Mew. Oh no. That looks like just a.
So the picture on the right
photo.
is not red at all, in an objective sense.
No, it is. They're both red in an objective sense.
Oh no, Jay.
It's just not true, though.
No, yes, it is. It's
We
just.
can check
I'll get out paint and we can check
It's
the RGB values like directly.
It's the different lenses that you're using to look at the one thing that is itself. It's itself objectively, no matter what. The lens you use to perceive is different. The sense that is applied to bring back the sense data is different.
So
On
I
the
agree
left,
that we both look at the picture on the right and we both see red, but there objectively isn't any red in the picture.
no, there's red in the picture. You just can't pick it up with your sense data. The person who's on the right, no, look, the person who's on the right is colorblind, maybe. You understand what I'm saying? But that doesn't stop.
Me. It's me. There's two pictures. Is one person. It's me. I'm seeing red in both places, but I do objectively. I know that there are objectively no red pixels on the right.
Well, I'm telling you that if this is the same strawberries, like it's not two different images, it's the same strawberry plate because it looks the same exact, you know?
It's two
Like,
different versions of the same image. Yeah.
it's two different versions of the same image, two different lenses, right? And and this actually gives credence to my OS mind projection thing here, because guess what? One OS is producing that image and one is producing that one.
There's actually a really well studied. I don't know if you know this, but there are a lot of people who study color perception in neurology. Like, this is something that people do, and not just as a philosophical exercise. And there are perfectly good physical explanations for how all of these neurological systems work that give us the experience of red where there is no red wavelength present.
I hear what you're saying. No red wavelength present. That doesn't mean that the object that they're looking at doesn't objectively have that wavelength. It just means that the person who's looking at it and can't perceive the wavelength can't get it. It still has it. It doesn't. A strawberry doesn't stop being red just because I can't see the red in it.
Well, I mean, we're talking about the image here, I guess. So like the strawberry, imagine the strawberries don't exist and this is just a drawing or something. I know that the strawberries are red in reality.
It's like telling me to dumb myself down. I know that that's not the case. It's like you telling me to like pretend this is the case, and it's, you know, it's not, but just pretend it's the case. No, I can't. It's like dumbing myself down because I know that the one on the left is the real image. That's the real image. That's what strawberries look like.
There's no such thing as the real image.
That's
Yeah,
the real
just
image.
forget the image on the left exists. See, I'm copying these colors and they're clearly gray, but like you can perceive them as being red, and like
So look,
I'm sure the effect
right.
would be even more if I get rid of that.
Yeah, that would be even more. You see what I'm saying? Now
See.
you're doing it. Now you're doing it better. If you'd have just showed me this from the beginning, I would have thought they were acorns or something.
I don't believe you. If you've eaten a strawberry before, right?
But you see,
Well, you
I'm
have to
copying
split
these
them. You have-
colors, and they're very clearly gray.
You
down
have
there.
to split one, so that would have gave it away. I'm talking about. if
But
they
with
were all
the
just
contrast
closed.
of the blue, your mind is making them look kind of reddish.
I hear you, but again, that's just the eyes of the observer. You know what would be the way to find this objectively to see if it has red in it? Never mind my lens. Put it under the color spectrum. And if it's on the same color spectrum as the same red you see, and that's what I see, when you see red, I see this, that object is still that color on the color spectrum, and that's objective. That's not subjective.
But at that point, we're no longer talking about experience. Like we're specifically applying this to qualia.
I'm saying that that's a result of the eyes of the beholder, which you're showing me right now. The beholder is the one who's receiving that input through his eyes, through his brain, through his OS, through his consciousness. But that doesn't affect the objective reality of things. The external object that I'm perceiving through my flawed ability to sense colors is still what it is, despite my ability to do that. When there was black and white film back in the day and there was no color film, that doesn't mean that what they were filming wasn't in color. Like reality wasn't, we wasn't walking around physical reality black and white. We just couldn't.
Nobody thinks
record
that.
in black and white.
Nobody claims that.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm trying to say that it's the perception. You see, the lens couldn't perceive the color, so that's what it was like, and then it records that way. But it doesn't mean that there wasn't color there. Like there was objectively not color there. There was color there.
Well, the lens could perceive the color. It's the chemicals that they were, bringing the pictures onto didn't have the color in it.
Whatever the colors was, whatever the reason for it, right? It came out black and white. Something happened to the lens that was projecting it. They put the ink, whatever, however you said that, like, and they made it black and white.
It's the chemical on the film.
They put a chemical on the film, and now it's starting to record black and white film, and so that's what it did, right? And so the lens is now altered, so it's not going to pick up things that is color. But if you took those images,
no, the lens has nothing to do with like whether those were black and white back then. It was purely the film.
All right, the film. But what I'm trying to tell you is that when you were filming things back then, recording things back then, the filming was black and white. It wasn't recording color for whatever reason. It put the ink, whatever the technicality, right? The film that you got from it, right, that you play back, was black and white. It wasn't no color. And that doesn't mean that the things that it was filming didn't have color. Or if you put those things even in the black and white spectrum, you take it and you put it under the objective color spectrum, it's still going to give you back the same result as the person who sees the color for what it is. Because what's happening is the observer is the thing that's altered. The person recording through a black and white lens is what's altered. It doesn't alter the objective reality of the object that's being perceived. You see what I'm saying? Like right now, everything that we see a certain color, it probably isn't that color. It's probably a different color, but because of our brains and how they're formed, we see it this color. But animals, there are certain animals who could look at the same scenario settings we see, and they don't see the same colors we see. They don't see the same stuff. It's different.
So I think you're right. You're almost right, Jay. You're very close to being right. So the thing that's objective, that's in reality, is the ability for objects to absorb different wavelengths of light.
Yes.
That's not color, though. It's like color. It's very close to being color, but it isn't color.
No, what I'm saying
color is just the qualia.
What I'm saying is,
experience.
I also don't believe in qualia.
there is a color spectrum that it will fit in universally, objectively. There is a color spectrum out there that exists.
That's not true. It's not called a color spectrum.
Yeah, it's just the electromagnetic spectrum.
Exactly.
Okay, so, well, that's where colors come from. That's what I'm saying. That's where we get colors from.
That's not true, Jay, because on the spectrum, in the rainbow, there is no brown.
Because you gotta mix the colors. You gotta mix the colors.
Oh, you gotta mix the what?
You gotta mix the colors. You could mix colors. I never said you couldn't.
You can mix colors for sure, but like what you're mixing different wavelengths of light.
Yes, you could do that, especially if you take a physical form of it, like paint or something like that.
So like,
and you mix the two paints.
But like mixing light and mixing pigments would work differently from each other. It's not
different light. Yeah, like it mixes. Like you ever did that? You ever took like a yellow light and a blue light and made green?
Totally.
Yeah,
so that's the classic one. Is like, because usually when you have yellow and blue pigments and you mix them, it's kind of green, and it works the same way for light. But if you pick different colors, or even like you pick different pigments, sometimes that actually stops working. Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes you take a blue pigment and you mix it with a yellow pigment and it doesn't make green.
No, because it now it depends on how much green and how much blue and how much yellow did you put. If you
That's
put
not the only thing it depends on, Jay. It depends on the details of which wavelengths are absorbed. And so you can imagine like the spectrum, right? You're imagining the spectrum from violet to red, right? And you have some wave function, right? That goes from one end to the other. That tells you how much light there is of each wavelength. Okay,
yeah,
imagine that. So you imagine there's like a spike where there's green, and that would be green, and it's all the same wavelength. It's pure green, right?
yeah, okay.
You could have a spike on blue and a spike on yellow, and you would perceive them as green, even though you don't have any green light.
No, because once they come together, they make green.
But they don't make that wavelength that you say is what green is.
No, they do once they combine.
That's not true.
Once they combine, they become green.
No, there can be destructive interference processes.
What I'm saying
Sure.
is, if I see the color green, it's green. Like
So like
it's what it is.
You could imagine you've got one pigment where you've got like imagine it's spiky all the way down the spectrum, right? And it looks gray, okay? And you can have one that's flat all the way across the spectrum and it looks gray. Okay? And you can imagine another kind of gray where it has a spike where that other kind of gray has a trough and vice versa. It's the opposite kind of gray that's also spiky, right? You combine those two grays and you get black. Where you combine any kind of gray with itself and it stays gray.
But would you agree that
there's no answer to what do you get when you add gray and gray? There's no such thing. You can't add colors together. You can only add spectra.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Spectra.
So the spectrum is objectively real. The colors are not. The colors are only real insofar as we have these particular kinds of cone cells.
So you're saying to me that red doesn't exist to Arby?
Not the way it exists to you.
But it's red nonetheless.
Well, no. So like some of the objects that you see as red aren't red to Arby. And you can imagine you can have two objects that look identical to you that look different to him.
And
Here, I've got a really easy example. Have you seen Squid Games?
Little bit like vague.
So this is actually a really common like phenomenon. The soldiers in Squid Games, they are pink soldiers. That is what they're referred to. Their theme song is called Pink Soldiers. But about like a third to half of people that watch Squid Games think that they look red. But they are in fact very super duper pink, especially to my
it's like that dress.
My eyes.
It's like that gold and white and blue.
No,
and
it's
black.
this is a different concept. That's like washing out of colors.
Okay, but all right. My thing is,
so
it still boils down to the the perception of the person observing.
Well, and that's why we're talking about qualia right now. Like my qualitative experiences, I look at this and this is pink, but like my partner in particular, she looks at this and she sees red, like red as in like, red like heart red, like she doesn't see pink at all. And so like we aren't like perceiving the same color, even though like we're looking at the same picture.
But that's what I'm saying. The dress, like it's a dress, and the dress is white and gold to some people that look at it, and this right next to the same person, they'll look at it, the same dress, and it's blue and black. Same dress.
That's a different process, but it's a little bit like the strawberries. But what would happen, Jay, if you had two objects? And imagine, again, we're talking about color as a cultural construct. They're both red. They look identical to you. And these are the objects that were used to teach you what red is in the first place, okay? You have these two objects. You show them to Arpi, and they say to you, these two objects look like two different colors to me. Okay? Now, and they want to ask you, which one is the true red? Which one is the real objective red? How would you answer?
Well, I'm going to answer from my perspective.
Well, they look identical to you, but clearly they're not. They're
What I'm saying,
objectively
all I
different.
could do is answer from my perspective. Now, that's either going to be subjectively true or objectively true, because there is an objective truth,
What's the
despite our
objective
perspective. Despite the quality of either one of us, there
Jay,
is an objective color to that object.
Jay, what is the objective truth to the question? What's the objectively true answer?
Well, outside of us, right?
You got the
there
two
is that
objects.
object, right? Outside of our perceptions or our ability to process the color is that object. And it has this color, it has this makeup, it has this composition that is in totality that way objectively. How it looks to us when we process it through our brain, through our sense data, doesn't affect the reality of that object. It's just the way we see it.
But you
and
know that,
experience it.
but you now know that these two objects are objectively different, right? And that there's this other experience, and the person wants to know, what is the true red?
Well, neither one of them can tell, because neither one wants to accept that it's not what their quality is showing them. Like even me, right?
But you were saying it's objectively true that the objects are red.
No, I said that based on what we know to be because like RB can define a condition that they saying they got. So like that is a condition that if you didn't have that, if they didn't have that, guess what? They could see the red the way I see it.
But like all the animals have different kinds of color vision. Like there's all different kinds of cones that have all different kinds of sensitivity curves. It's not just tetrachromacy. It's color blindness. It's all that stuff.
That's what I'm saying. But still, conditions nonetheless. Conditions, right? Conditions that a person without those conditions wouldn't see it that way.
But those conditions exist in the observer. They don't exist in the objects.
That's what I'm telling you. The objective reality of the object is not flawed by whatever the quality of the person sees. What they see is what they see. It doesn't matter if it looks gray to them, red to them, green to them. It don't matter. That object objectively outside of that person has a color. How they perceive it, tough luck. If it's messed up, well, actually, in RP's case, he could see more colors, so he probably sees it better than us. It's probably tough luck for us because we don't get to see that.
That's why I'm a laser designer.
This is what I'm saying. So it's probably a good thing. It's probably like a plus. You know what I'm saying? It's probably not a bad thing. It's just it's not out of like maybe 1,000 babies, it'll probably be like one like that. You know what I'm saying?
I think I can get you, Jay. Let me try one more time.
Is this the point of your God that supposedly controls everything? Tough luck. It just is what it is.
Well, no,
God.
It's like Windows. It's like Windows. Look, it's like Windows. Windows needs updates.
None of this stuff gets you. None of this shit gets you to a God that's in control of any of it.
I'm saying, like,
especially when you boil it down to, well, tough luck. If you can't see it, then you can't see it. Then you know what? Then your God is a pathetic weakling God, and I'm a better God than your God is.
What you're doing is blaming Bill Gates for every bozo who made a virus and purposely.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, because Bill Gates made the OS, and everybody benefits from it, but certain people use it.
We don't grant that there is an OS.
I say because y'all know my example. Like I'm talking among y'all. I'm not in a
yes, and we don't need to rehash how the example is disanalogous.
I mean,
like just because something might act similar to a computer does not mean that it like is one for one like the same process as a computer.
I explained that that's my analogy for something.
Well, if it's
more
not
that
one
I've
for
had
one,
to-
then you can't claim that there's an
Puzzles.
operating system.
It's an analogy. You get what I'm saying? An analogy, like that's why I'm pointing to that because I don't have the correct
Okay, but
word.
you keep claiming that there
Aware
is
of the analogy.
definitively a operating system
No, I
that we
said
have.
when I say the OS, I'm thinking you understand that I'm alluding to the analogy that we have already pre-established long before this.
We
So
pre-established that the
I have to
analogy is
say that
disanalogous.
you did that.
We have
You never-
pre-shot
you never
down your
once convinced
analogy.
me of it. You
Even if
never
we
once convinced me of it. So
Your
even if we
analogy has
accept
been shot down multiple times. Please
that's
don't use
fine.
it anymore.
That's what you think. That's what you want to think. I don't think you did. I don't think I shut my analogy down. So I mean, we can agree to disagree on that, right? So
No, we can't.
we can because
We
I
shot
don't
it down.
but
We
you
shot
do.
it down a lot.
Yeah,
We
I
shot
don't
it down
think that
demonstrated
like
how it's
multiple times.
disanalogous.
It's fine. That's fine. We don't have to go back there. I wasn't
Yeah,
trying
I
to.
don't want to rehash it because we
We don't
spent
have
like
to rehash
3
it.
hours
I'm
on
not
it the other
trying to
night.
do that. I'm not trying to do that. I'm simply telling you that despite those
Then
3
avoid
hours,
using the analogy that we don't agree
Well, then
with.
stop with the OS shit.
Well, all
We're
right,
not
fine.
computers.
Listen, I'm just going on with what I say. You can't control speech, right? That's my speech. Like at the end of the day, it is what it is. Like that's my opinion, and that's what I'm sticking to. If you want to limit that, you want to censor that, go ahead.
I mean,
No, go ahead and keep using it. We'll keep shooting it down and clowning
That's
on you for
fine.
it.
That's fine. I'm just letting you
Which
know what
you
the
can't
deal
limit
is.
that either.
I'm just letting you know what the deal is. I'm gonna stick to my stuff, my guns, my opinion, right? I'm not gonna go according to what you want to turn it into and then run with that. No, I'm gonna stick with what
Right,
don't
but
argue
when
with
you're trying to
opinions.
explain something to us, maybe try to explain it in terms that we haven't already shot to shit and made look
All right, but
ridiculous.
that's what you think you shot it to shit. I think that that's an inaccurate statement. But agree to disagree, right? Potato, potato.
It's not inaccurate. I was there. I was
it is
part of the
what it is.
people that was shooting it
I
down.
disagree with you. I disagree with you then. I disagree with you now. I don't understand why that's so hard to fathom.
okay, Jay, is God perfect?
No, I don't think so. I don't think anything in the universe could be perfect.
Jay doesn't even think that God created the universe.
No, I didn't say I don't think he did. I said that it's quite possible to me that God could be something that also emerged from the universe. I didn't say that means he created the
Yeah, and
universe.
at that point, that thing's not God.
Could we
Nah,
define?
I
Could we
think
define
that
God
could be
then?
God. I think that could be God. I think that.
What does it mean that something
Jay's not
could
going to
be
be able to
God?
give you a definition of his
No,
God.
listen,
But if you say something could be God, it has to mean something.
Look, like God. All right, God is something that creates. It creates life basically, like DNA, for example. DNA, abiogenesis, all these processes, all these things. I feel like came together because of some sort of desire for it to be this way. It's not like this everywhere. Every planet don't got life this way. Like beings walking around with
Well,
brains and minds and stuff like that.
What?
It's just not how
so
it
you,
is.
so you say like, oh, it happened, therefore something desired it, therefore something must have been there to desire it.
I'm
and
saying
that's what
we
you
are
want to call
not.
God.
I'm saying we are the anomaly. With as much craziness as going on in space.
Well, do you know
we
the
are anomaly.
do you know the anthropic principle?
Well, like it could be like many civilizations out there, we just can't get to them.
No, the anthropic principle is it's about perspective, like you were saying about people throwing punches. It's that even if there was only a tiny chance of life developing and a tiny chance of that life becoming sentient, if you are sentient, you should expect to be there. And it's not weird that you're there. It's not weird that you find yourself on a planet that can support life, because if it was possible at all, that's where you would find yourself.
Yeah, it's just the law of large numbers.
That's what I'm saying. So, all right. So then that means that this is the only place that could happen? Because there's the only place.
No, it could be others. It's just that we haven't found any others. And maybe it's not super rare, but even if it is super rare, we would still expect to find ourselves where it is.
No, I know that it would make sense that we end up wherever we were supposed to end up. That just makes
Not
sense.
supposed to. Not supposed to.
Yeah, that's
But
presupposing
just
that there was like some sort of guiding force behind it.
That's
right.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm thinking there is, because at the end of the day, look how we ended up here.
But the anthropic principle works without a supposed to.
Right.
All right, but look, okay, it's you may believe in coincidences. Coincidences are probably a real thing.
No,
It's not even just a
no
coincidence.
I don't know
coincidence.
about
This was a necessary outcome due to like just how like the universe operates. I'm a
Yes.
necessitarian, so I believe that like, you know, processes follow like their physical laws. They
Process-
follow in the way in which reality works.
Processes follow, right? But the thing is, I'm simply saying there's probably more to these processes than we understand. For every process,
Why suppose that?
You're not
because for
simply
every
saying that.
process, because for every process, there's an underlying process. And even in our physical process, we see there's a point in which the physical emerges, and then thereafter, the consciousness and the subjective experience thereafter. First, the physical has to form. So now you got a situation where there's stuff. You see, you just stuff. You're just this chemical, right? And then from your stuff, it evolves. It turns into more stuff and more stuff. You go from this little chemical to look, it didn't stay that chemical. It went in eggs.
Now we're
That
circling
egg
back
started
to
growing.
like composite versus particulars. We're supposed to be talking about like consciousness and like why.
I'm saying that there's a process, there's a physical process in which the consciousness can emerge through.
Okay, so if there was a God that desired life, what did that God do?
Code, genetic code, make predisposition genetics to where it could only be a certain way. Make things that is reptiles. Make
why?
things
Does that God have genes?
I wouldn't know what it consists of, to be honest. I would have to.
How does it have capacity? Is it alive?
Oh my boy. Hold on. Oh man. So
To be
this,
fair,
right?
hey
Yeah,
Nessie,
yeah.
how about you take it about 10% down there, pal?
What?
I'm doing Letterkenny quotes. I'm flexing my my popular knowledge.
That's a fact. Evan knows what time it is.
Pitter patter.
Yeah. So you know, I just feel like life, man, there's underlying layers.
So like if I wanted to code some DNA, what I'd do is I'd take my bases and I'd put them in some order, right? That's how I would code some DNA. So you're saying like some God took the all those amino acids and everything, and they put them in a particular order. We needed somebody to do that.
I would say that I don't know how minds work. I don't know how realms work. I don't know how dimensions work. Something could have done that from any standpoint, any vantage point that I'm unaware of, put that into motion and manipulated it in some way through a force somehow, through a fundamental force. I don't know.
But what if you had an explanation where maybe it doesn't happen very much, but that could just happen?
No, it probably could just happen. You see, I don't think that, like, I look at it like an AI,
Then-
right? Like,
Well, then
picture-
why not? Then why pick that? That's what I'm saying. So
what I'm saying is-
why pick the coding of DNA? Why not pick something else?
Picture a sentient computer, right? I know that they don't exist, right? Sentient computers, but like picture one, right?
Sure.
If you were able to get a sentient computer, now what you code into that computer is what it's gonna know. It won't know more or less than what you code into it. Only what you code into it.
We'll
What's
have to
in
know
it.
less.
No, it wouldn't know less. It would know exactly what you put in there and less.
But you know, like
Not
the
more.
way LLMs work or other machine learning algorithms is that they know things potentially that their coders don't know.
Well, no, ChatGPT doesn't know more than what OpenAI told it to know.
ChatGPT doesn't know anything. That's a category error.
I guess what I'm saying is like you there are classes of programs that are able to do things that they weren't explicitly programmed to do up front. They can change
based on updated information. They have to learn new information. New things
Yes,
have to be
yes.
dawned upon it. Like
So
new code has to be incorporated. That's
that
what I'm trying to
happens, but that is happening around us all the time.
Yeah, because we are machines incorporating the code, and it's changing our code as we
We are
grow.
not machines. We behave like machines. Behaving like something is not the same as being that thing.
I mean,
we're
listen,
only
I think we are a
machines.
variation of it.
Machines in the sense of like we're made of physical parts and those parts move around.
Yeah, signals, impulses, functions, all of that.
Okay, but
Projection,
so our
code.
DNA, like the DNA of organisms over generations, is being programmed by their environment with information about how to survive in that environment all the time. So we have an explanation as to how that happens without some intradimensional being coding it in. Right? You accept that, right?
Hold on, run that back again. I'm trying to like.
So the way evolution is able to add information to DNA is that it is being programmed effectively by the environment, right? And the
I'm saying
information.
something is in the environment. That's what I'm saying. That's my environment. My
But the
whole
environment is just the thing that we were talking about before, which is the planet on which it's possible for life to exist, and what is it like there, right?
Well,
That's all there is to it.
I'm saying there's more forces at hand that I
Like
can't
what?
pinpoint. That
Like
I
what?
suppose. That I suppose. Because I can't find.
But why do you suppose that?
I suppose that because it would make sense and it would lend credence to the disconnect between.
You got to demonstrate why it would make sense, not just assert that it would make sense.
I'm telling you why. Like things, for example, like people who are born in a body that doesn't necessarily represent who they are as a person. So they literally go to extents to like go through operations and stuff like that to reflect who they are as a person, because who they are genetically.
How does trans people existing like equate like a god programming stuff?
I didn't even say that. You see how you went there and I didn't even say that? I simply said about people like that. It could be surgery. It doesn't have to be trans. It could be a dude who wants to just appear more like a female or like whatever, but doesn't want to do the whole surgery. It could be like I don't know, like facial reconstructions. That doesn't. You get what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be that extreme.
Being trans is when your like schema is
I'm saying
what's the word?
A deeper point. It was a deeper point.
That doesn't match the body you're born into. So yeah, like someone like wanting to appear more female, they would be trans.
Okay, yeah. So all right, maybe so. Like maybe that's the technical term, and I wasn't looking at it like that. Okay, fine. What I'm telling you is that there are people that show a disconnect from their consciousness to their own literal physical self. That happens in life. That's evidence right there that there's something that it doesn't align. You are not your body. You understand what I'm saying? You are not your body. Who you develop to be as a person is not always what your genetic makeup is. You understand what I'm saying? And that lends credence to that when I see different instances of that. Because at the end of the day, it's just X, Y.
What is that proving?
With personality. It proves that there's a disconnect between what we are as a person and what our genetics are.
Right, and that disconnect can arise naturally. It doesn't mean that there's some programmer behind everything. Like
no, what I'm saying
you're failing to demonstrate that.
What I'm saying is it would make sense that there is some sort of consciousness being projected through this physical vessel. You understand what I'm saying?
No, it's just the brain not aligning with the rest of the body. Like it's not being projected from anywhere else. It's just the brain.
Well, every brain and all forms and instances of life is connected through a life source, a life force, fundamental forces that without those
there's not a fundamental life force.
There's fundamental
demonstrate that.
Listen, there's gravity. There's gravity.
Gravity is not a life force.
Hold on.
Fundamental forces. You know what I'm saying? That keep us here, like oxygen. We don't got that. Well, that's not a force. You get what I'm saying? There's forces out there. I could look it up, man. it's 6 in the morning. Like, come on, like
Gravity,
let's
electromagnetic,
let's
the
pull up a
strong and weak
certain.
nuclear
So
force.
I don't think the problem here really has to do with gravity at all. I think there's something that you're saying, Jay, and you've said it a few times. And I don't know if you really understand what you're saying here, but I'm gonna see if I can explain it to you, and you tell me what you mean. Because when you say things like, I believe in this other thing because it would something A would lend credence to B. So you're saying like, oh, it would make sense if that, right? So you're saying I believe that there is some other disconnected um, disconnected consciousness, right? I believe there's this other connection to this other non-physical realm because it would lend credence to whatever that is. So you're talking about life emerging, or you're talking about trans people, whatever it is. But actually, like that's backwards. Is that am I characterizing you correctly?
Well, I'm I tried to follow along as best I could.
I know
So
I didn't explain it well.
no, it's not that you didn't. It's me. Like I'm the problem. Trust me. It's me. Like this blunt in my hand. The time. But so
Yeah.
yeah, like I guess what I'm trying to say, man, is when I close my eyes, I see black. I don't see. I see spots, right? Like if I press down on my eyeballs as my eyes are closed, I see these colors and these dots appear,
Yeah.
and then it gets real bright,
That's your body, man.
and then I see all kinds of patterns emerge as I'm pressing down on my eyes as they're closed. I'm doing it now, and I see a whole bunch of colors and what
That's
looks like
you. That's
You're
you.
exciting those neurons.
You're seeing your own body, right? You're
that's empty
seeing,
space. It doesn't look like my body. It looks like one
but
single
it is your
point
body.
of light. It
It
looks
is your
like one
body.
single point of light, and this is fucking intense. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
pressing on my eyeballs right now, guys, and this is crazy.
Well, don't
And it
press too
feels like,
hard.
I'm in a white room. It's weird.
Because you're putting
Crazy.
pressure. You're putting pressure on your retina, and your retina is it's a physical object, and it's got electrochemical connections.
And now I open my eyes, and everything looks blurry and weird. Like I just was born.
It's because when you're born, your eyeballs aren't quite the right shape, and you've pushed the eyeballs back into the wrong shape.
I'm gonna do this when I eat a polka dot bar. Next time I eat some shrooms, I'm gonna do that. That was fucking great.
Here's what I want you to think about, Jay, is like the inference that you're making from like, oh, there must be a realm or whatever, because that would imply these things that I see in reality. Like it would explain life, right? Or it would explain how somebody's internal experience might be mismatched with their external their body, be it gender or whatever, right? Okay, you could offer those things as explanation, and if the explanation was true, then that would make it so that you could understand that trans people were a thing, for instance, right? But that doesn't make the explanation true. You want it to be the opposite. You want it to be such that you see something in reality, like trans people, and you fail to explain it any other way. What you want it to be is like, oh, if this otherworldly connection weren't true, there couldn't be trans people. It's the opposite. Does that make sense?
No, I'm saying that people are people. People are gonna emerge no matter what. And I feel like we already
Wait,
have,
I thought people were made up of atoms and everything. Are we now accepting composites?
the physical is made up of atoms and stuff like that. The personhood is not. The personhood emerges from the consciousness. which is the byproduct of the already physical established brain.
So it sounds like consciousness is physical.
No. The brain is physical. Consciousness emerges from that. It's kind of like picture a wrestler emerging from the backstage, and he's doing his entrance, right? He's emerging from the entrance.
Right,
stage,
and
right?
due to the
He was already
transitive
backstage.
property, something that
backstage.
emerges from something physical is physical itself.
But he was backstage. So picture Stone Cold Steve Austin in the back, right? And then the glass
I think you're getting confused on immaterial versus material. Immaterial things can still come from physical things.
Okay, so he
like the
comes
mind
out.
might be immaterial, but it's predicated on the physical brain.
All right. What I'm saying is he comes out of the entrance being the physical brain. And there you see Stone Cold, but before he comes out, he was behind the entrance. He emerged from the entrance.
I don't see what this analogy is doing at all.
So like there was a Stone Cold before there was an entrance for him to emerge from, is what I'm saying. There was a Stone Cold back there before there was an entrance for him to emerge from. There was a RP personality out there that emerged through the entrance of your RP's brain. You understand? RP's brain being the entrance, and then RP in this physical world being the Stone Cold that comes out like doing the entrance.
No, the whole point of emergence is that thing didn't exist until after the emergence. Like
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm challenging.
If it pre-exists emergence, then like it showing itself, it isn't emergence anymore.
Yeah, it's not what people normally call emergence.
It's emergence because it's emerging from a different plane into the physical plane. It's emerging through this vessel.
No. Demonstrate that there's another plane. Here we go, like throwing in like extra entities that are completely unnecessary.
Again, hate to beat a dead horse, but how come the brain gets to be a physical entity, but the rest of our bodies don't? We just get to be atoms and molecules and shit. But the brain, that gets to be a physical entity. Doesn't make any sense, Jay.
We are physical entities. I said that. I said our personality isn't. You can't put Gretchen in a bottle, but you could put your body in a bottle, but your body is not Gretchen.
Our personality is physical. It's immaterial.
Put Gretchen in a blender and she'll fit in a fucking bottle.
No, because that's just the atom at that point. That's like cutting off.
Fun fact: if you put everyone in a blender, we could all fit in the Grand Canyon, like all 8 billion of us.
Oh, we would flow out though.
Just get a giant cork.
I want you to do a thought experiment for me, Jay. So you're talking about we have brains, right? And then we have the non-physical things that you think exist, right? And you say that they're wired up somehow, okay?
Around town, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's get it.
I understand what you're saying. I understand. So imagine that you take my brain and your brain and you cross the wires.
Yeah.
Okay.
You would be like me and I would be like you.
Would RP be able to tell?
What do you mean?
Would he be able to tell that had happened?
Or if that had happened, that's no longer RP.
No. It's just you and me are swapped.
Yeah, I'm the observer in this.
Oh, you were the observer. I thought you was the one going through the swap. So if you and me...
No, he's talking about a Freaky Friday situation.
Yes.
If you and Eric did a Freaky Friday thing, would the rest of us be able to tell?
Yeah.
Yeah, through our personalities, definitely.
So what would you say is a personality in that regard? What would we say that would let the cat out of the bag?
Well, first of all, you're gonna run to the store and buy like 2 big boxes of backwoods. Then you're gonna go to your nearest.
But I don't even know what those are.
Huh?
Like, aren't my memories chemically in my brain? I don't even know what those are.
No,
honestly, I think I'd have it figured out from the first. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you would. There you go, Gretchen.
Just look for a fence post.
Hey, listen, that's a great point right there. But I'll tell you this. You would know that it's not you, Eric. You would know that something is wrong. Eric ain't Eric right now. Something is wrong.
How would I know that? How would I know that?
Because you are your way. You are your temperament. Someone is gonna know something that's different if you start coming up high on 10 grams of mushrooms and rolling fat
But
ass
like,
blunts.
but it like, but I would still be, my body would still have all of my memories, and my
I
body
don't
would
think it
still
will.
I think it would still have all of my habits, assuming that those are like, aren't all those things known to be encoded somewhere in the physical brain?
Those are
Yes, they're
impulses.
in the neuronal structure.
Those are impulses, but I argue that those impulses are just inputs from the consciousness that's being transmitted from the other side. Like,
But if that was the case, if like all of these different parts of our brain that manage all these different stuff, like like speech, for instance, you talk a certain way, I talk a certain way. We have parts of our brains that are responsible for speech. If all of these many different parts of our brains were actually just receiving information from some other source, we could tell that by just probing them, because whatever's doing it would have to create a chemical or electrical signal at some point to make our brains do that. It would be measurable with normal scientific instruments.
that's what I'm saying. Our instruments will give us the sense data. We will be able to test the physical, see the signals, the impulses, the
But when
functions,
we
and say,
when,
"Oh, well, that's that." There you
but
go. The
when
brain.
we actually do measure those things, all of those electrical and chemical signals come from other neurons in the brain.
That's what I'm saying. In the brain being the vessel, the medium that allows for this connection to occur. So we're seeing
But it
the other.
doesn't. But the connection itself doesn't exist.
That's what you say. I don't
If
think
it
that.
if it did, my argument is, if it did exist, we could measure the data coming out of it very easily, because it would be all over the brain.
No, we would have to be able to pick that up. There are things that are so small. There are light spectrums that are so different. There are things that we just don't
If
have the
it
sensitive
if
tools
it
to pick up.
if it wasn't chemical or electrical, and if it wasn't strong, it wouldn't produce that behavior in the brain.
We still finding new parts of the brain. Like, we just found a new gland in the brain, like
But
after 2020.
it can't be a gland, right? My argument is that if the Freaky Friday swap changes all of these things about us, then it can't be in one location in the brain. It has to be all over the place.
No, it's not all over the place, because here's the thing. You could just swap the consciousness. It's kind of like switching bodies. But I'm still gonna have my memories.
Okay,
I'm
let's
not
say
gonna
you're a
have your
brain
memories.
let's say you're a brain surgeon and you want to swap the consciousness. How would you do that?
You can't. That's what I'm saying. You can't go to the other side and do that. You would have to do that. You would have to go to the side that I'm telling you consciousness is being projected from and do it from there. And you can't,
So
because
like
it's not tangible.
my argument would be, if we do this Freaky Friday experiment, either the people in the call with us won't know that it happened, or it will be measurable to neuroscientists.
It won't be. It won't be, because
One of the two has to be the case.
you have to be able to go to where consciousness is projecting from, which is clearly unknown. I don't even know if this is happening, right? So how
You
can
don't
you go?
you don't need to go where it's coming from. All you need to do is measure it when it comes to.
No, actually, no, because consciousness is the end result. How do you measure consciousness?
Because you're saying, oh, if we cross the wires, right? If we cross the wires, there's this connection, right? In order for this connection to output information, that information has to get dumped into the brain somehow.
Consciousness really is three things: awareness, responsivity, and awareness, responsivity, and I forget the other one. I keep forgetting the other one. Awareness,
So are we now saying that consciousness and personality are the same
attention,
thing?
awareness, and
Because I call
responsivity.
bullshit.
Attention, awareness, and responsivity. That's what constitutes consciousness. But
then,
that
Okay,
does
what constitutes personality?
Well, that's a good question.
no. Here's the thing. There's more to that, right? Attention, awareness, and responsivity. Those are results of underlying processes that result
Wonderful.
in
Not what I asked you.
awareness, and
What
responsivity.
constitutes
That's
personality?
what consciousness is, huh?
That's awesome, but that's not what I asked you. What constitutes personality?
Personality is when you successfully
Personality,
achieve
personhood,
consciousness.
whatever
Listen,
the full words you're using.
when you successfully achieve consciousness and you have those things in play successfully through the brain, then you start developing traits. Now you start being a person. Now you exist in the physical plane. Now you exist in the real world. Now you a functioning brain. You see what I'm saying? And now your personality can come about. You're going to grow. You're going to be subjected to your environment. You're going to grow a certain way based on that. Your name, how you were raised, who you are. You know what I'm saying? That's going to affect the
So you
carbon
can transfer
that you are.
just consciousness without memory and still think you'd have the same personality.
You said you could transfer consciousness without
memory.
No, I don't think
because you're only transferring the parts of the brain that project consciousness, right? And memory is actually stored in the entirety of the brain. So if you're only like switching one part with Eric, which is the part that projects consciousness, you're not taking all your memories with you.
Nope.
So, but that means that you're not going to have the same personality. And you think that can't be identified by neurologists?
No, what I'm saying is
seems pretty shaky, Jay.
No, listen, if a person, right, let's say a person got knocked out for 20 years and they woke up after 20 years, they're not going to be the same person. And they didn't have to be no consciousness.
Well, that's kind of a contradiction in terms, because you just said it was the person who woke up.
No, it's the person who woke up, but the consciousness is affected. The ability
to. But what you just said earlier sounded like a concession, Jay, because you said consciousness is XYZ, and what is underlying that is a physical process.
Yes.
So when you say stuff like, when you say like underlying something is a physical process and that is emergent from that underlying physical process, that sounds like there is no such thing as this connection, right? A connection is something where information could be passed, which is a process. If it's just a physical process that's underlying the consciousness, then there is no need for any connection like that.
Listen, if it's like recording memories, they have this stuff they're working on to like, not memories, thoughts, to like project thoughts on a screen.
Sure.
Through brain impulses and through brain activity, they could recreate thoughts in real time and put it on the screen.
How do they do that?
Through brain functions, through electric impulses and signals of the brain, functions of the brain.
Right.
So this is what I'm saying. It's no different than how we input functions into Java for it to do that. Like,
no, it is different.
No, that's very different.
No, it's not.
That's super fucking different.
Come on, man.
So
that's absolutely different.
So like, like there's equations for how electromagnetism works, right?
What's that?
There's like Maxwell's equations that say how electrically charged particles will behave, how electricity works, right? And the reason why we're able to project those images from thoughts is that we have machinery that's able to detect electromagnetic waves in the brain, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if the electromagnetic waves are obeying those equations, and all of the particles in your brain are moving around, being pushed around by those waves, and the chemicals are moving through your synapses and all that, and they're all just obeying those laws of physics. If the kind of connection that you're talking about to this other realm is like the connection to the brain reading machine, then that would just be electromagnetism.
Well, there's probably more elements to electromagnetism than what you understand. It's literally how consciousness can emerge. It's the mechanism in which it's possible.
But the people who study this are physicists, right? And they know about all of the fields that could possibly be involved in how the brain functions. And it's pretty much just electromagnetism. The only thing that the other fields are really relevant for is just like keeping your atoms together. Assuming your atoms kind of still, like the nuclei in your atoms stay together and they don't fall apart, everything else is just electromagnetism and stuff moving around.
Electromagnetism might just be a medium of information transfer. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it is a medium. Then that is how the brain transfers information.
And it probably does it also from wherever that essence comes from that embodies us.
But if there was such a thing,
way too.
if there was such a thing, it would be detectable because it would have to move particles around in exactly the same sort of way that electromagnetism does.
Not if it's an emergent property of that. Not if
it's an emergent property, then it can't be a field like electromagnetism is.
No, what I'm saying is the personhood, the ability to incarnate. You know, that might be a thing that's a emergent property of electromagnetism, which is why I could do that.
Then there is no. But when you say
we
stuff
probably
like
have
that,
like a
that sounds like a contradiction.
An imprint in the electromagnetic scale. Like, you know, like there's probably ways we could see different, you know, structures. Like, you know, the universe is infinite. So imagine if electromagnetism.
We don't actually know
we
whether
have
it's
a
infinite.
pattern.
Yeah, we don't know if the universe is infinite.
I don't think it's relevant though. It's not relevant. So the brain's not infinite. It's finite. It's measurable.
You know what's also measurable? This lighter that just ran out. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go get another one.
All right.
Be right back.
In any other conversation with anybody else, I feel like we would have to say there was like 3 or 4 concessions, all of the same point.
That's how it usually goes with Jay.
But he must not mean it. It must not mean what words normally mean.
Jay changes up what words normally mean like every few days, so kind of hard to pin him down. That's why I make jokes about him becoming one with the fence post all the time.
Yeah.
Every other city we go, I see the same home. So yeah, like long story short, I feel like
too late.
Yeah, that's right. It's an anomaly, man. Just when you think it's a short story, it's long. When you think it's a long story, it's short.
No, I think like I think
no. Every time you show up, we know it's going to be a long story.
We're
aware.
Long story short, though.
We're giving you a hard time, Jay, but like I feel like actually like a lot of philosophers have worked a really long time on this like mind-body dualism problem. And
they got nowhere.
They didn't solve it. And the only difference between you and them is you're trying really hard to make it somehow be connected to these things that aren't actually evidence for it, like life and trans people.
I mean, listen, it lends credence when you tell me that.
Wait, one sec before the moment passes.
Don't do the same old credence thing.
That's good.
Sorry.
That's for sure.
I'm going to replay it so everyone can hear it.
My bad.
Yeah. And to make a long story short, too late.
Such a good movie.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
classic.
It.
Tim Curry is one of my favorites.
Yeah.
I got to put that on the soundboard.
I need to like make up a soundboard.
Yeah, that'd be cool. You could put beta. My boy Jesse Lee.
So what about an alternative, Jay? What if everybody has this whatever it is, this other existence that's not physical, and it's just not connected to the physical world in any way?
The ethereal realm.
What if it just has nothing to do with anything?
It has everything to do with all of that.
What? How do you know?
Define ethereal realm.
I'm saying, like, what? Close your eyes.
Tell me what the
There you
ethereal
go.
realm is and how you know it's even real.
My
Close
eyelids
your
are not
eyes.
my eyelids are not an ethereal realm. They're just eyelids.
No, you close your eyes long enough, you will see the ethereal realm.
My eyes are closed. I see nothing.
Shut off the lights in pure darkness and close your eyes and press on your eyeballs. You understand what I'm saying? But not hard, like not to fucking, you know what I'm saying, blind yourself or do like you know.
That's just
I
your
do
own
that
retina.
every time I have a headache.
Yeah.
And guess what? You don't do it in the pure darkness. Like, right? Listen,
Yes,
would
I
say-
do. When I have a headache, a lot of times I'm in pure darkness.
Listen, eventually you will see things. You will see lights, some sort of something happening, some sort of thing inside your head taking place. You probably can't detect it.
Yeah, but
it's
that's
there.
not ethereal realm. That is like static electric impulses going in,
Exactly.
you know, from my optic nerve into my brain and being translated as weird fucking patterns.
That's
but
how it
it's
would look to
real.
you. That's how
real.
That's how it would look to you in this point of view, in this POV. Yes, that's how
No,
it
but
would
see,
look.
I understand biology and I understand where that comes from, and it's not ethereal at all. It's an actual biological fucking process.
All right. Do you see there are certain channels on your TV where they're static, but if you do the right thing, that static goes away and it projects an image?
You mean a TV station?
Yeah, like the static goes away and you get an image, right? You get a fucking image. You know what I'm saying? Some people
That's
get
the
crazy.
ethereal realm?
No, I'm saying that what that is akin to something like that in the physical sense. Like,
How do you know it's
there's
not the
something-
ethereal? How do you know that's not the
it's
ethereal
like
realm?
it's like the news network for the TV that is our heads.
Well, why can't it work with an actual TV? How do you know that's not the ethereal realm?
There is no
Well, no.
actual ether, so how can you prove there's an ethereal realm?
Because there is a non-physical aspect to everything.
Like number? Like
Do we need
numbers
to go
non-physical?
over Michelson Morley?
No,
Oh yeah.
Do we need to go over Michelson Morley for you?
Great experiment.
Everything in us has a
Or is
effect
it
that's
Yuri
not
Miller?
us.
What
The
was
sounds
the
that we make
omnivorous-
are not us. The sounds that we make are not us. We just project the sound. That sound ain't us. My voice ain't me. You understand? I'm not. I have to project out my voice. I have to like consciously project it out. There's no like this is external. This is not me. You understand? This is just coming out through me. This is coming out through my vocal cords, through whatever. But these concepts is coming out through the mind, which is not tangible. You can't put it in a bottle. This is being distributed to you via something else. You understand what I'm saying?
But Jay, like if you can't put a mind in a bottle, how do you know that you have a mind in a body?
Because we are the vessel.
How do you know that?
Because we are literally the medium. I am the medium in how I can come about. My personality, what I am projecting to you right now, who I am and what I'm projecting to you right now cannot come out and about unless it had this physical vessel to do it through. Without that, it can't do it. It has no lungs. It has no eyes.
What does it have?
It has no feet or
What does
nothing.
it have?
Nothing.
Does it
has
have JavaScript?
It has nothing?
It has the ethereal, it has the ethereal plane. It has this imprint in the ether. And its ability to incarnate.
I mean, there is no ether. To Gretchen's point, it's been proven that there's no such thing as the ether.
Uh-huh. Like 150 years ago.
Well, listen, man.
So it's not probably a good
Look up
thing to call
Michelson
it.
Morley.
Yeah.
I probably
I
won't
promise
say,
you.
It
It
maybe not
happened.
the ether. Maybe not the ether, but it just sounds cool. It sounds like some Mortal Kombat shit. You know what
I
I'm saying?
know.
But you know, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like
What
a
if that's
realm
all?
where all this
But that's all
happening.
just
So it's
that's
your
just some
preference then.
words. It's just words.
No, it's not just my preference, man. Like, what does the ethereal realm really mean anyway? It's just a realm where the non-physical is occurring.
That's what I
You know what I
asked
mean?
you.
Yeah, a realm where the non-physical is occurring. That's like,
What non-physical?
it
What
connects to this
non-physical
somehow.
is occurring there?
Like the stuff that underlies you right now. There's a you that goes
You
into
just
that again when you go to bed. When you,
No, that's all
you just
occurring
said
inside me.
you just said what was underlying is the physical. You
I
just
think
said
that
that earlier.
no. The physical is what has to come first. But what
Is it under?
underlies
Is it
the physical is
is it
what projects through the physical.
is it before? Is it before or is it underlying?
I compared the brain to the entrance and Stone Cold Steve Austin as the emergent property. Behind the entrance, you don't see Stone Cold. He
But
emerges
we don't
through
see
the
Stone
brain,
Cold now.
aka the entrance, and guess what? You see Stone Cold walking down the aisle. He's physically out now. Behind the entrance, you don't see it. Behind the brain, which is the entrance into physical reality, you don't see the Stone Cold. So there's no wrestler
But
there
he
yet.
he comes out of the entrance, which means we could take him out and we could put him in a fucking bottle.
What?
And besides that, somebody at
What?
WWF wrote that fucking entrance for him, and they never would have been written if he hadn't already fucking existed.
What?
You see what I'm saying?
Am I wrong?
If you emerge out of
What?
something, then you can be put in a bottle. The
What?
entrance you come through does not underlie you, right?
What?
Jay, now you're just being ridiculous. Stop it.
That's Stone Cold's troll. Come on, y'all don't watch wrestling? Like,
No.
how you don't know Stone Cold says that? He'll get
He
crazy.
can be put in a
if he's saying
bottle.
what all the time. Like,
Because Stone Cold is a MAGA idiot. Why the hell should we know what he says about anything?
Maybe
Why would we care?
He makes you repeat yourself like 4 times and then he stuns you. You know what I'm saying? And drinks a beer over you. So, the point is Stone
You
Cold.
can have your heroes. I'll have mine.
Stone Cold behind the entrance, guess what? That's ethereal realm Stone Cold. That's Stone Cold before manifestation. Stone Cold through the entrance, guess what? That's the brain. And then it merges through the entrance, and now you got Stone Cold in the physical plane.
What
You
the
understand
fuck
what
are
I'm
you
saying?
talking
You
about?
said it was the consciousness, not the brain.
No. The
I
consciousness.
thought the entrance was the brain.
The consciousness is what happens when you become responsive and you have awareness and responsivity and attention. That's when consciousness has been achieved, right? But I'm supposing that there's something that activates that, in the brain.
That's not what you said before. You said there's something that activates it, and that's the ethereal thing. But then you're saying actually no, the ethereal thing is the wrestler who comes out of the entrance. But no, actually,
I'm not saying that. I'm just an analogy.
Well, that's your analogies are contradictory.
No, what I'm saying is you're not seeing that the wrestler is the emergent property. You are the wrestler, right? Eric is the wrestler.
But if the wrestler is an emergent property of the entrance, he can't leave the entrance.
No, he can leave the entrance. He could
Well,
go
then
back.
he's not a property of the entrance. You can't leave something you are a property of.
He emerges through. You get it? He's already backstage.
Then we can take
He's
him
already
out.
backstage.
If he
No, listen.
emerges, he's been taken out of the
backstage
entrance.
exists. What the analogy is like this: the backstage is the other side that I'm alluding to, the spiritual realm,
I get
right?
that. I get that.
That's the backstage, right? The
Okay.
entrance is the physical brain. And
Okay.
when Stone Cold, or in
He
this case,
leaves the physical brain.
you leave the backstage, you emerge through the physical entrance,
But then
aka the brain,
leave the
and
entrance.
now you've emerged through the brain. You see, you emerge. You were somewhere
Which
else,
means you're
and now
not-
you emerge through this brain.
Okay,
you can't
when you
emerge
go-
if you weren't already there.
You're not in the brain, then you go in through the brain and you come out of the brain. Is that right?
Okay, I just want to take a little sidebar here.
Okay.
One's in chat if you think we should shoot this Stone Cold analogy to shit and never let him use it again.
What? What?
Never mind, Jay. You just keep doing your thing.
What?
I'll talk to my chat. Thank you.
What?
So I want to shoot it because I think it's
It's not looking good for you,
bad
Jay.
analogy.
What?
Because you're just equivocating on the word emerge. That's what
And
it
that's
is.
the bottom line. Cause Stone Cold says so.
Oh, so many ones.
So many ones. I'm afraid we're gonna have to put this Stone Cold analogy to bed there, Jay. It's officially shot to shit, and you may no longer use it.
What?
You've been de-analogized.
So then I must not be able to use
Better
the word
think of
what?
something better.
You got to think of something else that comes out of a thing.
Yep.
Come on, something better
Be
than
right
that.
back.
That's easy.
Hey, the whole point, Jay, is for you to get us to understand what the fuck you're talking about. And
True.
if we have already out of hand rejected your analogy, then that analogy is no longer of any use to you to get us to understand what the fuck you're talking about.
I mean,
That's
hey,
why you
look.
may not use it.
No,
You can
what I'm
you can
saying
go
is-
ahead and hold that opinion in your fucking head, but you may not use it when you're trying to get us to understand
No, I'm
your
telling
point of
you
view.
that's called censorship of speech. So
No, it isn't. I'm
Tread
actually trying to help you. I'm being
I'm
helpful
trying to give you- I'm
because
trying to
you
give
are
you
trying to
advice.
convince us. I'm trying to help you convince us by not using stuff that we've already completely rejected. This is the way the peer review process works, my man.
Yeah, but here's the thing: you got it wrong.
No, I don't. I don't think I do. Tell me how I'm wrong. Where are the holes?
I don't think
Where are the
anybody
holes in my logic?
Nobody in chat is saying this
Where the
analogy is
holes
helping
at?
them understand. Nobody.
Well, the way I see it is like this, right? You got an action and a reaction. You got matter, you got antimatter. You got physical, you got non-physical. That's how the universe works. It works.
Swear to God, if he pulls out Rey Mysterio Jr., I'm gonna fucking
It's not
die.
all. Not everything's a binary.
I'm telling you what it does is it's a system, and it works in unison, which lends credence to me that other dimensions exist, because now you
Sounds
got
woo-woo.
you got forces that exist out there, and we listen. I would say that any dimensions that exist, let's say there's infinite, let's say there's only a few, let's say there's only 11, right? I would
Whoa,
say
you
that
just went
all
from
of
infinite
those.
to 11. Which is it?
Well, I'm saying they say string theory. You know, I've heard in string theory that it could
Right.
be as little as 11. It would have to be at minimal 11. It can't be less. It can't be 10, right? It could be infinite, but it can't be 10. It would have to be at least 11 for string theory to check out the math. It would have to be at minimal 11 different dimensions for it to work. So it could be infinite before it could ever even be 10 dimensions.
What could
10
the
dimensions
point?
wouldn't be
What could
enough
the
to
point?
check out the
Jay,
math.
Jay, what could the point possibly be?
The point is that if that's the case, if there indeed is at least 11 dimensions or infinity or whatever, however many dimensions,
You've
right?
been over that.
I would say that is in the same initial state of all the stuff. It's still within the same universe. It's still within the same stuff that makes
Jay.
everything up. There's different layers of it.
Jay.
The initial state?
Yeah.
You mean the wet box? Are we talking about Joel's wet box?
What's Joe's
'Cause
wet box?
if we're talking about Joel's wet box, I can get behind that.
I'm lost now.
What? You hit my cat, he wants attention.
I'm not sure we are anywhere, so maybe it's okay if you're lost.
Right. Well, what I was gonna say is, I'm not a string theorist. I don't know anything about it. I've never studied it. I'm pretty sure Jay hasn't. You know.
Oh, Nessie knows. Nessie knows. It's actually M theory. M theory. I had it confused.
Right, but if we're just
Infinity
assuming this
ten.
is true,
What's the M stand for, Jay?
I've
You know,
looked into
string
this.
theory is more and more being shown to be not true, right?
right? They like even Blitz would say, you know, I mean, it doesn't mean it's not useful, but he wouldn't
That
say
is
that it's
exactly how I
representing
know that it's not true, because
reality.
Blitz said it,
Do you
and
know
I
why?
trust Blitz.
Do
It
you know why
stands
it's
for mushroom.
you know why it's irrelevant to this conversation? Is because none of us knows string theory.
It stands for
That's
Yeah,
my
mushroom.
point.
Blitz,
That's
but
exactly
Blitz
my
and
point.
Quanta told me that it's pretty much bullshit. So I'm gonna go with Blitz and Quanta over
What doesn't
everyone else any
it
day of
does,
the week.
Exactly.
that's totally fine. But the problem is like Jay can't actually make a point using string theory.
No, he can't.
I don't know why we're talking
I
about
just
it.
made a point using string theory. I said that if string theory is a thing, it would have to still be within the confines of the known universe. It would still be something that we just didn't know exists in the
That's not
stuff.
that's not a point. You're saying, oh, if string
It
theory
is.
is true, it would have to
because
be X. That's
it
not a
adds new
point.
dynamics. If there was always all along other dimensions at play, now we got to figure out what type of effect these dimensions have. How do they even work? What does it look like? Can we access them? Like what
Do you know what
this
that's called, Jay?
implicate?
Do you know what that's called?
Further science.
No, that's called
Better
string
science.
theory.
Huh?
No, that's called string theory. Like you're
Okay.
saying string theory is not an idea that lets you do whatever you want with 10 or 11 dimensions. It's
I'm
not
not
the
saying that.
string theory is not the position that there are that many dimensions. That's not what string theory is even for.
That's not what I'm saying it's for. It's
String theory can't even say what the difference is between a parallel universe and a fucking dimension.
it's that science still at work. Most of string theory could be wrong, but like if some of it is right, and then they add on it, and then they get more, and then they could turn it into something else. It probably won't even be called string theory no more when it's all said and done. But they'll get something. Like the data is not just for no reason. Like this things.
How do you know that some of it could be right?
Huh?
How do you know some of it could be right?
No comment. Now let me stop. I don't know. I think it could prove to be right based on experimentation, right? You got to be able to test these things, and to do that, you need better tools. You need to be able to like make a better particle collider. You know what I'm saying? A bigger one. You know, you got to send out more better telescopes to figure out what's really going on out there. You know, try to like test reality more. You know,
Jay, have you heard of the idea of an effective field theory?
An infected field theory.
Effective.
What's that? All right, tell me, bro.
It means that when you have a theory that is not complete, it's not a theory of everything, that the theory tells you what goes on within some domain. So like quantum mechanics tells us what's going on at the quantum level, which is just really small stuff and really high energies, right?
Okay.
And general relativity is great for telling us what's going on with planets moving around in space, right? It's applicable to some domain when it comes to size, and it has some error bars around it. So like general relativity can't tell us what happened at the very beginning of the universe because we don't know how to reconcile quantum mechanics and general relativity. So it's not effective in that domain. Okay? So when you talk about, okay, how did life get coded? How does the brain work, etc.? We already have theories that are effective in those domains. And the reason why we don't have an experiment that tells us whether string theory is correct, it's like you're saying, we have to build this collider. The collider is to reach these higher energies, right? Or the probe is to like reach these larger distances, right? Which means that those things don't affect our everyday life.
It doesn't have to. That's the point. It shouldn't, because
which means those things cannot be the explanation for life or the brain functioning.
What I'm saying is, what it is in our brain that connects us to the universe is something that we can't detect. Maybe something quantumly entangled to that
Again,
very
again,
fact.
again, you're just positing secrets. You're just saying
What I'm
maybe we
saying
don't
is,
know something, right?
what I'm saying is,
You can say that about anything.
No, what I'm saying is, what if we eventually develop tools necessary enough to be able to manipulate the Planck and below and further than that, like and shit like that. We figure out quantum gravity, and we figure out quantum gravity, and we figure out dark matter and all of this stuff. And we
will
can
that tell us about consciousness?
Yes, it will, because it might just show us the layer in which reality messes with us. There are particles we can't pick up.
Do you realize the argument I just gave you about effective field theories is an argument to the effect that that's not possible?
No, I'm saying it's not possible because of our current sense data. Our current sense data only gets us but so far. I'm supposing to you that when we surpass the Planck scale and go lower, we'll come across new particles, new things that we didn't know have this effect.
But I'm saying the fields and theories that we know about are exhaustive in this domain. Quantum gravity.
That's what I'm telling you. So that just all you're doing is harping on our limitations.
Quantum gravity.
What I already know about.
Quantum gravity will be awesome for telling us what happened at the very early part of our observable universe's history, right?
Dark matter.
It will, dark matter. Dark matter is great for telling us, okay, how did galaxies form? Dark matter cannot possibly tell us anything about how the brain works.
No, listen, it has an effect.
I'm saying remember like the word effective in effective field theory? Those things cannot possibly have such an effect.
Yeah, it does. It does because
you're saying it does, but you don't know that it does. You're saying it could, and I'm saying it can't.
It does. I'm telling you, it can because space-time itself. Look, we are in the Milky Way system, right? Our sun is there, and we are going around that sun, and that sun is moving upward. It is ascending very fast upward.
That's the solar system, by the way.
And guess what? That's going the solar system, and then guess what? That's going around something else, a big black hole, something like that.
This is feeling highly irrelevant already.
No, it's not feeling highly irrelevant.
You think, Eric?
We're one sentence into this astronomy, and it's already feeling completely irrelevant.
It goes far out. It's what I'm trying to tell you. This is a big, intricate system where the steps are almost.
That's not a system. That's not a system.
Yeah, it is a system because everything that predates it before.
Guys, time out. Does it feel like this, Eric?
Word salad, nobody is following. Word salad, it's just annoying. Word salad is not scrumptious like you think. Your word salad, it totally stinks. Good dude, bop, modern, dee da, dee 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 da, basculi de baba, dee dee doi, dee doi, dee doi, oh.
Yeah. Well, so I'll give you this, Jay.
It's about like that, right?
At least this word salad has words in it that I know the meanings of. So I can say like the solar system's there. I know what that means. I know the solar system has nothing to do with how the brain works. When you say stuff about like the ethereal realm, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Everything has something to do with how the brain works because everything is affected by a system that is before it. Like even out to the Oort clouds. The Oort clouds. There are structures outside of.
Asteroids have to do with how my brain works.
There are structures outside of our Oort cloud that could destroy our whole Oort cloud. There's black holes.
You mean destroy the Earth?
No, the whole Oort cloud. Everything that's inside of the.
I don't care what happens to the. Yeah, I don't care if something destroys the Oort cloud.
That means the Earth and everything in it, the sun, the planets, everything.
We're not in the Oort cloud.
I know we're not. We're located inside. We have if you zoom out the Milky Way galaxy.
Who cares?
We are located inside of an Oort cloud where we are, our region of space.
Jay, you take the Oort cloud, you go put it in some other solar system. I don't care. It doesn't affect my life.
No, it does though. This is why it
does.
directly does. Like,
It has no
does.
effect on me.
Listen, something outside of our Oort cloud, there could be a rogue black hole that's the size of, forget it, that could swallow the whole Oort cloud, and you're gone for something that happened outside over there.
Or the universe could fall into a false vacuum state and be obliterated.
Do you know
Yes,
how I know?
and it's not doing that, right, Nectu, right? It's not doing that. So
doesn't matter.
Maybe something is helping it not do that.
It could happen. There's nothing. If that's going to happen in reality, there's nothing. No thinking about it is going to make a difference.
But it could happen. But guess what? It didn't happen. So that inclines me to
Hasn't
believe
happened yet.
that something is out there preventing it from happening. Because it could have happened long ago, right? These are natural processes, right?
God. Well,
you have rogue black holes.
You got something you can't see protecting you from something else you can't see, and the only reason you know it's there is because nothing is happening to you.
There are suns out there that don't emanate no light, that they're just out there.
Yeah,
and they could be right in front of us.
No, how do you know? How do you know, Jay? How do you know it's not right in front of you?
This is what I'm saying. Like, it could be right there because it's not emanating
know
any light.
I know that it's not right in front of me. You know how I know that?
How?
Because if there was a dark sun in front of me, it would fucking smash me.
No, it
would still
smash.
have an effect on the surroundings. It just I don't think there's anything in existence like that is physical in nature that isn't having an effect on its surrounding.
That's how we know things.
There could be stars that don't emanate
light.
Jay, the way
they still have gravitational effect.
The only reason we know things is because they affect us. That's how we know things.
Exactly, but that's sense data. That's called sense data. That's not talking about objective reality and all that's there. If we can only go about what affects us.
The only reason to posit something is because there's evidence of something. We could dream of a million things that there's not evidence for. That could be the
I understand that, but there's evidence. There's evidence for
well, what
things
is evidence?
No. There's evidence because there are things we can't explain. There are anomalies that exist within our physical plane that we can't explain.
Things we can't explain.
Things we can't explain mean
that
we
use to explain things.
No. Listen, the evidence that there are things we can't explain, what that's used to prove is that there are things going on beyond what our utensils can detect. Like, right, we hit a wall. We're gonna hit a wall eventually with what we could get with our current tools and science. We have to come up with newer things, and this is what we're doing. We are actually doing this. So it's not outside of the realm of possibility that in 20 years, 50 years, we have a whole different outlook on this. We might have found new things to say, oh, okay, maybe this, maybe not. We probably
But what science does is it gets more and more accurate over time. It doesn't just blow the door open to magic.
No, it doesn't. But here's the thing.
And I get that.
Science,
I get that. 1,000 years ago, if you were to take anybody from then and bring them to today, most of the world would probably appear to be like magic to them. But
exactly.
Just because we know that it still isn't magic, just like
exactly, it was never magic.
If there is stuff that looks like magic to us, it isn't going to be magic. It is going to make sense.
Undiscovered science. That's what I'm telling you is happening. I always call it that.
I just disagree with you about what that's going to look like.
I think that if we could figure out how alternate realities work, how dimensions work, if we could connect with entities somehow, send messages, receive messages back somehow, Morse code messages, I don't know, something like that. I don't know what it is. Maybe wormholes, maybe I don't know, right?
Let's say we all.
But it sounds like you're just stabbing in the dark.
Let's say we did that, Jay. Let's say we did all. Let's say we did all, Jay. Let's say we did all that, okay? And then we understand all that stuff and we have it all figured out, okay? And then we come back into the chat here. And then somebody else calls in and they're just like you. And they say, well, what if there's all these other things? There's this other super hyper ether where all the actual real reality is. And that's where It's not this ether that Jay told us about that we discovered with science. It's this other thing that no one's discovered. That's actually where the real consciousness is.
He would have to show anomalies that could indicate the existence of
Okay,
something.
great, perfect.
Like
Jay, show us the anomalies.
Consciousness.
That's not an anomaly because
Emergent
you already
consciousness.
agreed that it's an emergent property and that the physical processes are underlying it.
No, I said that it emerges. Emerging meaning it was someplace before and it emerged.
Okay, so you're equivocating because either it's an emergent property or it's something that came out of a thing.
Property. It's something that can
It
only
can't be
emerge
both,
from
Jay.
a brain.
Jay,
Listen,
those are
it's something-
opposites. Those
it's
are
something that
opposites.
it's something that can only emerge from a brain. This is what I mean.
Listen, Jay, if B is a thing that just comes out of A, like A was there and then it literally came out of it, then B is not a property of A.
No, what I'm saying is, look,
emergent or otherwise.
the thing comes out through the brain. If you try to mimic it in a machine or something like that, that's not through a brain, not just a brain, but the brain that it was uniquely born into. That's where that consciousness can be projected through. That's the stem for that particular brain, that person, that human, that mind. That's the stem for that.
So Jay, consciousness can't simultaneously be an emergent property of the brain and this other object that lives in another realm. It can't be both at the same time. It's one or the other.
Like imagine me going through a portal, right? That portal.
Are you going into a wrestling ring through the portal?
Well, yeah, fuck it. A wrestling ring.
It better not be because it's banned.
Well, Stone Cold is banned. Stone Cold is banned, not wrestling. She ain't never said nothing about wrestling.
You understand what I'm saying to you? It's like coming out through a thing and being an emergent property of that thing are contradictory.
I'm saying that if I'm emerging through something, I was already somewhere before.
Okay, that's if you come out through a thing. Okay, that is not the same.
I'm coming out through the brain. I'm emerging through the brain.
Just listen to me. That means that thing you are is not an emergent property of the brain. The thing you're saying about emergent properties is no longer true. Okay?
What you mean?
So if consciousness is this thing that comes out through the brain, it cannot be a property of the brain.
No, it has to be a property of the brain. You know why? Listen,
what does the word proper mean?
Through the brain.
What
it can't come out no other way. It's a property of the brain.
What is the word proper and the word property? What do they mean? What do you mean by property?
Because it's where it fits. It properly fits.
Where it properly fits.
Yeah.
So like like a key is a property of a lock.
Yeah.
That's not what the word property means.
Well, listen, I know. I get what you're saying. I'm telling you that there's certain things that work a certain way. And I'm saying consciousness, we don't know all of the dynamics behind it. We know how, we can see how it works because
do you think like consciousness is like synonymous with the word soul?
No, not soul. I think it's a process. If soul,
do you think it's similar to a soul, the concept of a soul?
No, I think that consciousness is the projection of the true self through physical form. It's allowing the true self.
But you seem to think that it exists, that like it pre-exists your birth, like that you're talking about, like emerging, like as you come into existence, you're born, and then this consciousness you're saying you think is eternal, but how come you can't remember anything?
Because you are not the person. You are not truly the person who emerges. The characteristics that.
So you think that's there's like a universal soul that we all are.
Like it's a universal imprint that you have out there that can do this, that did it now through you, and it became that too. And then the next time it does it, it'll become some other, nectar. I don't know. Like it's whatever. You get what I'm saying? Like it'll be
But
different.
but will I remember this experience?
No, no, no. That's the whole point. Every life is gonna feel like the first instantiation.
All right, I gotta go. It's been good, good Jay. Thanks for
Definitely.
chatting.
For sure, Eric. Take care, man.
Yeah.
That was a good conversation, man.
All right.
Nice to meet you,
Peace.
Eric.
Yeah, nice to meet you too, Nick. See
Come
ya.
back through, man. Come
All
back
right.
through.
All right. Have a good one.
Peace. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think life is a big mystery, and you know what? One day I'm gonna have my questions answered,
Oh, I
and I
hope so.
won't be able to tell you. You know what I'm saying? What I found because I'll be dead. But guess what? You know what I mean? Hey, listen, it's gonna happen. You know.
Well, that's true. That much is guaranteed. I've always been fascinated with the idea of like biological immortality, and
Yeah, I mean, it's
well,
something.
I always wondered, like, would humanity get to a point with our technology that we'd be able to keep our physical bodies alive for as long as we wanted? If we wanted to live 1,000,000 years, we could, you know. But I realized that just guarantee it doesn't mean that you're not going to die. It just guarantees that you're probably going to die violently. You know,
Yeah.
because we can prevent we can prevent disease and death and the normal things that cause us to die. But it's not going to stop us from, it's not going to protect us from an explosion or a bullet going through our brains or some, stuff like that. So, you're still going to die. You're just going to die violently. And
yeah.
I don't like, as far as like protecting yourself physically from the universe, like, I don't know how to do that. Like, maybe get inside a black hole and stay there. I don't know.
I mean, my thing is, we are literally just energy. We are literally just constructs, patterns, materials. We literally, quite literally, don't understand why we come about. We understand how what we've manifested into works because we could create models to, see how things work and make predictions accurate, very accurate to a T. Right? But what we can't do is tell you what those things are. We could tell you how consciousness works, attention, awareness, responsibility. We can't tell you why consciousness happens. We could tell you so many different things, but we can't tell you the true things. Because in my opinion, there's the physical and then there's the non-physical. And when you in the physical, you don't get no data on the non-physical. You will always hit that wall of radiation, if you will. You will always hit that place where you can't get no more data. The only way to do it is to disconnect from the body and rejoin this. Like
Sure.
it's weird.
Is RP and Gretchen still here?
Maybe I probably put them to bed.
Right.
They're probably snoring.
I just they both fall asleep. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm starting to nod off.
It wouldn't be the first time. Gretchen is out.
I think so. Gretchen, are you there?
Yeah, she.
Indeed, I am here.
Okay.
She's thinking. She's like letting it all sink in. It's like finally affecting her. All the stuff I'm saying. She can't.
I'm doing surgery on a cake.
Oh.
A cake for what? What's the occasion?
Just because I wanted a cake.
That's a good occasion.
That's right.
Mm. So. It's kind of a tail hook from Mother's Day. My son asked me what I wanted, and I was like, I had like 4 things that I just dreamt up, and he's like, yeah, I can't do all that. I'll get you one thing.
What kind of cake?
I'm gonna make a Black Forest cake, but with brownie mix instead of like chocolate cake mix. So I'm gonna see how that comes out, and then, but tonight I'm working on a spice cake with cream cheese frosting, and then
Sounds good to me.
Right? The last cake I had, my mom made for my birthday, and it was a tres leches cake with the milk at the bottom.
Sounds good.
Oh my god, it was amazing.
That sounds good, man. You know, I tend to indulge my sweets here and there, you know.
I will like sweets way too much. I need to really cut back, especially since I just found out that I have candida, which is like a yeast infection in my mouth. And part of it is because I eat too much sugar. So I have to change my diet in order to help get rid of it.
Yeah,
I probably got something like that too.
What?
I probably got something like that too. I mean,
it's gum disease, basically. It's underneath your gum line. But I'm 47, and I've never taken great care. I mean, I always go to the dentist every year or two, but I don't know. I don't take the greatest care of my teeth like I should have. So
yeah, no, I feel you. I dig it.
Pay the
But
price.
Yeah, no, I dig it. But I tell you this though, that right there just shows me that again, we ain't our body. You could lose a tooth, but you don't lose part of you, like your personality, right? You lose a tooth, it's a physical
Well,
thing.
you are something you've been building your whole life. I mean, you weren't. Most of what you were is things that you've made along the way. You know,
Yeah, like
but you weren't. It wasn't like written in the stars that when you were 7 that you were going to be, whatever you ended up being in life. You could have gone. I think you had the choice to go a number of different routes.
like I mean, I knew a dude, right? I used to do delivery job, delivering medicine, and I used to go to this one building, and this one dude used to always be there signing for these packages. And then one day he just disappeared. You know, I didn't think nothing of it. Maybe he quit, whatever. Must have been like, I tell you, had to be like maybe 2 years, 3 years later, something like that. Couldn't have been like no before that. It had to be at least 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
I see this dude again, and guess what?
Hmm.
He's missing his whole bottom half. He's on a wheelchair, missing his whole bottom half just with the shirt on.
What happened to him?
He got hit by a car and cut in half.
Jeez Louise.
Like he got in a terrible accident, lost half his body. Still had both his arms though.
Did Jay's sound
What?
just cut out, or is that me?
No.
No, I didn't hear any sound cut out.
What?
Mm.
I didn't hear any sound cut out.
Oh.
Yeah, like
Must be me then.
his body was cut in half and he survived, man. This dude freaking survived, man. He was there working. He went through physical therapy, he said. He had a hard bottom thing, he had like a round base under him, like some hard base when he transferred himself. Like he didn't have from his waist down, like all of it gone, like you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's actually a little more like by where the stomach and the navel is, like around there, like gone. Like he just had the body, you know what I'm saying?
It's wild. I've been lucky in that regard to not injure myself terribly.
But what I'm saying is this dude's missing half his body and he's still himself. He's still himself. He's still alive. He's still himself.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that definitely, I'm sure his life hinged on that moment. Like
his life hinged on that moment.
Like before that moment, and then there's after the accident.
But he's alive though. He's working again. He didn't have to go back to work. He was like, yo, I'm coming back to work. Like I want to feel used to it. He's dead. Like I'm like, yo, what the heck is this? Like he's dead half a body, just wheeling himself on the wheelchair. Like I'm like, yo, this is crazy. You know what I mean? And but he's missing half his physical composition. He can't even use the bathroom.
He's a colostomy bag.
Yeah, like he's missing his whole shit. Like his shit is gone. Like he can't. smash a chick no more, nothing. That shit's crazy, bro. Like, I was like, what the fuck? Yo, that happens to me. Yo, he's a warrior. I ain't gonna lie.
What would you do?
I would want to live too, just because of my little boy. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'll find ways to make it funny. Like I'll tell him like, don't be like me. Don't be half stepping or something. Like I'll say some crazy shit like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like you know, like I'll make it funny. Like make sure you watch your word. Like don't be half stepping. Like you know, like some shit like that. Like I'll make it funny. Like I'll recreate that movie Kids. Like when the dude was in the fucking train. I have no legs. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know.
That is a movie I haven't thought of in a long time.
You know what I'm saying? Like
that was a good movie. Disturbing at times, but good.
You gotta like be able to roll with the punches. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Like life gonna hit you, man. Like, and I see things like that, and I'm like,
hey Gretchen, you want to play that video?
Huh?
Will you play that video?
What video?
I sent in the DM on our Discord.
Oh,
If you don't want to, it's not a big deal.
we can do that.
Okay.
I'm gonna hop off and make an egg before I have to lay down.
You know, I was just thinking about making eggs for breakfast. That sounds really good.
What came first? I'll be the chicken or the egg.
The egg, definitely for the chicken. Definitely. It wasn't a chicken egg, but it was some type of egg.
Yeah.
Yeah. The egg made Luca?
No.
Jeez, do we have to go over what Luca is again?
Reproduced like
the last
asexual.
universal common ancestor.
Yeah, and likely
it wouldn't have been just one. Like, it wouldn't be an egg. It would be an organism.
Yeah, Luca probably was an asexual reproduction, huh?
Yeah,
and it was probably most likely asexual. Sexual reproduction didn't come till way later.
Yeah, that's when more genetic diversity was necessary.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
But you guys
Luca
have a
was
good
like
rest
an
of the stream.
amoeba or some shit.
Yeah, good to talk to you, RP. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Peace, everyone in chat.
Have a good day.
Will do. Good night, RP.
Peace.
All right. Let me pull this up here.
There's a guy that lives in.
I'm not past my bedtime. I just got out of bed.
Yeah, facts. I mean, I'm past my bedtime, but you know, whatever.
Yeah, how many blunts past your bedtime are you?
I'm
About
actually
five.
chiefing it now.
About 5. I'm about to twist up another one.
In that regard, me and Jay are very similar. We both love THC.
That's a fact. And a little psilocybin.
Makes my life so much better.
That's a fact, man.
Right.
Few mushrooms, you know what I'm saying? You can't go wrong, man. Eat a couple of shroomy gummies, you know what I'm saying? Blow down like 3-4 blunts, you know what I'm saying? The backwood, finger blunts, you know what I mean? That's what I smoke. Backwoods all day. Chocolate backwoods. You know?
Do need some coffee pretty soon.
Okay, shut them sirens up, J Money.
All right.
We ready?
Are we?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, courtesy of Neck 2. Here's I'm not sure what it is, but
it's the leftist Timothy. I haven't seen it yet. So.
Why I love white women. Why Daddy Jason, who is a superhero for white women, loves white women.
Yeah, I did it. I found the single cringiest man on this app by a fucking long shot. Elon, you ain't fooling anybody. We know this is one of your robots, assembled to be the cringe machine that you thought could just live amongst us unnoticed. Well, I have misophonia, which is just an extreme reaction to eating noises, anything with lips, right? Breathing noises. I have a hard time with. I almost had to stop the video because I got so nauseous watching this guy. Drink some fucking water, you nasty motherfucker.
It's not complicated. It's not rocket science. White women have beautiful, long, flowing, natural hair. It's not made in China. It's not made in India. When you pull on it, they go, ow! Don't you know my hair is real?
He laughs like the fucking penguin. I have never actually seen someone who laughs like the penguin. It's like every aspect of this man is designed for maximum fucking cringe. I think I can see why black women weren't overly interested in you, bud. And now you gotta go for the lowest of the low-hanging fruit. Really encourage y'all to go look at his comments and check out who's responding positively to this. Average age 55, average number of teeth 1.
I can't find it in a store. Goes to the back, and sometimes goes to the calves. That's hot, that's sexy, that's attractive. The different variation of colors in their hair, the different variation of styles with their hair, their beautiful glowing eyes, all the different colors. How could I not love beautiful white Barbie, Snow Bunny, perfect queens?
Yeah, just a pro tip from a white man, my guy, who has spent a lot of time amongst white women. They generally don't respond very well to the whole Queen, Barbie, Snow Bunny titles you're trying to dish out here, nor being reduced to their physical characteristics. You're going to turn off 95% of them, which explains the 5% left in your comments.
And that's just the outer layer. We're not talking about their great personalities, their respect, and how they conduct themselves as feminine women that are calm.
Buddy, I'm gonna pull up on you one of these days and say, get in, loser. We're gonna go meet some of the white women I know. Calm. I can't fucking do it. It makes me grind my fucking teeth. Just drink some goddamn water, please.
Orange and red extensions that go all around. So much so that you could do Wi-Fi off that thing. Okay? Yet, the reason why I say that is because I could care less what the crowd does with their hair. I could care less about their attitude. I don't care about them and their bad attitude. They can stay in the corner.
Ugh, I almost didn't make it through this one, but I think it's more accurate to say is they don't care about you, my guy, which is why I'm assuming you have quite so much resentment. I don't know who hurt you, but there's clearly a black woman in your past who did.
But to diss my Barbies, that's when it becomes a problem. That's when it becomes issues. That's when it gets into beef situation.
Beef situation? Fuck you and your Barbies, my guy. Trust me, I know more about them. You are welcome to them, but if you think I'm gonna stop talking shit, no.
Don't talk about my Barbies. Don't talk about my perfect white queens. Because don't throw stones if you live in a glass house.
And I think you maybe want to go talk to Emmett Till about white women and how well they can treat you.
Especially when your name is the same name that can be found on a 40-ounce bottle in the ghetto.
Well, my family name can be found on the side of German dive bombers, especially those that were useful to assist Franco in coming to power. Does that give me the right? I am, for whatever reason, the guy you clearly want to be.
Especially when you go unattractive.
You see me up there in the corner? I literally almost had to stop the fucking video. Cringe level 1000. How the fuck do you get to be quite so lamed, my guy? Everything about you.
And you guys got it coming. You just had to open your mouth. This ain't the DEI woke page. This is the Daddy Jason Snow Bunny Perfect Barber MAGA White Queens page, baby.
Yeah, you are welcome to it, my guy. I think you'll find the competition is fairly sparse and you have an edge. It's basically just you and their diabetic cousin. So, good luck.
Jealous. You are jealous. You are jealous. Because you don't work hard. All you do is expect everyone to give you something and complain and whine.
I'll point out that black women are actually the most highly educated demographic in the country. They're quite intelligent, which is why they dropped your ass the second they could.
You don't want peace. You don't want love. You want chaos and anarchy. And I got a video next talking about that same exact thing.
Yeah, Elon, this one needs to go back to the factory. If you could just do some work, make it stop laughing like the penguin, and just for me, stop the lip thing. Please, for the love of fucking God. You want us to not notice the robots? You need to make them somewhat approachable. Try making a leftist next time.
That's really good.
That guy, the MAGA guy, was wild. Like, what the hell?
That
didn't seem genuine to me. Like,
he's just hurt.
Yeah. Either that or there's something like he was right. Like something happened in his past.
It gotta be that. It's always something. It's always something. Some insecurity.
Yeah. I didn't realize that was what the content of the video was. I might have picked a different one. But he usually it's political commentary. And he usually, does like my favorite thing that he does is like MAGA crash outs.
That's crazy. Gretchen hates on my favorite YouTuber. Gretchen hates him. He's a little boy. He's a little 10-year-old boy.
You like a 10-year-old boy is your favorite YouTuber?
Yep. His name is Sean the Science Kid, and Gretchen can't stand him for some reason. Why you can't stand him, Gretchen? You should show Sean the Science Kid to everybody.
Is Gretchen even there?
Yeah, she's out.
I'm here.
I bet you if you show everybody Sean the Science Kid, they're going to say, wow, look at this young man. Look at this charming young man. Watch.
I'm just trying to do like 3 things at one time, that's all. I'm doing surgery on a cake. I'm trying to make a video for my Linkin Park inspired song.
What's the name of that streaming service you use again? I always forget the name of it. Or not
to make the songs or to make the videos?
Yeah, to make the songs. Sorry. Not
Suno.
Yeah.
Suno. Suno.
Yeah. The AI is what I meant. I need coffee still. My medicine is kicking in and it just makes me drowsy until I have coffee. And the THC is making me drowsy too.
That sounds like substances I like. I used to voluntarily take Seroquels back then. Like, and them joints is super.
I used to have a really bad issue with sleeping when I was like in high school, which I was in high school in the mid '90s.
I'll be right back.
Okay. When I was in high school, I had a really bad bout of insomnia once, where, like for like 2 weeks, I didn't sleep. I think I exaggerated it because it seemed awful at the time, and I used to tell people like things that couldn't possibly be true. I remember telling people that I went for like 11 days without sleeping, and I know that would have been like a world record, and I know that's not true, but I just think that it was particularly bad, and I just remembered it as being really bad. Because it went on for like 2 weeks, and that's why I said 11 days. But I probably did sleep, but I don't really remember how it unfolded. I just remember it was so bad that I remember trying anything and everything to get to sleep, and like nothing was working. It was like going days and days and days on end without sleeping. And I went to the doctor, and everything they gave me just like it wouldn't work. And then eventually, just like somehow I don't remember what happened. It just corrected itself and it went away. And for years, I didn't have any trouble sleeping. And then when I was like 25 or 26, it happened again. And this time by this age, I was able to drink and, and marijuana. And so like I'd been up awake. This time I knew, I'd been tracking like how long I'd been awake. And I'd already been awake for like 4 or 5 days in a row. Not doing any drugs. I'm not saying I was like on meth or something and keeping myself awake. No, I wasn't on anything. I was just trying to go to sleep at night like anyone else would. And it wasn't happening. And I had already been awake for, almost a week. And it was getting really awful. And I wanted to force the situation. I didn't care how I slept. I just wanted to sleep. So I remember one night I drank an entire fifth of vodka and I smoked a joint, like the entire joint at the end of drinking the fifth. I smoked an entire joint. And then I laid down in my bed, just completely obliterated, thinking, it's just going to be a matter of moments. I'm just going to zonk out and go to sleep. And I watched myself sober up. I did not go to sleep. I just got sober. And I was just so upset. And I went to the doctor again, and this time they prescribed me really powerful sedatives. And
Seroquel.
Yeah, like I think it was Ambien. I had Seroquel. I had a few. I had like some really powerful benzos too that I don't remember the name of. They weren't common ones though, like Xanax or clonazepam. And eventually, like I was using those, and they did work. They did put me to sleep because they were so powerful. Some of them didn't though. Like I remember there was a particularly strong benzo they had given me. It made me buzz extremely hard, but I couldn't sleep with it. But anyways, long story short, I realized that I could sleep this way, but I thought I didn't want to sleep like, like with Ambien, like I would have had to continue taking it. I didn't want to have a pill that I had to have in my life to sleep. And at the time, THC wasn't legal, but I just said, fuck it. I told my wife at the time, I was like, I don't care. I have to have THC will help me sleep. And so that's when I started using THC daily, and I was able to stop using the hardcore sleep pills. And I've never had an issue with insomnia. And I'm 47 now.
That's good. That's good money, shit. That sounds good to me. I wish we did that for me. I wish I was able to smoke a blunt. Just, I need to do nothing else. But sometimes for me, that the psilocybin is too good. Like, it's a good
I've done my fair share of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
my friend and I grew him in his apartment, and this is like 25 years ago, but he did this. But like, since I was his good friend, he would just give me whatever was like left over, at the bottom of a batch. So I was like every weekend I had a whole like a bag to do. So
That's
I
crazy.
did them every day, every weekend for a couple of years, and it was fun at the time. But then I had a really bad experience. I've only had one bad experience on shrooms, but it was so awful it traumatized the shit out of me, and I quit using it after that. But it was because I got really hammered drunk, and a friend of mine lied to me about how much he was giving me in shrooms. He was the one who had made the purchase, and then he unfairly split it up. You know, he stole from our friends and gave more to me and him, but didn't tell me. So I took in a massive dose after I'd already been drinking, and the result was extremely bad. Like I was traumatized from the experience.
That's crazy. I mean, I've had a trip real good. Like I remember one time I went and I got 2 bars. It's like this potent ass thing that was like sent to the guy from Cali, and I bought 2 of them. It was cookies and cream. And the guy told me, he said, "This is not like polka dot. This is something that came from a lab. It's very potent. You know, polka dot is bullshit. This is real shit right here. I'm giving you. Like, only take a piece. You know what I'm saying? You'll be good with that." I ate 1 whole bar right there in front of him. So then as soon as I walked into my house, I ate the other whole bar. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So like I bought it. I basically bought 2 from him. We was outside. I ate 1 complete bar in front of him. His jaw dropped to the ground. He couldn't believe it. He was like, "Don't touch the other one. Leave that alone."
And
I
then you
walked
did it
home for about 10 minutes, and before I made it to my bedroom, I downed the other one. And fucking, I just know that I ended up throwing up blood that day.
Ooh.
It's crazy. Yeah. I don't know what it was. Maybe an allergic reaction to my liver or
Was
something.
it immediate? Was it within the first 20 minutes?
No. It was later on, way later on. Later
So it definitely got into your system.
Yeah, no, it did for sure. I was fucked up. Like when I tell you fucked up, I felt like I was my own accompany. I was accompanying myself, but like
Yeah, I know.
it's weird.
I know
It
that
was
feeling. It's a feeling of disassociation.
Yeah, but like I felt like I was my like I
That's
was
what
in
it's
the
called.
room.
Look up a disassociative feeling. It's like you feel like you're almost outside yourself, or you're like what you said. You're with yourself, like almost
Yeah,
observing yourself, like in the third person sense.
but I felt
But
like
also
I
being
had
like an active member, an active participant in the actions of the being, of yourself. It's bizarre.
it
I
was
know
it
what you're
felt,
saying.
it felt like a social event, even though I was here by myself in my room.
Yeah,
It was
that's
weird.
wild. Yeah.
And I can't explain why, but everything just was more dynamic, funnier. It made sense. Everything was heightened. Like I found everything more vibrant. It was crazy, man. I just
All my experiences, except for the one, really, all my experiences with psilocybin have been excellent. And maybe I don't know, I would use it again in, time, place, and setting, and all that kind of stuff would matter. But I'm not opposed to it or anything like that. But I've done so much, I don't really, you know. I'm basically, I have what I need in my life for me right now, that I want. But I mean, like, I did enjoy like the experiences. I had some wild times and saw some crazy things. Like I saw walls breathe, and saw trees like
Yeah.
dancing in the distance.
Yeah.
You see animals popping in and out of the woods.
Yeah. Facts. No cap. Like I would see things that just looked like it felt like the walls were moving. It felt like the
Yeah.
devil's advocate towards the
Or
end when
like
the
melting
statue
in
started
times.
moving.
Or
Yeah, like
tiles would spin on the floor.
it's like I could sense I could sense presence in the environment. It was weird. Like,
I don't know if I
it was
felt like
so
that.
weird.
Probably similar, but I don't know if exactly that. But yeah, there's and a lot of times I laughed. I always say that the hardest I've ever laughed was on psilocybin. 'Cause there were
Facts.
nights that we just. I remember one time in Colorado, like we had gone to visit a buddy who lived there, and it was just the three of us, and like it was like our first night there, and we laughed. Like I think we started laughing like around 10 o'clock, and like it was this buddy of ours stayed at his aunt's house, and she came down like at 4 a.m. She was like, "You guys haven't stopped giggling since you sat down on that couch." She's like, "And this guy doesn't even have his eyes open anymore. You guys are all fucked up." So she knew what we were doing, but it was hilarious.
I would have been like, sure am. I
Right.
sure am fucked up.
It was a lot of fun.
That's crazy.
But I gotta go, guys. I gotta take my wife to work, so I don't mean to just drop out of nowhere, but I just realized it's almost that time.
Sirens, Jay. Sirens. That shit hurts.
Right.
Man,
How long are
ain't
you
gonna
gonna
do
go
that.
today, Gretchen?
Huh?
How long are you gonna go today?
I don't know.
You know, that's fine. Well, I gotta take my wife to work, so I'm gonna drop out now. But I might stop back in a little while.
All right,
If you're
sounds
on.
good, man. Have a good one, man. Check you
Yep.
later. Peace,
Good
next.
talking to you, Jay.
Man.
Gretchen.
Peace.
See you
Have
guys.
a good one. Yeah, man.
I
Twisting
mean,
up.
I guess how long I decide to go kind of depends on chat and anybody else. Nectar, you just joined again. Did you mean to do that, or is that a fuck up? I guess that was a fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm kicking you, Nectar. Co-host cannot be kicked out.
That's your
Seriously?
Yeah.
Nectar, you gotta remove yourself, dude.
Gotta put some respect on his name. You can't kick me out. I'm leaving.
I mean, I only own the fucking thing. You'd think I should be able to like kick anybody out if I want to.
Nope.
I tried to kick you, Nectar. It wouldn't let me.
Stone Cold says so.
Who is Marty McFlizzle? What do I think? I think a lot of things, Marty. What do you think? Yeah, you're gone now, Nectar. You're good.
I think if I could go back to the future, I'd be in the future of the past.
What? This is the future of the past. Dingus.
What?
The present is, in fact, the future of the past.
Who told you that?
What do you mean, who told me that? I have a brain. See you later, Nectar. That's just common sense, dude.
Well, I have to fine-tune my argument. I'm gonna come up with a syllogism that I can
Joker,
use.
this guy is smoking a lot of weed. A lot of weed. That's what he's smoking.
A whole lot of good shit, Joker. Whole lot of Zaza. Get it right, Gretchen.
Okay. It's all weed, isn't it?
Yeah, but not all weed is that good. That better.
Yeah, we need to turn you down a little bit.
Smoke weed every day. Yeah.
I smoke weed on 0 days. So, but we've been over this before. I just don't like the shit. So, just not my thing.
I just cough sneezed at the same time.
Uh-oh. You gonna make it?
Boogers everywhere.
So Marty McFlizzle never answered me. What you think? Also, different brain chemistries. I mean, there are some people that smoke themselves absolutely stupid, and some people can wake up, smoke wax, pop a few gummies, and fucking fuck off right to work and go and like do their jobs. I wouldn't be able to do that.
Man, I does this. You hear me? I does this.
I take one hit and I'm on the fucking floor rolling around like I don't even know where the fuck I am anymore. It's turned into a giggling, eating blob of nothing. Shit's like kryptonite, I swear.
That's probably the cure for the fence post for you.
I don't have any problems with the fence post. I actually make calls and, you know,
I do too.
stand by my. No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. Science is the
You leave everything fucking open because we'll never know until we die. So that's when I'll find out.
Science
And
is
you
the
just
arbiter
you
of
leave
all
everything
truth.
open ended so you won't
Science.
fucking find out you were wrong when you die. Who gives a shit if you're wrong when you die? You're dead.
Science is the arbiter of truth, and that's the real stance. And you can't defeat that.
Science is not the arbiter of truth.
Yes, it is.
Science is our way of becoming less wrong over time.
No, science is the way we extract truth.
See, you
claims.
fell asleep on Hank Green last night, or you would fucking know that.
I fell asleep because he was probably talking some nonsense. I was too tired.
Hank Green
I
does
don't know
not talk nonsense. I'm sorry. You fell asleep during Professor
who's Hank
Dave,
Green?
so. And I get that you don't like Professor Dave, and that's fine. But
I didn't say I
if you
don't like Professor Dave. I listen to his other stuff. I just don't get I don't get
you
off on.
you don't care for the way he dunks on people.
No,
I
it's
get
not
it.
that. It's that I don't like. That's not my favorite stuff to watch. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not even that I don't like it. Sometimes it's funny. Like he crack jokes. I'm not a prune, right? I'm just saying, like, you know, it's just not my favorite thing. Like, you know, I'd rather watch informative shit. You know what I'm saying?
Do you know who Hank Green is?
No.
Well, then how do you know you wouldn't like it? Hank Green's a boss, man, and he doesn't dunk on people like fucking Dave does. And
Hank
he's
Green?
pretty much always informative. Yeah.
And what he talking about? I like his last name, Green. You know, my weed is green, so we have that in common.
Hank and his brother are Christians. I didn't know that, Nick, too. I had no idea.
Green is good. It's the color of weed. It's the color of money. Color of Ninja Turtles.
You ever watch any Milo Rossi, Jay?
No.
Mini Minute Man?
Nope.
Really?
Nope. Nope.
You need some Google debunkers in your life, dude.
Mention what?
You need some Google debunkers in your life.
Google debunkers.
I love Milo too, Nessie. Huh? Yeah.
Google debunkers.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, man. Science is the truth in which we can make our fact claims, but it's not the answer to all. There are certain things that our scientific data can't get us to. And whether you like it or not, that's a fact. And you must accept that.
No, I mustn't. I must not accept that. Especially when some stoner across the country is telling me that I must accept anything. I don't have to accept anything.
I think you do, man. I think you're in
And
denial.
the conclusions I came to they had nothing to do with science. So
Yeah, they did, man. Oh yeah, put that on, man. Put what Nessie the Bessie talking about. Now, since you take everybody else's suggestions but mine, since you don't want to play science kid and enlighten the people with his genius.
no, if you want to watch Sabina Hassenfelder, you can go ahead and do it on your own fucking time. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, but we can watch Dave though, right? We can watch.
You might as well go watch fucking Eric Weinstein's bullshit. Cause no.
Weinstein's bullshit then.
Huh?
Why you gotta suppress speech? It was recommended by one of your loyal viewers.
So
you should oblige.
she's also on the Peter Thiel's payroll. So
yeah,
no.
okay. So let me decide that.
Huh?
So let me decide that. Show me where she's
okay.
wrong.
You still have the ability to decide that. You can go to Sabina Hassenfelder's fucking YouTube page and go watch her shit on your own.
And
then it's not censorship, is it? You're taking you're taking Nessie's.
You censoring Nessie. She wants to see.
But I'm not going to contribute to anyone on Peter Thiel's bullshit payroll.
But who's?
I'm sorry,
Peter
I
Thiel?
just don't.
But who's Peter Thiel though?
And Nessie is perfectly able to just keep putting whatever recommendation she wants. Like Joker said, nothing's being suppressed, nothing's being censored.
Man,
yeah, Sabina Hassenfelder is Eric Weinstein, Peter Thiel kind of club. That's why she's turned from actually being a science communicator to being a pseudoscience communicator.
I'm not suppressing your speech.
Because she wants some of that Peter Thiel money.
I'm not suppressing your speech. I just don't want you to say that shit over here.
I don't know, Jay. I feel like you're the type that like sees the pseudoscience bullshit, and then you find a little thread of it that makes sense to you.
That's why I want to see it in real time with you, so you could like help me not have to go through that. Because if I see it alone, it's gonna work, and I'm gonna fall for her deceptions.
But there are people that do it way better than I do.
Yeah, but you do it fine enough.
No, I don't, because clearly you still believe in this shit.
I don't, because I never saw her. How do I know if I believe in what her computer theory is? I never saw her. All the stuff
I don't know. You don't even know what her computer theory is because you won't go watch it.
Yeah, I didn't watch hers, so that's what I'm saying. I was trying to watch it in real time with you, but you on some like, censoring my ability to learn. In real time with the panel, you know what I'm saying? On the channel.
You can go do that at any time. Well, right now, I am the panel, and I'm not watching her shit. I'm not giving her the view. I'm sorry, I'm not.
You're not giving her the view. You playing it on your channel. You getting the view.
When you sell out to Peter Thiel and friends, you're no longer going to get my attention, my likes, my views, my nothing.
But who is that you hate him so much? Well, he's like the Pied Piper or something.
You don't know who Peter Thiel is?
Nope. What's up with all this first name and then the color like Hank Green, Peter Thiel, something blue?
Thiel is not T-E-A-L, it's Thiel.
Okay.
He's a billionaire behind Palantir. And
not ringing the bell. Sorry. But what about him?
Oh my God. It has to do with, geopolitics and global surveillance without warrants.
And what,
he's a billionaire that's into transhumanism, and he's a super Christian dude he's one of fucking Trump's buddies, and he's JD Vance's biggest backer, and that's just not someone I want anything to do with.
I would watch Dave Farina. What you mean? Like, I watched Dave Farina.
Well, you fell asleep watching Dave Farina last night.
Because I was tired. What you think? Like, what he got, like, THC in his videos or, like, psilocybin that's going to keep me up? Like,
we need to introduce you to... What do you think, Nectu? We need to introduce him to Milo, don't we?
I like Dave. I just don't like that Duncan shit. Like, it lands better. Like, I hear it more when he's like, because then it just becomes a hit piece, right? Like, I like the.
Don't worry, Milo's nothing like that. Trust me.
And there's times when that's what's up. Like, I listen to that because I'm tuning in for that. I want to be like, that was funny. Dave's great. Boom, boom, boom. But most times, like when I'm in learn mode, like when I'm in just smoke a blunt, look at the screen, and, like that's a different mindset. Like that's when I really watch the stuff that compels me. You know what I'm saying? And like, I don't know. I can't explain it. Like he got stuff that I could watch, like his lectures, his tutorials. I could watch that at any point because it's information. Like I guess I'm boring like that. I don't feed off the drama. Like I feed off the information and the visuals that it projects in my mind.
Tell you what. I don't know. What do you guys think we should start him off with Milo?
Start me off with Sean the Science Kid.
Huh? We're not doing the Science Kid. Science Kid's bullshit.
Start me off with Sean the Science Kid.
Yeah, but some of Milo's like debunk content will definitely help Jay figure out how to think a little more critically.
All right, so look, I'll watch your little Milo.
Oh, what about the Philip Zeba thing? What about the Philip Zeba thing? We could do like an hour tonight and an hour tomorrow night. Oh God, that would be so good.
No, Gretchen. I'll do you a deal.
What?
If you show the chat Sean the Science Kid, then I'll watch this Milo.
I already spent time looking up the fucking Science Kid.
You did, but you didn't show the chat. I want the chat to see what their reaction is. Let's see what Nectu guys say.
Why don't we do that? You know what? Look, you were talking about that last night with Arpy. Why don't we wait until Arpy's here again to do the Science Kid? Okay, because he seemed interested in that. So why don't we wait till Arpy's back to do that?
Good point.
Okay.
Arpy's worth waiting for.
Yeah, none of his stuff is in debate format, but then either is, Professor Dave's stuff. his stuff really isn't in debate format either. So,
Sean the Science Kid is just a gem
and
to
Jay
reality.
doesn't really think in debate format anyway.
That's why I don't like dunking
To be
on
honest with you, Jay really doesn't think in debate format. So it's like, that's why he'll keep bringing up the same analogies over and over after we shot him down, because he doesn't really think linear like that,
I think
if you know what I mean.
circular, rectangular, triangular, octagonular. Well, I tell you this. If you look up Sean the Science Kid, you're gonna be compelled. You're gonna be like, man, I want to learn. That kid right there, 10 years old, man, and he makes me want to learn. Can you imagine that? I could listen to a whole bunch of grouchies and they turn me away from concepts. I hear this 10-year-old prodigy genius and I want to learn. I want to expand my mind. He's probably like 11.
Like I said, like I say, we'll wait until Arpy comes back, and so he can experience that.
And it's not just Sean, right? It's other kids too. It's another kid. Like, coincidentally, they all go to school with Sean.
Okay. Oh, wow. That's a super coincidence.
Well, no, because he goes to one of the top schools of the world for youth. Like, it's not just a regular school. Like, kids all over the world that are smart prodigies like that get sent there. Like, it's not like no regular stuff. Anybody there who's his classmate is also a prodigy like him. But they don't all got YouTube videos. But like, they have made newspapers, made rounds. The little Indian girl is another. I think, I don't know who he is, but like, it's another little kid there. Like, it's a bunch of them. It's a bunch of them that are science communicators. But I know mostly about Sean. And Sean is so smart that he was reading books already at 9 months old. He was already enunciating words and stuff, talking and reading.
Yeah, there's really no way for them to prove that.
Yeah, well, guess what? He's already a genius at 10 years old. He's already in college, graduating and all that.
Again, there's no real way to prove that.
Yeah, well, guess what? There's a way to prove it with his prowess now. You see? There you go. Nessie the Bessie. Let's go. Read that, Gretchen. See what I'm saying? They know what's up.
No, Nessie's reading like cursory search information on this kid.
No, Sean is.
This kid doesn't even have the life experience to actually, you know what? No, I'm sorry. Like I said, I spent half an hour fucking looking up this fucking kid, and I want that half an hour back.
He's an anomaly.
Arpy seemed interested, so you wait until fucking Arpy's here. Because we ain't doing this. We ain't doing this.
You just don't understand, you know. You just
then that's fine. I just don't understand.
You know, like parents.
I'm willing to admit that, and I'm fucking fine with it.
You understand.
If I just don't understand, then I'm cool with that. Then call me a misunderstander. I am misunderstanding.
A neurocardio surgeon.
From now on, you can refer to me as misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding.
Yep.
You gotta say miss twice. But
Okay.
so who's this guy?
We're gonna get our Milo Rossi on. So
Who's
stay
this?
awake, Jay. Pay attention.
Who's this?
This is Mini Minute Man, also known as Milo Rossi.
Philip?
I'm gonna do the Philip Zeba debunk.
But
That's
who's
the one
that?
Google debunkers came from, right? Was from
What's
Philip or
this
was it
about?
Shane?
There's not a long video, right? Please don't put on no hour-long thing, man.
Did the Google debunkers thing come from Shane or from Philip? I
Put on
forget
like
which
a
one.
10-minute video, like a 5-minute video or something like that. Man, crazy, man.
No. We're
Nah,
gonna do a
man.
longer one than that.
We gotta match. Whatever you put me through now, we gotta match it with a Sean the Science Kid video later.
Does Sean the Science Kid have a fucking hour video?
Yeah, you got hours.
Well, like I said, take it up with Arpy.
No. That's not.
You know what? I'm doing this for you, J Money.
You're not doing it for me. I
Welcome
wanna see this
welcome
shit.
to Milo Rossi world.
You ain't doing it for me.
Welcome to Milo Rossi world.
I don't want to
As
see
far
this
as the
shit.
Sean the Science Kid, take that shit up with Arpy. Like I
No,
said,
I mean,
you
just-
got some
that's
purchase
the
with
thing.
him last night.
Hour and
You're not
31
ever gonna
minutes
get any
of
with
Sean
me
the Science
because
Kid, all right? An hour
fuck
and
Sean the
31
Science
minutes
Kid. Like I
and
said,
34
you know what?
seconds of
You
Sean
can
the
leave
Science
if you want,
No,
but I
listen.
just know that you're
An
fucking
hour
running
and
because you're afraid
31
of the
minutes,
truth.
An hour
You know
and
what?
31 minutes and
Because
34 seconds of Sean the Science Kid.
Milo actually has a fucking
An hour
degree in
and 31
archaeology.
minutes
He's a
and
fucking smart
34
guy. He's
seconds
actually
of
lived on
Sean
this
the
earth.
Science Kid.
He owns property.
An hour
He's a real
and
fucking
31
grown up.
minutes and 34 seconds of Sean the Science Kid.
Found there is seeing giant creatures roaming around him, and he's brought to a shimmering rainbow city. All of this is in his diary. Apparently there are leaked photos that show us they're trying to cover up something big down there. Cultures all around the world just all independently come up with the same allegedly fictitious anthropomorphic bird, built by completely different cultures with zero contact among each other and thousands of kilometers apart. All dismissed as irrelevant or flat out ignored by mainstream archaeology. Get your tinfoil hats ready for this one.
The Joker is wild. Sean the Science Kid is smarter than this guy.
Jesus. That's pretty nice. When I woke up this morning, it was 8 degrees Fahrenheit outside. So I came to the studio and I was like, that's a little cold even by my New England sensibilities. So I thought we could have a little fire in here to warm myself up. That's nice. That's a real fire hazard right there. I actually do have a space heater in here with me today, which doesn't matter considering the entire place is uninsulated and way too big for this space heater, bringing us to a balmy 28 degrees Fahrenheit. And with that, I'm ready to make a video. Anybody want some paraffin wax? Do a slight rearrange here. There we go. We don't need the candle to be directly in front of me. Wow, I have a great idea.
Right?
While I work on scripting the Atlantis episode, why don't I just do a fun little easy one-off video? You know.
What, Jay?
Nah, I'm responding to the chat. He said Milo is super educated. I said, I bet you Sean is smarter.
Okay. Just watch the video. Just let yourself become immersed in the world of Milo Rossi. You will be a believer.
Because I already lost.
All will be Milo. You will become a Google debunker. I promise you.
I lost track of what he's saying already. So fill me in. Like what?
Yeah, because you won't shut the fuck up. How about shutting the fuck up and maybe you'll figure out what he's saying. Okay, I'll go back.
I have shut the fuck up, but he's not making sense.
Because he hasn't really gotten started yet.
So tell me what
He's talking about how fucking cold it is in his studio. That's it so far.
That's pretty nice. When I woke up this morning, it was 8 degrees Fahrenheit outside. So I came to the studio and I was like,
Jay,
that's
you're gonna get muted.
a little cold even by my New England sensibilities. So I thought we could have a little fire in here to warm myself up. That's nice. That's a real fire hazard right there. I actually do have a space heater in here with me today, which doesn't matter considering the entire place is uninsulated and way too big for this space heater, bringing us to a balmy 28 degrees Fahrenheit. And with that, I'm ready to make a video. Anybody want some paraffin wax? Do a slight rearrange here. There we go. We don't need the candle to be directly in front of me. Wow, I have a great idea. While I work on scripting the Atlantis episode, why don't I just do a fun little easy one-off video? You know, I don't know, maybe I'll talk about someone's TikTok account, you know, and just sort of break down all the videos that they've made. That'll be nice and easy, and certainly won't take me 2 months and 2 reshoots to finally complete. I have discussed a lot of conspiracy videos in my 3 years on TikTok and YouTube, and over the course of this time, there's been a lot of repeat offenders. But through all this time, there has been one account that has reigned supreme. The uncontested king of bullshit. An account that I get tagged in so much, it clogs my inbox every single time I open TikTok. For those of you that know who it is, I'm sorry. But today, we're gonna be talking about Phil Spixel, a conspiracy TikTok account run by a fella by the name of Philip Zeba. Philip Zeba? I don't know. Philip, if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. A few months ago, I found that I had been tagged in one of this guy's videos more than 300 times. And that's just one example. It seems like 75% of my tags are from this guy's content. And honestly, I'm kind of sick of it at this point. And so today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be doing something I have never done before. I went through Philip's entire channel. It was, as you can imagine, an agonizing process, but I do it for you. And from all those videos, I have pulled all the major arguments that he makes. And in this video, I'm going to be going over every single one of them. Everything from Hollow Earth to Pyramid power plants to the Smithsonian destroying giant skeletons. Howdy friends, my name is Milo Rossi and welcome to this exceptionally long video, which I can think of no more an appropriate name than Philip Zeba Debunked. Philip Zeba is a bit of a character. Now, as one creator looking at another, I recognize the fact that all of us are characters in a way. We are based very heavily off of who we are in real life, but of course we put on a bit of an exaggerated persona for the camera. We're going to be getting to know Philip's character very well today, but the trait we need to start with is a little something that we in the biz like to call yappin'. My man Philip can yap. Now, if you move the mouse, I'm sure you're saying to yourself, who the fuck is this guy? He's got a 2-hour-long video complaining about somebody else yapping. Yeah, you know what? That's fair. I'll admit it. Pot calling the kettle black a little bit. But the difference is that this is a YouTube video essay. It's supposed to be 2 hours long. What else are you supposed to play in the background while you're, you know, doing homework or something? Philip's sole medium is short form content. Now, when you think of short form content, what do you think of? 60 seconds, 90 seconds, maybe 2 minutes, maybe. Now, my man here can make videos that are upwards of 5 minutes long. Now, while I personally think 5 to 6 minutes is way too long for a short form video, I have some respect for it, okay? He's got a lot to say, even if it is yapping. But that's where my problem comes in, because I make all of my shorts 60 seconds. And because Philip spends so much time yapping, he is able to say so much bullshit in 6 minutes that I can only debunk like 1 point in 60 seconds. So since I can't even begin to scratch the surface of his bullshit in a single short form video, I decided to do this instead. Now, I've been planning to make this video for a long time. For those of you who subscribe to me on Patreon, you will have seen that this has been in my roadmap for like ever. In fact, I actually already filmed this video, the entire thing. It took me like 5 hours, and my structure was just, I watched like 7 of his videos in a row and just talked about them. But the problem is it ended up being so redundant and I absolutely hated how it was organized. So I decided to take another like 3 weeks to re-script the entire thing and shoot this. Oh, it's cold in here. What are we looking at? Oh, we have just crossed the 30-degree Fahrenheit line. Can you guys see the steam coming out of my mouth? Probably not. The lights are shining into it. What if I do this? Ready? This is gonna be crazy. Or it's not gonna work at all. See? I told you it was cold in here. So before we get into this unnecessarily long video, I want to welcome some of you. First, I would like to give a warm welcome to any viewers who are familiar with Philip's content and have some sort of belief in it. If you are a skeptic, I encourage you to watch through this whole video. In this video, I'm going to be going over all of the points Philip makes. All of my sources are going to be linked on screen and you can find all of them in the description. So if you are truly someone who, you know, wants to do your own research, put your money where your mouth is and watch this video video to educate yourself further. Or if you want to call me a sheep and click off the video, you can have at it, but you concede the fact that you care more about your feelings than you do about facts. Hit him with the Ben Shapiro. Secondly, I'd like to give a big welcome to pretty much everyone else. If you're new to the channel, welcome. You've probably seen some of my TikToks where I do debunking of conspiracy theories. Well, if you like those, you're in luck because I'm going to be doing it for like 2 hours here. If you clicked on it because you saw how long the video is and you're just playing it in the background while you do homework or something like that, welcome. I do the exact same thing. I actually kind of intended for this video to be a little bit for that. If you want to be generous, sauce me an interaction. You know, it's like tipping the bellhop. It helps what I do here, you know? And if you're a returning viewer, welcome back. I love you. And bonus points if you're watching at the live premiere, Sunday nights at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, the last person that I want to welcome to this video is Philip Ziba himself. Now, Philip, if you are actually watching this, I'm actually partly addressing this video to you. As I said in the beginning, we both have caricatures. I think I said character, but what I should have said is caricatures. We both have exaggerated versions of ourselves that we present on the internet. This is my caricature. We're about to see your caricature. Now, in this video, my caricature is going to go toe-to-toe with your caricature. But one of the reasons that I reshot this video is because I felt like the first one was just too much of like, you know, commentary channel attack content. And that didn't really sit well with me. And so while I am still going to be going for some pretty good digs in this video, I actually am trying to give you some advice, as weird as that sounds. No, I'm not going to lie. I don't really like your content. And as a matter of fact, I don't even really know if I like you. But as a man-to-man and a creator to a creator, I respect you. Because regardless of the content you make, you are good at what you do. Even though I disagree with the information that you're putting out there, you have an obvious ability to connect with your audience. You have built a platform of 1.5 million followers on TikTok, and that's pretty impressive. Now, the only part of you that I've seen is your caricature. And so, unfortunately, I'm going to be judging you based off your caricature, which is a little unfair, but I don't really have anything else to go off. And so I want you to know that my thesis here isn't, you know, fuck you, get off the internet. I am trying to point out why I think the content you're making is something you should move away from and the damage that it has. But along with that, I also want to try and give you some, you know, advice and maybe some ideas for how to make your content better. Because even though the stuff you are communicating is a bunch of bullshit, you are a great communicator. So if you can respect the fact that we're kind of going into this as frenemies, I'm good to get this thing started. You hear that? That's the squirrels. Hey, keep it down up there, little fuckers. Oh, shit. They're climbing on the fucking rain gutter. Yo. Hey, little bastard, get out of here. Little shit. You know, honestly, I'm okay with having squirrels in my house. They get the attic, I get the downstairs. That works. We have a no man's land. We have an understanding here. I mean, it's cold outside. Why should I get to be in the warm house and they can't? Throughout this video, I want us to all keep a question in mind. And that is, does Philip actually believe in the things that he is saying, or is he just saying them to get clicks? Because someone who actually believes in what they are saying is willing to sort of go the extra mile, do the extra legwork. And even if we don't agree with them, and I'm going to research all of my points to, you know, show whether or not there's fact backing up the things he says, they still believe in it and they are willing to back it up. Someone who does it just to get clicks is someone who doesn't really care what words are coming out of their mouth. And in my opinion, it's even a little bit worse because they probably don't believe the things they're saying, but they are willing to peddle it anyway to people who do believe it because it's the thing that gets them clicks and views. Okay, and lastly, before we get into things, I want to make this very clear at the beginning. This is not a hit piece. I do not have a personal problem with Philip. This is not me trying to, you know, get off the internet and start some fucking bullshit. I don't really care about who Philip is as a person. I am just looking at the things that he is saying. These could be coming out of the mouth of anyone, and I would be fact-checking them in the exact same way. You are not to use this video as grounds to give Philip or his fans any negativity, and if you take a video like this as an excuse to harass someone, you are fucking dirt to me. Okay, we all on the same page with this? Good. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this thing started. Damn, bro, it's cold up here. I need to get my mittens. Right, Philip, piece of advice number 1. Never let him catch you without your mittens. Oh, yeah, that's nice. All right, so I think there's no better way to kick off listening to Philip's yapping than by looking at whatever the fuck this video is.
Bruh, what on earth is this thing?
That's Big Bird in drag. I saw him last time I drank ayahuasca.
Apparently, it's called the opium or the erosion bird. And don't worry, they're definitely AI generated.
That's bullshit, Philip. Those things are definitely real. The one that I saw told me exactly how and when I was gonna die.
But many are beginning to claim that creatures like this are actually real, and we've already encountered them in our past before.
So this video came out around the height of the like erosion bird meme. So he clearly isn't claiming that these things are real, because that would be ridiculous, but he's using it as a bit of a clickbait segue into whatever the next bullshit is he's gonna say.
Why did cultures all around the world just all independently come up with the same allegedly fictitious anthropomorphic bird?
The same allegedly fictitious anthropomorphic bird. Okay, we're grasping at straws right off the bat here. So Philip, I gotta ask you something real quick. If you look at all those birds that you got up on screen right now, Do those look like the same bird to you? Is that Thoth at the top? Toth? What the fuck is his name? Okay, you got Thoth at the top, you got some sort of Mesopotamian god, and then some South American god. Now, while they all have bird features, what you will notice is that they have about as many different bird features as is humanly possible. One of them has the head of a bird and no wings, one of them has the head of a human and wings, and one of them is dressed in a bird costume. You cannot tell me that that is enough evidence for you that all of our ancestors were connected to bird people. So this brings us to a very important theme through all of Philip's content that we need to talk about right off the bat. And we even get to learn a new vocab word. So everyone repeat after me, hyperdiffusion. Hyperdiffusion is a pseudoscientific concept that traces its roots back to the end of the 1800s and the beginning of the 1900s. And even if you're not familiar with the word, you are absolutely familiar with hyperdiffusion. If you've seen anyone peddle conspiracies about Atlantis or long-lost, globe-spanning civilizations of the Ice Age or even ancient aliens, these are all examples of hyperdiffusion. Generally, the concept dictates that all of the major civilizations on Earth are descended from one lost master civilization. You can see why this was such a popular concept in the late 1800s and the beginning of the 1900s. Now, while the people who peddle these concepts today are obviously not using them in the same way as, Ignatius Donnelly did in the, 1900s, hyperdiffusion is something that has been used for a litany of terrible shit, everything from eugenics to justifying Nazi land claims. Now, obviously, that's not what Philip is doing here, but it is important to understand the roots of this concept. Now, with the background out of the way, how does hyperdiffusion really work in the practice of these videos? Well, why don't I just show you, and I promise you'll get the hang of it really fucking quickly.
So this is a map of pyramids all around the world, all allegedly built independently of each other and all having identical structures that follow this similar step pattern. Famous pyramids of Djoser in Egypt, Chichen Itza, Pyramid de los Nichos, Tikal Temple, the Great Pyramid of Cholula, Kokher, and Prasat Baksay Cham Krong in Cambodia. And deep within the ocean is the sunken Yonaguni monument, all with a nearly identical look, yet built by completely different cultures with zero contact among each other and thousands of kilometers apart.
Wow, that one is pretty classic. If people all over the world didn't have contact with each other, how did they know how to put the rocks going up? Just like the weird bird thing that we started out with, all these concepts are predicated on the idea that if A looked like B, then high-speed rail network. Trust me, we have a lot to cover about pyramids in this video, so I will get into that claim itself, but for the moment I want it to stand as an example of hyperdiffusion. Frequently, hyperdiffusion is used when talking about some of the most basic shit possible. When talking about the pyramids, it's like, how did they realize to stack them, or how they realized to make stones fit together this way?
How did our ancient ancestors figure out these identical building techniques completely independent of each other?
What these people totally neglect to mention is there's only so many ways you can work with stone. If you have thousands of civilizations across the world, of course some of them are going to come up with pretty similar ways of doing the same thing with the same materials trying to achieve the same end. Now, along with talking about physical constructions, hyperdiffusion also plays a lot into folklore, just like the birds that we saw just a minute ago. Now, a misconception that I think is peddled by these conspiracy theorists all the time is that archaeologists don't want to listen to folklore. In reality, folklore is one of the most important anthropological tools that we have, being anthropology, not archaeology, because you don't dig for folklore. Almost all folklore is based on some modicum of truth, and there's no anthropologist in the world who would deny that. But these conspiracy theorists kind of take it to a different level, where instead of looking for the seed of truth in the forest of myth, you just decide to cut down every tree and take it at face value.
Ancient Indian mythology had the Vedas. In the Old Testament, we got the Nephilim. The Quran had the people of Ad. Ancient Egyptians had their carvings and drawings of extremely large people in chairs. Mayans and Aztecs had their own depictions of towering humans. And the Sumerians, well, they had the Anunnaki.
We're gonna have to talk about giants a lot later in this video, so I'm not gonna get into it now, but hyperdiffusion. The thing that these conspiracy theorists don't really recognize is that all of the sort of commonalities between all of these cultures are things that every person around the world had contact with. The idea of a giant person is not a hard thing to come up with. We all live around people, and the concept of anthropomorphic animals is fucking ancient, as long as we've been able to, fire enough synapses to combine two creatures together. We are a species that lives on the ground. For as long as we could look up, we've seen birds flying in the sky and thought, man, I wonder what's up with that. So if you're telling me that the most likely reason a bunch of cultures around the world have bird deities is because there are actual bird deities and not because we all live on a planet with fucking birds, then you are out of it.
Zuni, Acoma Pueblo have legends of a race that existed there before them. These myths all speak of either a race of reptilians, yes, we're in lizard people territory now, or giants that civilized the area.
Uh-oh. What do you mean by that, Philip? That doesn't really give the right. I know you didn't mean it like that, but let's I'm an anthropologist, all right? My field pretty much got its birth from eugenics, so I'm trying to, right the wrongs of the past a little bit here.
Micmac, a Native American tribe that lived along the Atlantic coast, which shares a baffling number of similarities with Egyptian hieroglyphs, two cultures that allegedly had no contact among each other. This one was just a coincidence, of course.
Philip, I'm going to give you my first piece of advice. You clearly have an interest in history. You clearly have an interest in antiquity and the mysteries of the past. There are so many mysteries out there that you can talk about without having to peddle fucking reptilian bullshit. What about the Micmac language you just talked about? That's pretty interesting, isn't it? I'm sure a lot of your viewers probably haven't heard about the Micmac language. But because of the way you presented that video, now the only thing they know about is, well, maybe the ancient Egyptians had contact with the Micmac. Why don't you make a video talking about the mysterious Micmac language? Why is it that the Micmac have a written language and so many other indigenous groups in the US didn't? By trying to claim that there was some fictitious lost civilization, you make every little piece of the puzzle that we have at our disposal that's actually real completely trivialized.
Just like the Fuente Magna Bowl found in Bolivia with Proto-Sumerian cuneiform script writing on it.
That's not true. Alright guys, we're doing an Awful Archaeology speed run. Hey guys, welcome back to Awful Archaeology. Today we're going to be talking about the Fuente Magna Bowl. The Fuente Magna Bowl has no history, as in we have no idea where it came from, there is no record of the site, and we really don't even know when it was discovered. For those of you who've been watching my channel for a while, you'll be familiar with the word context. It's probably the most important concept in archaeology. Most of the information you can get from any artifact is finding where it is located. It's context in the world. Finding a projectile point in a stream bed is very different than finding a projectile point in, a pile of bones. But if you were to take both of those projectile points, not record where they came from, and then just keep them in a box, they mean pretty much nothing. So you could have literally the Holy Grail in your hand, and if you don't have any records of where it came from, what the environment around it was like, it pretty much is worthless. So since we have no record of where the Fuente Magna Bowl came from, that makes it a little suspicious. Since people claim that it is the sole artifact that, shows that ancient Mesopotamia had contact with North America, that makes it really suspicious. Oh wait, not North America, South America. It was in Bolivia, right? Sorry, my bad. Philip claims that he knows what language is on this bowl, which he should try and get that published, considering that nobody else has managed to figure out what the language on the bowl is. Various people trying to interpret the Fuente Magna Bowl have claimed that the script on it is anything from Sumerian, Proto-Sumerian, Phoenician, Georgian, and even Hebrew. So long story short, if people can't even agree on what the language on the bowl is, it probably doesn't mean anything. In all likelihood, the Fuente Magna Bowl was either a completely fabricated artifact or an actual artifact that was later carved on in order to sell it for a higher profit. Thanks for watching Awful Archaeology. Stay curious and all that shit.
Records of inner Earth civilizations have been reported by many, if not almost every ancient society of our past.
Wow, I wonder why that is, Philip. Maybe because for as long as people have had their neurons firing, we've wondered, I wonder what's below our feet. I'll give you 1 second to guess what he's going to do next. Time's up. If you guess that he's going to list a bunch of
You muted, Gretchen. Can't hear you.
I said, what was that?
I said that's Sumerian. He keeps saying he don't know what that is, but that's Sumerian language.
Oh, are you the expert now?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, let's pick that back up tomorrow night. You can show me how it's fucking Sumerian then.
Okay.
I mean, if you can show me, I'll totally buy that.
All right.
Okay.
civilizations that all have underworlds in their mythology, you are absolutely right.
Buddhists, Gartha. Ancient Indians have Patala. The Mayans got Xibalba. Chico Mostok for the Aztecs. The Sumerians Ker. Babylonians Urkala. Chinese Diu. Ancient Egyptian, Greek, Roman, and even Celtics.
I'm sorry, the what?
And even Celtics.
The fucking Celtics? I always knew the fucking Celtics were doing something down there, bud. I gotta humble myself here for a second. I'm not normally the kind of person to make fun of someone mispronouncing something, but the fucking Celtics? You can't come onto the video of a guy from fucking Boston and not expect him to notice when you call the Celtics the fucking Celtics. You wanna go try that shit in fucking Southie, bud? Rule 95, the Auto Mile in fucking Norwood. Come on down there and try calling the Celtics the Celtics. I'll rock your fucking shit, bud. Shout out Massachusetts, you'll always have my heart. He's wearing a NASA shirt too. Actually, that's pretty hilarious. You know what, Philip? I'm gonna give you a little point for that. I'll imaginary mark it on the wall. Hilarious that you're wearing a Celtics shirt. That would have been really good. If you wore a Celtics shirt, I would have thought that you actually intended to call them the Celtics. Wait, am I losing my shit? Is it actually pronounced Celtics or is it Celtics? I always thought it was Celtics. Okay. Citation needed on that one. I'm looking at it and it looks like it's Celtics, which is how I've always heard it. But if I'm wrong,
a research assistant and a fact check.
At least that bit was still pretty funny. No, I don't want to know how to pronounce Celtics like the Boston Celtics.
Celtics.
Yeah, I know how to pronounce the name of the Boston fucking Celtics. Here in Ireland, except for the initial soft say in sports teams' names, like the Celtics, Celtic with a hard C or K is the standard, but that was not always the case. The early pronunciation was with an S sound, reflecting its nearest origin in French. Okay, well, looks like Milo is right again. Okay, I'm glad I was right about that. That would have been pretty embarrassing. I mean, I don't know, maybe the Celtics do have their own underworld. The TD Garden is kind of like the underworld on Earth, so I mean, it would only make sense.
Just like the flood myth that appears in every single ancient civilization.
Okay, fuck off. We're not talking about the flood myth. I am so sick of that bullshit. The problem is that the entire concept of hyperdiffusion has one really big weakness. Whether someone's trying to convince you of Atlantis or a lost globe-spanning civilization of the Ice Age, there is one single piece of evidence that can debunk every single one of those points. And that is because people like to bang. Come on now. Whoa. Did you see that? My finger caught on fire for a second. For as long as humanity has climbed out of the primordial ooze, we have been leaving our grubby little fingerprints all over this planet. And the most conclusive way of seeing where humanity's path has been is looking at the literal genetic code in our bodies. Have a look at this map. This is a map of human migration across the world done only through genetic evidence. If you do believe that there was a lost advanced globe-spanning civilization in the Ice Age, then they must have had absolutely no game. If you do believe in these hyperdiffusion ideas, please just research this yourself. One off the top of my head, the Kennewick Man, an ancient set of human remains found in what's now like the Pacific Northwest of the United States, has a very close genetic link to a lot of indigenous Americans, as you won't be surprised, but also has a very close link to a lot of indigenous Siberians, because genetically he was very close to that group of people. Look at the globalization of the world today. We have people from all over the world who are able to, mix with one another. When our civilization collapses, and you can mark my words that it will, if there was some anthropologist thousands of years in the future, they would be able to tell that we had a globe-spanning civilization because of our genetics. The frustrating thing about archaeology is you're trying to assemble like a 1,000-piece puzzle with 3 pieces left. And that means that there's a lot of blank spaces. But a lot of these hyperdiffusion theories act like we have all of the pieces. So instead of acknowledging that there's gaps between them, they're like, yes, Karahan Tepe, and, Gunung Padang, and just like all this random shit, and they're like, yes, this is the full picture. Even though we're constantly uncovering new shit, and we'll never have the full picture. It's no small wonder that the people who actually studied archaeology are not the ones peddling this bullshit. Whoa, do I have another lighter? No kiss. They multiplied in my pockets. Okay, now that we're all on the same page with hyperdiffusion, let's go to the land down under, because we're gonna explore the ruins in Antarctica.
The ruins left behind by one of these ancient civilizations are rumored to have been discovered and then covered up in Antarctica as well.
We are off to a strong start with this one. Okay, I want you guys to take 5 seconds to look at this image, and I'm gonna see if you can guess what I'm gonna talk about in this section. I'll be in the corner taking a piss if you need me. I don't even need Google to tell me that that's an AI-generated image, Philip.
A lot of controversy behind these.
There is absolutely no controversy behind these ruins, Philip. Don't act like there is.
But apparently there are leaked photos that show us they're trying to cover up something big down there.
This is the first time we're seeing Philip's caricature shine through a little bit. Philip's character is that of a do your own research, as long as that research is the Joe Rogan Experience kind of person. So he'll speak with this language that tries to trick you into thinking that what he's talking about is actually more plausible or more, uncertain than it actually is. Which is why he'll lace things into it like, lot of controversy around these. There's no fucking controversy around them, Philip. You are literally just lying to your audience in order to drum up clicks. I mean, they're trying to cover up something big down there. Who the fuck is they, Philip? Who's they, Philip? No one is trying to cover that shit up, okay? There's no ruins in Antarctica. The conspiracies are right in front of your faces, people. Jesus Christ, these conspiracy theorists give like the perfect smokescreen for the government to keep doing the shady shit they've been doing for years. Honestly, maybe Philip is a government psyop, because the more breath he wastes talking about how the government is covering up giants, the more the government can continue fucking us 10 ways to Sunday and getting away with it.
Doubters will tell you these photos are fake because Google told them.
Okay, you smug son of a bitch, because Google told them. Philip, you can't rag on Google, it's the entire, like, sum of humanity's knowledge at your fingertips. Don't try and make people feel stupid for doing more research than you. But you know what, Philip? Just because you wanted to be a little bit of an extra smug bastard about this one, I decided to go down a little bit more of a rabbit hole just for you. So here's how I started. I Googled photos of ruins in Antarctica. I got this list of images, none of which are the ones you're talking about, which you'd think that if it was suddenly some big controversial thing, the images would be pretty much everywhere, right? But whatever, doesn't matter. I'll just take your word for it. And the photos were exactly what you would expect. We had this mountain that looks like a pyramid that we're definitely not going to have to talk about in just a couple minutes, Philip. Oh my god, why would you make me do that? As well as some photos of shipwrecks and snowbanks and shit like that. But as I scrolled down, I found this image, which isn't one of the ones that you used, but looks very similar. Now, as if looking at it isn't enough to tell you, it says directly underneath, stable diffusion. Uh-oh. So I tracked this down to the Hugging Face article that it came from, and I found that it was referencing a bunch of these images being used on a YouTube channel. The Scott Lewis YouTube channel, which honestly, Philip, I'm sure you'd love him. He looks like he talks about the same bullshit talking points that you do. But they still weren't the same images you were using, so I decided to go back to the drawing board. And so I went back to my Google debunking, and first I found this hilarious April Fool's article from the Society for American Archaeology from the 1990s, talking about ruins being discovered in Antarctica and featuring a geologist called Scott Amundsen. For any of you that are familiar with polar history, you will recognize both of those names immediately because they were the two explorers that raced to get to the South Pole first, as well as an archaeologist named H.P. Lovelock, a hilarious twist on H.P. Lovecraft and Lovelock Cave, which is also something we're not going to have to talk about in this video, right, Philip? But then I found this Reuters article called Photos Allegedly from Bird's Expedition to the Antarctic Allegedly Created by Artificial Intelligence. The Reuters article referenced another article called Top Secret Lost Photos from Admiral Byrd's Expedition by someone called Lost Books. So I click on that link and I find Lost Books page. Now I can't see the whole article because it's behind a paywall, so I obviously pay the paywall in the essence of doing research and look through the entire article. Now again, it had a lot of images, but not the ones that you used. So I did a little more digging on this Lost Books character. It's at this point that I should mention that Lost Books is someone who uses AI to illustrate their, fictitious novels that they write. Nowhere are they trying to convince you that these images are real. They are merely using them as a catalyst to tell their story. So after looking through the catalog of books, I found one called Mysterious Antarctica, claiming to have more than 100 images from probably the same set. And so for the low price of about $3 USD, I bought the thing. So I scroll through the entire book, but none of the images are the same. But something very unusual is happening, because even though it's none of the same images, the images look really similar. Like, really similar, as if they came out of the same computer-generated mind. So feeling like I hit a dead end, I went back to Lost Books' webpage. I found their email and I wrote to them. I said, hey, I'm working on a YouTube video. I came across your book and I need your help identifying some AI images. He responded back and said, yes, I would absolutely be interested in helping you with this project. Also, I am best friends with your cousin. I didn't expect that to happen. Somehow, this dude went to art school with one of my cousins who I've never met, and they've been best friends for like 20 years. Philip, I don't know why you led me down a rabbit hole where I connected with like a fourth cousin that I've never met in my life. This cousin that I apparently had then also reached out to me, and I learned that he lives near a really big flea market that I like, and now I'm gonna meet him. I don't know how this happened. Philip, I came here to learn about fucking AI images, and you just gave me a goddamn family reunion. So anyway, cousins aside, I wrote back and said, holy shit, what the fuck? So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to give a warm welcome to none other than the mastermind behind Lost Books himself, Tim.
My name is Tim Boucher. I live outside of Quebec City. I am an artist. I've been doing art way before AI art started, so that's not my only art thing, but I've been using AI to do images that are hyper-realistic, that are kind of a combination of fact and fiction, and I did my own set that was called Mysterious Antarctica that purported to show Admiral Byrd exploring Antarctica in the 1940s, 1950s, as part of an operation. So I made a bunch of fake images that went viral. They're very similar to the ones that I made, and I used prompts like historical photos or grainy black and white images. I think with like the AI compression stuff that you see, like the weird artifacts, kind of like the fuzzy edges and stuff, you have an old fashioned looking picture, it makes your brain sort of accept that there are flaws in this image that otherwise, if it was modern, you might not accept them. When I first saw those images, I was like, well, this is a language that I speak. Like I've been making images in this style, even of this subject, for a while. So when I see them, I immediately recognize sort of stylistic elements, the way that some of the color is done, the way that sort of like light and shadow works, and Also, when you look at the images carefully and you think about the mass of the objects, a lot of times that's when things start to fall apart. Yeah, when you send me those images, it's like, I know this, I've been doing this for a while. I think they were Stable Diffusion, probably. They might have been Midjourney, but I've seen things now that lead me to believe it's Stable Diffusion. So the way that these things spread is people take them out of their original context and they just re-upload it and they put their own spin on it, and then it goes around the world again and again and again. So I started with the images that you sent me from, I think, a TikTok video, and I put a few of those into a reverse image search in Google, and that gave me a clean version. And from there I started tracking and building a timeline of like, okay, when was this first posted? But I found the original source, and the original source, it seems, is an artist on YouTube named Edgar Reyes. I hope I'm pronouncing his name right, and he admits to it in a video on his channel and a video on another channel that it's kind of a long interview about how he did it and why he did it. You know, he considers himself an artist too, and he makes a lot of the same points that I've been talking about already, about sort of like using the tools for creative exploration. Later on, they get reposted in the next week or two onto archive.org to make it look like it's a historical document. Suddenly, there starts to be a bunch of Russian websites that picked up those images. There's one that is like a sort of a Russian version of 4chan that seems to be one of the big like places where it started to propagate. And then from there it goes to a number of other Russian websites that in my digging I found were publicly linked to disinformation networks and propaganda networks that are known to be Russian origin. And that's not like my opinion, that's the opinion of multiple independent outlets that I looked at that covered that site where it got reposted to, and those images got at that point recontextualized by whoever wrote that article in Russian, with a bunch of new talking points and new ideas that are not at all contained in the original video. The original video is just images and music, and then from there it appears that it got translated into at least 3 other languages: Czech, Slovak, Lithuanian. Oftentimes in this kind of investigation, you never really know what the ground truth is. But I think in this case, it seems pretty conclusive that they were made by an artist using AI. And then after that, they get picked up and repurposed by other actors, especially also on sites like Rumble and Odyssey. And you see there's a lot of copies of it on YouTube too now, from different accounts. But it's like, after it leaves the original creator's account, it just gets like reposted and reposted and reposted endlessly. Yeah, I mean, it sucks, and if it was my images being used that way, I would be mad, and I would try to take action. What I would probably do is I would file DMCA copyright claims against people using the images, first of all without my permission, but more importantly in a way that's derogatory or extremely offensive, you know.
Thank you for coming on, Tim. It was a pleasure having you. I appreciate you sharing your expertise with us. I had a much longer interview with Tim that didn't need to go into this video because it's already long enough, but we had a wonderful conversation, and I asked him all sorts of questions about his opinion on AI as an artist and where he thinks the art world is going, and I put the entire interview on my second channel. So if you want to watch that, the link for that is in the description. He is a wonderful mind, and I think you should definitely listen to what he has to say. And if you're interested, I recommend you to support the man himself and check out his book. Link to that's in my description. If you spend $5 on coffee, you can spend $3 on a fun little book. I really enjoyed it. It reminded me a lot of Motel of the Mysteries, one of the books that I grew up reading. And it's really cool to see AI-generated imagery sort of supplementing a fiction book. The frustrating thing is when that art form is taken and bastardized by people like Philip. These artists are clearly not claiming that what they are creating is real, but it is so easy to just wipe the metadata from these images, throw it up on TikTok, and then regurgitate some bullshit. So kindly, Philip, to your claim that, you know, Google will tell them that this is fake, I know that you're trying to discourage your, fans and viewers from doing their own research, but if it makes you feel any better, I don't think that it's AI because Google told me. I think it's AI because someone told me who does it for a living.
A lot of people argue these ancient ruins aren't real, and who knows, but you gotta keep an open mind, right?
Philip, there is a difference between keeping an open mind and just believing any bullshit that comes across your screen. I appreciate that. You should keep an open mind. There's even some things in this video that you present that I'm like, that's kind of interesting. But you can't claim like you're encouraging people to keep an open mind when you spent the first half of the video talking about how they'll Google it and say that it's wrong like a bunch of fucking nerds. Maybe you should have Googled it, and then you wouldn't have had to make a video where you just said bullshit for 5 5 minutes. Okay, I've given you
Yeah,
guys
Jay.
sort of the appetizer. You have a little bit of an understanding of who Philip is. So with this in mind, I think that this is an important point for us to talk more specifically about Philip's character.
Doubters will tell you these photos are fake because Google told them.
I want to preface this by reiterating something I said earlier. I don't think that this is who Philip actually is. I think that the version we are seeing of him is just as much of a caricature as any influencer on the internet. Every influencer or creator sort of makes like a very hyperbolic version of themselves to present to the internet because that's what sells. In person, I am very similar to how I am in these videos, but I absolutely play to certain parts of my personality because that's the character that I am in front of the camera. And I think Philip is doing the exact same thing here. So all of that is to say that this is not me ragging on Philip as a person because I don't know Philip as a person. I only know this part that he is putting forward online. And frankly, I think this part that he's putting forward online is kind of a douche.
Let's take a second to get a few people mad out there with these photos of excavated giant bones found all over the world. Nah, bro, it's fake. Didn't you read that fact check article, bro?
There's something so poetic about watching someone who I feel like I helped out of a puddle of their own vomit in the teak basement say, "Didn't you read that fact check article, bro?" Do you remember that time when, was it like Ted Cruz tweeted, "Don't listen to the science about climate change"? It's like that. If someone tells you something and then makes fun of everyone who would try and do their own research to prove them wrong, chances are they're lying to you. Philip kind of puts on this persona of being like the smug, cold, hard fact kind of guy. It's like, we're really gonna trigger some people today. He's the kind of guy who probably said that everyone was triggered a lot in 2016 and then just never really grew past it. He has a few videos where he toes the line of talking about, you know, woke things. Frankly, it's just mega cringe, so I didn't include it in this video, but you kind of get the character that we're working with here.
Hey, yo, I gotta go. I've said too much.
And he also does that bullshit. "Hey, yo, I gotta go. I've said too much." Philip, nobody gives a fuck. You're not gonna get fucking assassinated for talking about giants. Whoa, Milo, but you're coming down on him. You're trying to silence him. No, I'm not trying to silence him. I'm literally just trying to do his own research for him. Honestly, I don't want to silence Philip because the longer he does this, it's fucking job security. The nice thing about what I do for a living is that as long as there is stupid people, I can pay my fucking mortgage. So please, Philip, if there actually is a sniper trained on you right now, let me know and I will do everything I can to help because I got a water bill to pay.
All dismissed as irrelevant or flat out ignored by mainstream archaeology. We're fed the narrative that they were built as tombs for pharaohs.
As you won't be surprised, he uses a lot of language like this. Mainstream archaeology. We are fed the narrative. You can tell that this is a guy who, you know, watched Ancient Apocalypse once and then probably watched Graham Hancock on Joe Rogan, and that's the research that he's done into archaeology. And so because he's gaining his archaeological input from two people who do a terrible job of representing archaeology, he thinks he knows what archaeology stands for, which is absolute bullshit. And I want to make clear that I'm a firm believer that you don't even need a degree in archaeology to call yourself an archaeologist. It's high time that academia moved past needing to spend thousands of dollars to get a piece of paper to say that you like something. But the difference between studying archaeology your whole life and calling yourself an archaeologist even though you don't have a degree, and what these people are doing, is that these people are speaking like they are an authority figure in archaeology, like they know better than archaeologists. Now, I actually do have some pretty immense respect for Graham Hancock. Even though I fully disagree with the things that he's saying, I do appreciate the fact that he can actually try and postulate his theories and, you know, actually try and back them up with evidence. I don't think his evidence is very good, but at least he's engaging in the scientific method. At least he's trying to play the game, you know? Now, Philip here is not doing any of the extra legwork. He's not really adding anything to the conversation. He's just sort of boiling down all the talking points and then reciting them in 6 minutes, which there's nothing wrong with. I mean, it's kind of what every influencer does, isn't it? But you kind of miss out on all the nuance, and instead all you get is like a frat bro talking about how mainstream archaeology is trying to silence us. So as much as I don't want to be a gatekeeper of archaeology, Philip, I'm gonna assume you have a business degree. You can be as interested in archaeology as you want, but don't fucking talk about what mainstream archaeology wants you to think.
To which modern Egyptologists claim these handles were used with ropes to pull jars. They're just getting desperate at this point.
And now we put it all together. Here's Philip being both smug and wrong. The people who actually study ancient Egypt for a living say it's this. They're just getting desperate at this point.
Which was later dismissed as an ancient sloth? Like, come on, they're just making shit up at this point.
That skeleton of a giant ground sloth is a giant ground sloth? They're just making shit up. Philip, you could make your caricature anything you want. Why'd you have to make your caricature a dumbass? Like, really, I don't know what other terms to put it in. Philip, you don't look like you're some mega intelligent critical thinker by looking at a giant sloth skeleton and saying that they're making it up. You kind of just end up looking like a goober.
But apparently, that was just the tip. And if you know me, I do not like just the tip.
You know what, Philip? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that I don't think that's true either. Because as one cis-het man to another, you look abrasively straight.
Pyramids. Don't y'all get a little half chub when I talk about them? Cause I sure do.
No, Philip, I don't get a little half chub. I'm fully fucking erect. See, this is how you can tell this guy doesn't have a degree in archaeology. He only gets a half chub when you talk about pyramids. Me, I gotta go change.
To exist on Earth, then this will change your mind and blow it at the same time.
So Philip puts a lot of like weird sexual innuendos in his videos. I don't really know why this is. I have some respect for it because like it engages with the audience, which is cool, I guess. But I mean, do you really want a video of yourself online saying something about getting a half chub with a pyramid? I guess I actually did just say something a lot worse.
Fully fucking erect.
Who the fuck am I kidding? It's not like I'm getting hired after having this job anyway.
I'ma give it to you raw. 10 undisputable facts that absolutely double penetrate pyramid deniers.
Dude, what the fuck? I would give anything to read a psychological evaluation of Philip Ziba. At least that's probably the first time that sentence has ever been spoken. You got that going for you.
I spat 10 unbelievably raw facts about the pyramids in a previous video, which were all true, but of course the Google debunkers desperately tried to prove them wrong.
You guys catch that? Unbelievably raw facts that the Google debunkers desperately tried to prove wrong. We're bringing it all together now. We got smugness, we got generalization, we got sexual innuendos, and the last thing we got is the most important one, we got Google debunkers. If there is one straw man that Philip loves to talk about, it's the Google debunkers. But a little piece of me feels like I might be the Google debunker, because even though I haven't done a lot of short forms talking about Philip's content, I sort of am the leading debunker, as far as I know, on social media, and so chances are Philip's probably pretty familiar with me. I know it's a team effort, you know, we got some other ones, we got Aslan Pahari out there who's making some amazing debunking content.
Hello, my friend.
But he's a bit more anthropology focused. Me, my job is being a bastard, and whether or not I was the Google debunker before this video, I'm definitely the Google debunker now.
The Google debunkers will tell you, oh, it's a natural mountain formation formed through erosion.
Google debunkers. It's a natural mountain formation caused through erosion. Well, that's a really good point. What if I said it in a really stupid voice? It's a natural mountain formation formed through erosion. Oh my god, it's actually wrong now.
So all the Google debunkers are quick to downplay any new evidence that comes up.
Google debunkers.
Aside of the pyramids, the Google debunkers don't want you to know about.
The Google debunkers. The Google debunkers don't want you to know about this. The Google debunkers are trying to cover it up. The government is full of fucking Google debunkers.
Google debunkers, Google debunkers, Google debunkers, Google debunkers.
This guy drives me fucking Google debunkers. I'm gonna be honest. It's always fucking Google debunkers with this guy. Google debunkers this, Google debunkers that. I can't throw a stone without hitting a fucking Google debunkers. Oh, my old lady, the old ball and chain, the goddamn woman drives me fucking Google debunkers. Whew, it's cold in here, Jesus Christ. Oh my god, it has increased 4 degrees. That space heater is doing its best. You know what I need? I need a little pick-me-up, because now we're gonna be talking about ancient Antarctica on maps. Wow, it's fucking cold in here. Woo! All right, it's 1 p.m. somewhere. And that somewhere is right here. Ooh, that's good. When Philip did his watch through of Ancient Apocalypse, he learned something really interesting. And that is that there are ancient maps that depict Antarctica. And Philip was stoked about this. And so he made it all of our problem.
But even ancient maps painted Antarctica as green.
Philip. Fucking God. Depicted is that your evidence? I'm gonna assume that you're using this as evidence for Antarctica being green because it's what you're showing while you're talking about it. How do I put this? What the fuck, dude? Okay, I need to see it on here. Believe it or not, the images that show up aren't actually on the screen. Look, Gianfranco, you could put any image up there right now and I won't know what it is. Wow, I have very strong feelings about this image.
But even ancient maps painted Antarctica as green.
Oh my god, you are fucking dense. Okay, no. That does not mean that Antarctica was green, Philip. That is not at all what that means. Let me make this full screen, what the fuck? Okay, why don't we extrapolate your logic here a little bit, Philip? So if we're looking at this map, which is from one of the earliest full atlases of the world, you can see that part of Africa is green, part of Russia is green, part of the Near East is, oh no, the Near East is red. Philip, you see where I'm going with this, right? This doesn't make any fucking sense. You know, when they color in like states on a map, they're not coloring them in order to, you know, depict what they actually look like. They're coloring them in so that you can differentiate them between each other. They use 3 colors to do this. It looks like they used yellow, green, and red. If the Antarctica was red, would you still be using this fucking map? I don't even know how to debunk this. That's just kind of dumb, dude.
Twice the size of Australia Australia and was thought to be ice-free as recently as 6,000 years ago.
It was most definitely not thought to be ice-free as recently as 6,000 years ago. I don't know who would ever make that claim. Do you have any idea how much the sea level would have been up 6,000 years ago if Antarctica was ice-free? What the fuck is this about? So we do ice core drilling in Antarctica. You can find little gaseous bubbles trapped in the ice, which can tell us all kinds of horrifying things about our planet. Those ice cores have ice that can go back as far as 2.5 million years. Philip, where the fuck are you getting this number that there was no ice on Antarctica 6,000 years ago? How does that even make sense? 6,000 years ago was like the tail end of the last glacial max. Well, 10,000 years ago. It was like 20 to 10 that ended. But still, 6,000 years ago, the Earth was colder than it is now. Why would it have had no ice on it, and how would it have been completely covered in ice since then? What?
This map from 1513 by sailor Peary Reyes shows a perfectly accurate coastline of Antarctica.
Philip, I get that you watched Ancient Apocalypse once, but the least you could have done is at least do some Google debunking. Maybe if you Googled something, you wouldn't be making videos that are dumb. That's not the coastline of Antarctica. That is the coastline of South America. It hooks in a weird way because someone was sailing around the continent with a fucking pencil and a piece of paper trying to draw it. They didn't have the luxury of the satellites that we have today that prove that Antarctica is not connected to South America. But Milo, how do you know? It might have been that way for some fucking reason. Well, if you actually read the Peary Reyes map, it says on the part that should be Antarctica, the place with all the snakes. Now, I'll let you guess which one that sounds more like, Antarctica or, you know, the very hot, humid forests of South America. Just ridiculous. I do think it's very funny though, watching the do your own research crowd clearly have one source for all of their information and then just, you know, parroting it over and over again and clearly not doing any more digging into any particular topic.
This map connects South America to Antarctica, which it could very well be that over 10,000 years ago these two continents were connected by a sheet of ice.
Okay, well, two things to note here. First and foremost, that is footage from Ancient Apocalypse. I think I rest my case. And secondly, what the fuck, Philip? I thought you said 6,000 years ago was ice-free.
Thought to be ice-free as recently as 6,000 years ago.
So 10,000 years ago, the ocean, the salt water between the tip of, you know, Antarctica and Terra del Fuego had completely frozen, but 6,000 years ago, it had all melted away. I'm gonna bludgeon myself over the head with this bottle so I can be thinking on the same level as you. What the fuck is this about? I think it's kind of interesting how these people will talk about ice. Ice has a really hard time of traveling across water, but it has a really easy time of traveling across land. The reason that the ice sheets got so far in North America is because, you know, they kind of came into northern Canada and they could just traverse all that land coming down. But they have a lot harder time in water because they float and break and, you know, break off and the water is salt water, so it doesn't freeze quite as well. So the Earth would have to be really fucking cold in order for an ice bridge to form over the sea and make it to the bottom of Terra del Fuego. You would need a really cold fucking planet to do that. And if you want to tell me that the planet went from being cold enough to have a ice bridge between Latin America and Antarctica 10,000 years ago to having no ice on the whole continent in Antarctica 6,000 years ago, and now there's ice there again? Philip, you gotta get your fucking story straight, bro. This doesn't even make sense.
Yeah. Wachow, post-editing Milo here. I want to quickly add something about the glaciers that I forgot to mention in that part. The way that a glacier forms is not by just like rivers freezing and ice magically appearing. A glacier forms from layers upon layers of snowfall. So during an ice age, it's a lot colder, so a lot of the precipitation is snow instead of rain. And so as the snow piles up layer after layer, it eventually creates an immense amount of weight. And under all that weight, the snow is compressed into ice. This is why it'd be really hard for an ice sheet to connect Antarctica to Latin America, because the snowfall is ending up in the ocean, whereas in North America, the snowfall was landing on land, allowing the layers to accumulate and the glaciers to proceed much farther. Anyway, I just needed to come in to add that because I kept watching this video on the editing table, and every time I came to this part, I'm like, if I don't mention the part about the snowfall, it's not gonna make sense. Anyway, okay, that's all I have to say. It's a beautiful day. I'm going for a walk. Bye.
Also, when people talk about sea level rise from climate change, the place that all that water is coming from is Antarctica. In the northern hemisphere, all of that ice is more or less seasonal, like ocean ice. There's not a landmass up there, and so because of that, all that ice is pretty much in water, and therefore the sea level is as high as it would be whether it was liquid or solid. But on the South Pole, because it's all on an actual landmass continent, all of that ice does not contribute to the height of the oceans. So if all the ice on Antarctica were to melt, the ocean level would rise a bunch. So this theory is predicated on the fact that pretty much 6,000 years ago, there were no ice caps. We would absolutely know if the sea level was like 300 feet higher than it is now. How much would that even be? How high would sea levels rise if there was no ice? 230 feet, Philip. Where the fuck is the evidence for that?
And we're supposed to believe ancient humans managed to find their way around every single continent in the world, even discovering the microscopic islands of the Pacific Ocean. And somehow they just fully skipped Antarctica even when it was a luscious green paradise?
Yeah, what a bunch of dumbasses. You can find the tiny Pacific Islands, like, that's kind of crazy. But you didn't even find Antarctica? God, ancient people were losers. You know what, Philip? That's a good point. I'll agree with that, but let's do a little critical thinking here. Humans were able to find the tiny Polynesian islands, which is a shot in the dark, and yet they did it. So do you think that it's more likely that people never found Antarctica, or if they did, they didn't fucking stay there? Philip, Antarctica is a terrible place. No human would want to live in Antarctica. The only people there are like researchers and shit. There's no plant, well, there's plants now, but that's a whole different conversation. Drinking to the downfall of humanity. I just read a great book called The Wager. It's amazing. It's about an English ship that gets shipwrecked like off the coast of Patagonia. It takes place in like the 1740s, and it talks about, you know, the journey around and what it's like actually traversing those waters. The waters around the Arctic are so fucking dangerous. There's no reason for people to want to go down there in wooden ships. I also think it's really funny that he says, why didn't we go there when it was a luscious green paradise? Well, we probably would have if we could, but unfortunately we showed up to that about 90 million years too late. I think that where conspiracy theorists get the whole Antarctica being ice-free thing was them vaguely remembering a book they read when they were a kid that talked about how during the late Cretaceous, the continent was near the equator, and it was also the warmest the planet has ever been, and so therefore there was like rainforests on it. But there are not rainforests now. The continent is now at the bottom of the planet, and we are at the end of an ice age, so we kind of missed the mark on that one. It's less of a matter of did people reach Antarctica, and more of a matter of if they did, they would have wanted nothing to do with it. It is a cold, barren, desolate place with almost no food. Parts of the year, there's literally no sunlight. There's no wood. Like, there's just no reason to be there. God, why didn't they colonize the worst place on the planet? Also, another kind of crazy thing that I learned is during the Cretaceous period, which is one of the warmest parts of the planet's history, the atmosphere had 1,000 parts per million of carbon. Now, during the 1800s, the atmosphere had about 250 parts per million of carbon, which is, you know, pretty low. That's why it's much colder. Do you want to know what the parts per million of carbon is in the atmosphere right now? 450! The parts per million of carbon has doubled since the 1800s. But climate change is just the woke media. You know, just keep consuming and consuming and consuming, and, you know, we can all dance on the grave of the planet later. Who gives a fuck?
Back in 1912, Captain Robert Scott led an expedition to the South Pole.
Oh boy, okay, Robert Scott. Well, you know what that means. It's time to talk about the Hollow Earth.
Oh god.
Heavily restricted tourist travel to the majority of Antarctica. For your own safety, of course.
Oh, of course. Of course they want people to be safe. Philip, would you go to Antarctica if you had the option to? Remember what I said earlier about how Antarctica is like the shittiest place ever? I don't think you would. I don't think that's a very nice place to go. I think that you would probably say, no, I'll stick to Aruba, thanks. Although I do have a weird hunch that you're Canadian, so maybe you would go there. I don't know. You have a little bit of a Canadian accent at times, and I don't know if I'm like reading into it wrong, considering you look like you're from like Dade County or something. But honestly, I respect a Canadian frat bro. We don't have enough of them. Oh, anyway, where the fuck was I going with that? Oh yeah, conspiracy theorists love to like paint this idea that it's like they're hiding something in Antarctica because they don't want you to go there. And most importantly, you can go there. There are tours to Antarctica. You can take a ship to Antarctica. I don't know why you'd want to, because it's fucking Antarctica. There's nothing there. It's just snow and ice in every direction forever. And when they say that they restricted travel there, they meant like, you know, individual travel, like personal travel to Antarctica. And of course they restricted that because it's so fucking dangerous. The ocean around Antarctica is the only like unobstructed like ocean current in the entire world, and it's freezing cold. If you guys have seen any videos from like the South Seas, like no, of course, they didn't restrict it to cover up the Hollow Earth. They restricted it because people would fucking die going there.
While scouting, him and his crew stumbled on something that no one in the world would have ever expected. Discovers an enormous opening in the icy surface. Him and his squadron fly into it. They're surrounded by a luscious green landscape, seeing giant creatures roaming around him, and he's brought to a shimmering rainbow city. He's surrounded by these flying disc-shaped objects that lead him to the ground, and he's brought to a tall being called the Master. Yup.
Cap. No way. Bullshit. Absolutely fucking not. Now, I've come across this theory a lot, and you get a lot of these kind of TikTok conspiracy shills talking about how Admiral Byrd flew through the polar opening and into the hollow earth, and his findings were covered up. And I was curious about that, because I've heard a lot of people cite it, but I have no idea where it's from. So in light of doing this video, I had to dig into it a lot. As far as I can tell, the source for the whole hollow earth theory and Admiral Byrd's trip is from this book. While here we have a reprint entitled just The Hollow Earth, the full name is ridiculously long. The full name of this book is, I'm gonna have to read it off my laptop because of how long it is, The Hollow Earth, the greatest geographical discovery in history made by Admiral Richard E. Byrd in the mysterious lands beyond the poles, the true origin of the flying saucers. Now I hear you behind your laptop or your phone saying to yourself, wow, that sounds like a reputable academic source, and you would be wrong. The book says that it's published by someone called Dr. Raymond Bernard. It was not published by a Dr. Raymond Bernard, that is a pseudonym. The actual author of this book is called Walter Siegmeister, and it was originally put into print in 1964. There are a few precursor Hollow Earth texts, but this seems to be like the one. This is where all the references to, you know, Byrd's expedition to the South Pole come into play. Now, what is hilarious about this book is it chooses to be wrong in a myriad of ways. One of them is that it gets the dates of Byrd's expedition to the South Pole wrong. It says that Byrd did his expedition in a year when he was actually in the North Pole, and then the author decided to just double down and say that the expedition he was talking about was a secret one that nobody knew about, which is a really weird way of covering your ass in a situation like that, but I respect the hustle. Now, I have to admit, I haven't read through this book cover to cover, because frankly, this video is already long enough, but I was thinking, if you guys would be at all interested, I'd be more than happy to read this and sort of do a bit of a book review and talk about all of these pages of bullshit. So let me know if that's something you'd be interested in. I'd be happy to do it.
Yup, it's the infamous Hollow Earth theory. And yeah, all of this is in his diary.
So Philip claims that all of this information is in his secret lost diary, something that was rediscovered by his son years later. Now, I did find some evidence of an actual diary left behind by Byrd, and in it had a smoking gun. In it, there was evidence that Byrd, in his flyover of the North Pole, may have actually missed the North Pole by like 150 miles. So, the kind of controversy that you'd only care about if you're a big fucking nerd. As for this diary that claims that he flew into an opening in the Earth's core, no, there is no evidence of that. So you may be wondering, he's still referencing it, so where's that reference from? Well, I did some digging. That would be from this book, The Missing Diary of Admiral Richard E. Byrd, A Secret Expedition and Journey to a Paradise Inside the Earth. Now, this is, allegedly, a reprint of The Missing Diary, recreation of Admiral Richard Byrd's historic flight planned by the International Society for a Complete Earth. Readers of this diary who wish for additional information can send something to the Complete Earth Society located in Felton, California. So the scientific among you are now thinking, okay, we have a book that references the Lost Diary, and we have the Lost Diary itself. So that's pretty conclusive, right? Sort of. This was published in 1960. This diary was published in 1990. I can find no earlier reference to this diary that actually has any substance behind it. Now, I know that this is more something that has to do with the print of this particular copy of the diary, but I do think it's worth noting that this entire diary looks like this and is printed in Comic Sans. Now, while it doesn't actually say the author on the cover for some fucking reason, this is by a guy named Tim Beckley. Tim Beckley appears to be an actor and a semi-prolific fiction writer. Here are some of the titles of his other highly scientific works. We got Give Me Your Books, Tim Beckley. Oh no, did he die? Oh, fuck, now I feel like an asshole. Why won't you go to the books page? Subterranean Worlds Inside Earth. MJ-12 and the Riddle of Hangar 18. Revealing the Amazing Powers of Harry Houdini. Revealing the Amazing Powers of Harry Houdini, updated. Psychic, Medium, Clairvoyant, Prophet. Angels of the Lord, Expanded Edition, calling upon your guardian angel for guidance and protection. Huh. Kahuna Power, Authentic Chants, Prayers, and Legends of the Mystical Hawaiians. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna trust anything about the Mystical Hawaiians from a fucking dude named Tim Beckley. Okay, so long-winded way of saying I have no fucking idea what the story is here about this this Lost Diary thing. It's clearly a bunch of bullshit because I don't think that the legendary Admiral Richard E. Byrd would have included in his diary 4 fucking exclamation points next to each other. I don't know, that seems a little unprofessional to me. Now, I'm not gonna go into all of these right now, but all of that is to say that there is absolutely no credible evidence to back up any of this. If you guys want me to do a video going over these books, no, I'm not gonna say more than happy to, because frankly, I would resent you all for having me do it, but, you know, I have them both, and I should at least probably read them, considering I did give them fucking money for these, which I regret. So, if you want to see the Hollow Earth video, leave a comment.
And maybe these beings and all the flying discs mentioned are also related to all the UFO sightings we've been seeing in the past couple of years.
Oh, yeah, all the UFO sightings we've been seeing in the past couple of years. Can't go a fucking minute without seeing one of those things. I look there, there's a UFO. I look over here, there's a UFO. I go to the fucking gas station, and there's a UFO buying a pack of Marlboro Reds while his buddy's filling the fucking flying saucer with a cool mint zin in his mouth.
Apparently, Admiral Byrd really wanted to share these findings, but was ordered by the military to stay silent about it.
Wow, dude, that's fucking crazy. The military, they're lying to us, bro. Let's not talk about, you know, MK Ultra or anything like that. Let's talk about this bullshit. I don't get why conspiracy theorists can't just be mad at the government for the things that the government's actually doing. Like, why do we have to make up things to get mad at the government for?
These giant holes have been reported to be seen at the poles on numerous occasions.
I like the images he shows here. The first one is like some sort of like glacial tunnel, but the second one is just the eye of a hurricane. You thought you could pull a fast one on me there, Philip. I know what a hurricane looks like.
In 1829, a fisherman named Olaf Janssen claims to have sailed through a polar opening and into the planet's interior, where he met a race of tall beings.
This is what I mean when I say that Philip yaps. That little clip right there saying that, you know, in 1880 something, a guy named this sailed into a place and met a bunch of giants, takes a handful of words and about 10 seconds to say. This is part of like a 6-minute video. But despite this video being 6 minutes, that's the only information you get on that topic. That's the only thing you hear about it. He doesn't tell you where he gets that information from. He doesn't give anything to back it up. He just states it like it's facts and keeps moving along. So, Philip, you are willfully misleading your audience here, because you are providing information without telling them where it's from. Now, if you're citing like common knowledge, that's one thing. You don't really have to, you know, do a source for that. But you are making a really, really bold claim and not even doing the diligence of saying where it's from. So what is the story behind the guy who sailed into the polar opening? You know his name, you know the date he did it. That seems like you kind of have somewhere that you're basing that off of. Oh wait, you don't even tell us. Well, Philip, lucky for you, I have made this entire video where I do your job for you, so I'll tell you. That claim is from this book, The Smoky God: A Voyage to the Inner World. Introduction. The Smoky God: A Voyage to the Inner Earth is a classical, fictional, Hollow Earth adventure presented as a true account and first published in 1908. Do I even need to go on with this? This book is actually fucking great. It is like a fun, almost like a fairy tale. It is just a fantastical novel that is written as if it were true, because they don't expect people to take it at face value. The author, Willis Emerson, is doing it as an interview with this Olaf Janssen, and he begins in his foreword by saying this: I fear the seemingly incredible story which I am about to relate will be regarded as the result of a distorted intellect, superseded possibly by the glamour of unveiling a marvelous mystery rather than a truthful record of the unparalleled experiences related by one Olaf Janssen, whose eloquent madness so appealed to my imagination that all thought of an analytical criticism has been effectually dispelled. Philip, not only are you claiming that this is a real event that happened and not citing where it comes from, but you're also trivializing the actual book. This book isn't meant to be taken at face value. You're not supposed to have to make the decision of it's true or it's fiction. You're supposed to not think either. You're just supposed to read it and enjoy the story. Yes, at the end of the day, it is a fiction book. It says that. But even the author is sort of playing into this idea of, I am going to tell you a story and you're going to listen to it and you're going to have a nice time. No, I am an archaeologist. I'm not an English major, so I'm not going to go into a whole fucking analytical, you know, philosophical rant about what it means to misinterpret fictitious work. But there's a great story in here, a piece of storytelling that should be regarded with some amount of respect instead of just using bits and pieces of it to bolster your bullshit claims to 1.5 million people. So there you go, Philip. I got another free idea for you. Why don't you make something talking about this book? That would be kind of interesting, right? You kind of talk about, well, it says this, it says that, and the other thing. It's all from this. They say it's fiction, but like, what if, you know? I would even be okay with that. There you go. $1 million idea, Philip. Oh, man. Okay, I swear to God, it's getting colder in here. It is not, it's actually getting warmer in here. Okay, well, that's the end of Hollow Earth, thank God. Which means now we get to talk about something really fun, like the pyramids in Antarctica.
Now we get to the Ellsworth Mountains in Antarctica. Okay, get your tinfoil hats ready for this one, because this satellite footage from 2016 shows what could be a pyramid buried in the South Pole.
Okay, I mean, I guess I'll give you some credit for could be. Everything could be fucking anything. It's just a matter of likelihood, isn't it? I've talked about this one so many times on short form that I'm not even gonna bother with it, but it is a mountain with glacially carved sides. You know, Antarctica being a continent completely covered in ice, this tends to happen. If you wanna look to another example, here's the Matterhorn. Sort of a similar shape. That's what happens when, you know, it's got glaciers running on all sides.
And even professors admit it. And obviously the Google debunkers will tell you, oh, it's a natural mountain formation formed through erosion.
God, this guy drives me fucking Google debunkers.
But I don't know what kind of looking ass mountains are cut this perfect.
I don't know what kind of looking ass mountains are cut that perfect either. Philip, a glacial looking ass mountain is carved that perfect, Philip. I don't know what kind of looking ass mountain is carved this perfect. Why would there be a pyramid in Antarctica? Whoa. The UPS truck is here. That's exciting. That is almost so nice. I'm not even gonna bother. I am so stoked about the UPS truck being here that I'm even gonna talk about that pyramid anymore because frankly, it makes me wanna,
Okay, so this is a map of pyramids all around the world.
Oh, we're back to pyramids. I told you the pyramids were coming back. It's cold in here. I gotta put my foreskin on. Oh yeah. That's better. Dude, check this thing out. Isn't this fucking rad? Look at that. Shout out Zaboski Crafts on Instagram. Thanks for the foreskin, babe. Blew out my candle to go eat lunch, and now my lighter doesn't work anymore. My life is in shambles.
Okay, so this is a map of pyramids all around the world, all allegedly built independently of each other and all having identical structures that follow this similar step pattern.
Do you see why I started this video by talking about hyperdiffusion? Philip, you said the same thing when you were talking about the anthropomorphic birds. You were like, they're identical. And I gotta ask, do you and I have the same definition of identical? Because neither these birds nor those pyramids are identical. They definitely have some superficial similarities, like they're both anthropomorphic bird people and the pyramids are all, you know, pyramids. But that's kind of where the similarities end, Philip.
Now I know, most historians will tell you, oh, it's just the easiest tall structure to build. It's human nature.
It's human nature. It's in our blood, baby. It's in my DNA. I will revert to pyramid. Yeah, I've actually never heard a historian say that it's human nature, but I do like that, actually. It's like how everything eventually evolves into a crab. Eventually, all humans will make a pyramid. It's something that we're just implicitly drawn towards. Now, Philip, I know you're saying this facetiously, like, and historians want you to think X, Y, Z, but there's a reason historians think that. That's because it's the most likely option. So let's look a little deeper into these pyramids, shall we? So the pyramids all have sort of the same building components. Most of them are built out of stone. Some of them are built out of like earthen bricks. I don't think any of the ones he's showing are earthen, but most of them are built out of stone. When you're building with stone, there's only so high up you can go with it. While stone is really strong, it's really fucking heavy. And so you can really only build so many stories off the ground, especially without modern technology, before it becomes a problem. So the solution to that is if you want to build a really big structure out of stone, the base has to be substantially larger than the top. And that's why there's so many variations of pyramids. The classic, you know, pyramids at, at Giza, where it's just like, you know, pretty much smooth sides, or what was once smooth sides. There's also stepped pyramids all over the world, which are structurally more like increasingly smaller terraces built on top of each other. And while both of those are pyramids, they're both kind of different. This is also where you can tell that Philip has no background in archaeology or anthropology and just listened to Graham Hancock once, because all of these pyramids built in different parts of the world have different purposes. The pyramids in Central and South America are, you know, stepped terraces with a temple at the top. The pyramids in Egypt are burial structures. Some of them have chambers on the inside, others don't. Some of them have staircases. They have about as many differences as you can possibly have for a structure and still call it a pyramid.
If it's so easy, why are our 21st century brains not capable of doing what dozens of ancient civilizations have repeatedly been able to do?
Whoa. Dude, you are asking some powerful questions right now. Honestly, that's kind of a self-read right there, Philip. I think you're the only one who's confused by this. The reason we haven't built any pyramids is not because we can't, it's because there's just no reason to. It would be ridiculously expensive, take up a ton of manpower that should be going to, you know, other things we actually need. So it's not a matter of, you know, why haven't we? It's because we can't. It's a matter of why haven't we? Because why the fuck would we? We have no purpose for them anymore. Our culture does not demand pyramid, other than, well, that one. But we're going to be getting into the Bass Pro Shops pyramid later, because there's something there that even Philip hasn't discovered.
All with a nearly identical look, yet built by completely different cultures with zero contact among each other and thousands of kilometers apart. And the pointy Egyptian pyramids look much different than all the other step-shaped pyramids all around the world. But this is just the tip.
Philip, I'm going to be upfront with you. I'm going to say the tip is enough. No more. We don't need any length or otherwise accoutrement to the tip.
We got way more lesser known pyramids even older than the Egyptian ones that ain't even standing anymore. Like the Gunung Padang temple in Indonesia. Doesn't look so hot now, but used to be a step pyramid.
Piece of evidence number 36 that Philip watched Ancient Apocalypse once and decided to make it his entire personality. Philip, you're really pushing the definition of pyramid now. Does that look like a fucking pyramid to you? No, it doesn't. I know Graham Hancock said it was, but you don't have to listen to him, buddy. You can think for yourself. If this constitutes a pyramid, then fucking everything is a pyramid. I'm sorry. This literally just has like some terraces. I'm so pissed that the first place that Gunung Padang got, large coverage to a mainstream audience was from Ancient Apocalypse, because now it does shit like this. We can't even recognize the actual cool, historical facts about this site. Instead, we got fucking Alpha Sig here talking about how it's, a pyramid or something. Actually, no, this guy definitely wouldn't have been at Alpha Sig. He looks more like a teak kind of guy.
At least that's what they thought, until a more recent radiocarbon analysis shows that the lower parts of this temple go as far back as 28,000 years.
Did you do your own research here, Philip, or did you just happen to turn off Netflix as you started recording on your phone? There's been a disappointing lack of really good conclusive archaeological evidence coming out of Gunung Padang, and it's been made even more difficult by the release of Ancient Apocalypse, because it's muddied the waters so much that we don't even really know what to believe anymore. But the general consensus seems to be this. There is radiocarbon dates from Gunung Padang that date back almost 30,000 years. Whoa! Smoking gun. Okay, pause. What is a radiocarbon date? Well, it comes from natural material, ash, wood, bone, etc. So while some researchers have been able to provide 30,000-year-old radiocarbon dates from Gunung Padang, they haven't actually provided any sort of evidence that humans habitated the site at that time. Inhabited the site at that time. Getting a radiocarbon date from 30,000 years ago is as hard as going to a place that has had forest for more than 30,000 years and digging a hole. So don't let people like this fool you by saying radiocarbon dates to 30,000 years ago, because that doesn't really mean that much. Proof of human habitation and a radiocarbon date are evidence that people were there. A radiocarbon date is evidence that a leaf fell there at some point. Now, do I personally believe that humans inhabited this part of Indonesia 30,000 years ago? Abso-fucking-lutely. We have extensive genetic evidence to know that that is the case. Do I think that there is sufficient evidence to say that the pyramid of Gunung Padang was built 30,000 years ago? I currently do not think so. Okay, so Philip's weird hyperdiffusion pyramid ideas aside, we now have to move on to a video of his that, in my opinion, is the single most egregious pseudoscience video I have ever seen in my entire life. It is one that is so bad, so poorly researched, and so far-reaching that I have literally used it as an example when giving guest lectures at universities. That is, of course, the fucking Bosnian pyramid.
Hey, the real Pharaoh's curse is that we haven't built a pyramid bigger than Giza yet.
Hey, I don't know why this guy is so obsessed with the idea that we need to build a pyramid to prove something. Why don't you go build a pyramid, Philip, huh? Put your fucking money where your mouth is. That's right, baby. We're talking about the Pyramid of the Sun in Bosnia.
Buried Pyramid of the Sun in Bosnia, and you will not believe what they found there. In 2005, archaeologist Dr. Samir Osmanagic realized, hey, this hill in the small Bosnian city of Visoko is oddly shaped like a pyramid.
No. Samir Osmanagic is not an archaeologist, Philip. He is a Bosnian businessman. It is pretty funny, though, that you can see a lot of these, pseudoscience people just getting conned, fucking left, right, and center by businessmen.
This hill has virtually every characteristic of a real pyramid, and we continue to ignore it.
Oh my god, again with this fucking language. And yet we continue to ignore it. We're literally just asking questions here. Why is it that no archaeologist has acknowledged that this hill that isn't a pyramid is actually a pyramid? The Pyramid of the Sun is not a pyramid. Correction, let me walk that back. We currently have no evidence to definitively state that the Pyramid of the Sun is a pyramid. To give you a little bit of background, the Pyramid of the Sun was discovered by this guy, Samir Osmanagic, who is a Bosnian businessman, let me reiterate. So when he found this hill that sort of looks like a pyramid, he thought to himself, hey, I can make a whole ton of... What kind of currency do they use in Bosnia? Bosnian currency. Wait, no. Oh, I thought it said USD. Hey, I could make a whole lot of Bosnia-Herzegovina convertible marks off of this. Is that actually what it's called? Bosnia-Herzegovina convertible mark.
Go figure.
Samir got his start working for gas companies in Texas, meaning that he was reared from a young age knowing how to exploit nature's beauty in order to milk the pockets of a bunch of gullible people. So what he did is he claimed that he found a pyramid in this small town of Visoko, and then he made himself the president of the Pyramid Foundation and, you know, got a whole bunch of money from the government and pretty much made like a massive tourist trap in order to drive industry to this town. Now don't get me wrong, I have a lot of respect for someone who's trying to drive tourism to more remote parts of the world, but what I don't have respect for is Philip, who's too much of a fucking dolt to actually do any research himself.
To start, it has 4 triangular sides. That's it. Pyramid confirmed. We're done. Joking, but it's got even grade slopes and corners that connect perfectly under the foliage.
No, Philip, I'm not gonna lie to you. If you wanted to do a video saying, hey, this businessman found this place and here's his evidence for why he thinks it's a pyramid, and then, you know, look at the actual scientific consensus, I would actually be okay with that, because at the end of the day, we do need diversity of opinion in the archaeological world because that's how discoveries are made. But this fucking guy phrases the entire video like this is an actual pyramid.
Perfectly aligned to the cardinal directions, being only 1/300th of a degree off from perfect north, whereas Giza is 2/60ths of a degree off. Electromagnetic frequency readers saw readings of 60 times more.
He just like rattles off a bunch of buzzwords like the electromagnetic frequency ratings and how close it is to magnetic north and all this shit.
4 other smaller hills around it that are also suspected to be pyramids or some other structures, as is usually the case at these ancient sites.
Usually the case at those ancient sites. Oh boy. He's got that fucking image. The amount of times I've seen these images now, like they're just burned into my brain. Look, here's 4 pyramids and 4 examples of 3 doors next to each other and 4 examples, oh no, 5 examples of 3 things next to each other.
And just have a look at these drone shots and tell me these formations look natural to you.
Those look natural to me.
Radiocarbon analysis taken from the rocks hidden beneath the vegetation revealed that this pyramid would be over 35,000 years old, over 30,000 years older than Giza, during a time in which traditional history claims only tribes and cavemen incapable of erecting such monuments roamed the earth.
Oh my god, this guy makes me have a fucking migraine. Okay, there's a lot to unpack there. First and foremost, check traditional history off your bingo cards. You could also check off telling everyone that archaeologists think that ancient people were stupid, which they don't. And lastly, Philip, I know we already talked about radiocarbon dating, but apparently we're gonna have to do it again because you learned fucking nothing. A radiocarbon date of 30,000 years does not mean shit. A radiocarbon date dating back to 30,000 years in a layer that shows that there was human habitation actually means something. Getting a radiocarbon date of 30,000 years ago is as easy as being in a place where something was growing 30,000 years ago. You cannot look at this date of 30,000 years and just be like, yeah, this means that it was a pyramid built almost 30,000 years before Giza. What the fuck, Philip?
For reference, here's a timeline of all major ancient civilizations and structures built around the world. And here is where the Bosnian pyramid would stand in that timeline.
Philip, do you actually believe this? Like, I get your whole thing is you want the clicks, you want the views, you got 1.5 million people, and how else are you supposed to engage them unless you're just lying to them constantly? But do you really look at this timeline and think to yourself when the camera goes off, yeah, I said the right thing there. Look at this. Look at how long that distance is. Do you really fucking think that that makes sense to you? Like, just, do you have critical thinking abilities in your head? You can't have this persona of being like, kind of smug and like, you know, everyone knows that I'm saying facts. And then just say something that is just so fucking dumb. Like, it would be one thing if you were like talking about like actual government conspiracies or like, you know, talking about things that the government is actually doing in front of our faces. If you were being all smug about like the privatization of farmland or microplastics in our blood, I'd be like, yeah, fucking go off, king. But instead you're like, yeah, I actually know the truth. Here is all the wonders of the world, and look at this pyramid. It's all the way over here. Mainstream archaeology won't tell you about that.
Excavations also revealed huge blocks of 7 tons each, stacked with geopolymer binding, which is an ancient type of cement.
Dude, this guy. This fucking guy. A geopolymer binding. Philip, you're just looking at fucking sedimentary rocks. Like, oh my god, do you believe the words that come out of your own fucking mouth?
Geopolymer binding, which is an ancient type of cement and perfect placement.
This site wasn't in Ancient Apocalypse, but I'm gonna use this as another piece of evidence because this is the same shit that they said about the Bimini Road and that fucking thing. Philip sees multiple slabs of stone fit really well together and doesn't realize that it's sedimentary rock that has cracked. Of course they fit really well together. Where the fuck else would they be?
Along with perfectly landscaped terraces and other obvious architectural design, but oh no, these are all natural.
Yes, they are all natural, Philip. Geologists have studied the Bosnian pyramid, and do you want to know what they found? The stone layers, the depositional layers in the Bosnian pyramid are the exact same as on every other mountain around them, meaning that they were all deposited from the same layers because it is a natural formation no matter how much it looks like a pyramid. In early 2006, osmologists asked a team of geologists from the nearby University of Tuzla to analyze core samples at Visokica. They found that his pyramid was composed of the same matter as the other mountains in the area, alternating layers of conglomerate, clay, and sandstone. You could have literally just Googled this, Philip. It would have prevented you from saying something that was wrong. Unless, of course, you don't actually care about what's right or wrong, and you're just doing this to get as many clicks as possible, because you're kind of a sellout.
Note that this was all uncovered up to a meter underground, as would be expected of a pyramid over 35,000 years old.
Yet again, Philip, does that seem like it makes any goddamn sense to you? Fucking God. I don't know how someone's persona can be so smug and so wrong at the same time.
With some even going as far as saying Dr. Osmanagic purposely placed these carved stones here to deceive the public.
I don't even know if anyone actually said this or if he just made that up, because I don't think anyone in their right mind would think that he placed these stones here himself. But notice how that's the only credit that Philip gives to the alternative viewpoint. He's like, and these fucking idiots think he moved them there. Like, no, Philip, that is the lowest concern here. There are so many other things wrong that are so much more obvious.
And famed Egyptologist Zahi Hawass, who oversees most of the Egyptian pyramid investigations, even petitioning the Bosnian government to stop these excavations.
Yeah, not because it's a cover-up, because it's literally just a fucking waste of money. You are paying a Bosnian businessman, a Bosnian con man, fucking hundreds of thousands of dollars to dig up a mountain. If you actually cared about history as much as you do, Philip, maybe you would care about actual archaeologists getting funding and resources so that they can learn more things. Or would you rather keep shelling out, thousands of dollars for the next fucking con man who said he's figured out the key to the world?
Within hours of this international discovery, the story is swept under the rug and labeled a hoax.
The story was not... Philip, you are so... I feel like I'm having a conversation with a toddler. Nobody listens to me. Nobody cares. Everyone keeps trying to hide it. They don't want you to know the truth. Philip, it isn't some big cover-up. It's just not an archaeological site. So since it's not an archaeological site, why would it even occupy the airspace in, archaeological communities? I'm not gonna waste my breath. Well, I guess I am gonna waste my breath talking about a fucking pyramid, but I have a reason, god damn it. I don't know why archaeologists would waste their breath talking about this fucking mountain when we have actual work to do.
50 archaeologists around the world remained optimistic and actually joined Osmanagic's work in Bosnia, with virtually every single one of them who actually saw it in person, confirming that nature could not have formed these hills.
Actually, that's not true. I can find no evidence of these 50 archaeologists. I don't doubt that he had 50 volunteers there who were working on it with him. I doubt they were archaeologists because every archaeologist who's looked at it has said it's a fucking mountain.
Further studies revealing an entire underground tunnel system in the area, the longest subterranean complex of any pyramid in the world.
Whoa! You know why? Because it's a fucking cave, Philip. It's a mountain made out of sedimentary rock. There's like layers of stone underneath that are all really loose, so when the water percolates down, it makes a fucking cave. Jesus Christ, we need to fund education in this country. You can't get me this fucking riled up looking like this, bro, okay? It's ridiculous.
Inside these tunnels, large stone blocks were found that clearly seem to be artificially created.
What is your expertise in this field, huh, Philip? Now, every archaeologist will tell you that is definitely just a natural rock, but me, the guy on TikTok, I know the truth. I said that this is sort of like sedimentary rock deposits? The reason these rocks are so smooth is because they were once carried by moving water. They're like old river stones and things. So, of course, you're gonna find rocks like this buried in the layers of this mountain.
And placed other artifacts like this giant round stone that no one can explain, and a whole bunch of other smaller ancient trinkets, statues, and even what appears to be a map carved into stone were all found around the Bosnian Valley of Pyramids.
You're not covering your trail very well here, Philip. You kind of accidentally outed yourself there. They were all found around the Bosnian Valley of Pyramids. That's because people have lived in this valley for fucking ever. That doesn't mean they built the mountain. You're finding artifacts from all different points in time in a part of the world that has been occupied for tens of thousands of years, and then just attributing it to the nearby mountain. Also, is that just a rock that looks like a face? That is absolutely just a rock that looks like a face.
All dismissed as irrelevant or flat out ignored by mainstream archaeology.
I'm gonna keep chugging Monster energy drinks and eating fucking McDonald's hamburgers because it's the archaeologists that are lying to us. I wish that my prefrontal cortex was soft enough to genuinely be convinced that archaeologists are the ones we need to be worried about. That's so much more comforting. Like, I really wish this was the biggest problem we faced in the world. Someone should actually tell Philip what the government gets up to. He might actually be kind of concerned about it. If I could just sit back on my laurels and talk about fucking this mountain that looks like a pyramid, that would be so much better. It's too bad that the government doesn't represent us at all and is actively trying to do harm to our communities. Well, Philip's not talking about that, so I guess this must be the real problem.
Even the peak of the Sun Pyramid forms a perfect triangle with the peaks of the nearby hills.
So this video is a complete fabrication. The Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, as of right now, there is zero actual archaeological evidence that it is a man-made structure. Yet Philip spends this entire video talking about how it is. He doesn't actually give any sources for this, obviously. So all he does is just rattle off a bunch of stats about this pyramid, and then in place of giving any archaeological evidence, he's like, and the archaeologists don't want you to know about it. So Philip, I did a little bit of research for you because I know how much you care about facts, and you know what? I'm gonna even recite it to you. Pyramid mania has descended upon Bosnia. Over 400,000 people have visited the site since October 2005 when Osmanagic announced his discovery. Souvenir stands peddle pyramid-themed t-shirts, wood carvings, piggy banks, clocks, and flip-flops. Nearby eateries serve meals on pyramid-shaped plates, and coffee comes with pyramid-emblazoned sugar packets. Foreigners by the thousands have come to see what all the fuss is about. Wow, so sounds like this pyramid thing has been working out pretty well for the town of Visoko. And now again, as I said earlier, I am all for finding ways to encourage tourism to smaller communities. And good on the locals for being able to capitalize on it in order to, you know, support their livelihood. This mountain has turned into a nationalist rallying cry for Bosnia. Skeptics who say the pyramid claims are examples of pseudo-archaeology pressed into the service of nationalism have been shouted down and called anti-Bosnian. Whoa. I don't know, Philip. It sounds like you're getting into a bit of a gray area here. A place where a lie has been co-opted by a political agenda, and that anyone who actually tries to speak the truth or analyze these claims further is shouted down. Yeah, that really sounds like the side that you want to be on. Now, wouldn't it be hilarious if Philip, while trying to do his whole preach the truth, just asking questions bullshit, is inadvertently falling into an actual con man's conspiracy? That would be pretty weird, wouldn't it? His Pyramid of the Sun Foundation in Sarajevo has garnered hundreds of thousands of dollars in public donations and thousands more from state-owned companies. Osmanagic says his foundation has received over $1 million, including $220,000 from Malaysia tycoon Vincent Tan, $240,000 from the town of Visoko, $40,000 from the federal government, and $350,000 out of Osmanagic's pocket. Meanwhile, the National Museum in Sarajevo has struggled to find sufficient funds to repair wartime damage and safeguard its collection, which includes more than 2 million archaeological artifacts and hundreds of thousands of books. Uh-oh, a lot to unpack there, isn't there, Philip? Well, I don't know if this pyramid is real or not, but what I do know is that this Osmanagic guy has made a fucking fortune off of this thing. I also can't help but notice, I have no way to back this up, so, you know, this legally is just a speculation, but a large donation of $350,000 out of his own pocket is pretty interesting, because I happen to know that if you donate a large amount of money, it becomes a tax exemption. Now, it seems that Osmanagic did pretty well working in the oil industry in Texas in his early years, so I'm not surprised that he has a little dragon pile to sit on. But it seems like not only is this ploy very effective at getting a lot of money from external sources, but is also a really good place for him to perhaps launder some of his own. Again, for legal reasons, I am literally just thinking out loud here. I have no evidence for any of this, so don't take this at face value. I'm just thinking out loud, looking at these numbers, and Philip, I'm just asking questions. Philip, you know how you were just giving shit to that Egyptologist for saying that they shouldn't be excavating at this pyramid? You could have told that whole story. Remember how I just said that the museum in Sarajevo is struggling to repair wartime damages? This fucking bullshit, this stupid mountain is sucking up all the air in the room, and actual archaeology isn't able to be done. It's turned into a nationalist rallying cry when the actual national pride that exists in the museum has been destroyed by a war and does not have the funding to be repaired. If you actually gave a single fuck about history, you would be talking about these things instead of just saying whatever will get you the most views. Philip, this is a bit of a smoking gun here, because all this money stuff is pretty shady and you're kind of endorsing it. But wouldn't it be even worse if the government was involved? The Pyramid Foundation's political clout appears considerable. When the Minister of Culture of the Bosniak Croat Federation blocked the renewal of foundation permits in 2007 on the grounds that the credibility of those working on the project was unreliable, the action was overruled by the Federation's Prime Minister. Quote, "Why should we disown something that the entire world is interested in?" End quote. He told reporters at a press conference following a visit to the site that, quote, "The government will not act negatively towards this project." Another member of the national presidency also expressed support for Osmanagis' project on the grounds that it helps the economy. That doesn't look very good. You're saying that the government is willing to allow a con man to continue conning people because it brings economic revenue to the town. Again, I'm all for economic revenue, but Philip, you are a liar. You are a liar who is now literally supporting what some could classify as a government conspiracy. There is a con man who is claiming that he found a pyramid. He makes himself the head of the foundation where he can make a shit ton of money. Some people with a backbone in the government are like, hey, maybe we should allocate resources somewhere else, and other people in the government shut him down because, and I quote, "it makes a lot of money." I'm going to say one more time, Philip, you are a goddamn liar. So there's a reason I'm so pissed off about this video in particular, and a reason that I have used it when I have given guest lectures at universities, because this fucking video has 30 million views. 30 million views. Philip, I don't know if you have a spine, but if you do, I'm going to appeal to it now. You know what? I'm even going to take off my foreskin so that you can take me a little bit more seriously. Philip, you have an audience of 1.5 million people. You have a responsibility to use that power wisely. Because of this video, there are 30 million people who may now believe in a lie that you told them, a lie that you had the chance to research and not spread. Now, I'm going to kind of take the mask off for a second here and speak to you as a man to a man. I know you don't believe this shit. We're gonna get into your very early videos later in this, but I have seen pretty much every video on your channel, and I know that you're interested in science. I know that you're interested in history. And I also know that this is the shit that gets you the most views. The proof is in the pudding. You saying this bullshit got you 30 million views. But I also have to say that, Philip, this is fucking shameful. You are not only actively doing damage to the communities that provide all of the information that you genuinely care about, but you are elevating a fucking con man's grift. If you do have a spine, you will agree with me when I say that there is no amount of views that can justify lying to 30 million people. For the foreseeable future, this one video is the holotype specimen for pseudo-archaeology bullshit, because you, Philip, have summed it up in this one video. You don't seem to give a fuck about what's right or what's truthful, just what's gonna get you the most views. You missed the opportunity to talk about a lost in historical artifacts after a nation is ripped apart by war, and you have actively taught people to not only distrust but to vilify those who provide the information that you are interested in. If you're actually watching this and you feel fucking pissed off right now, you should, because you should be fucking ashamed. I am going to get into giving you some advice on how I think you should turn your channel around, but purely because this is something that I have actually used in presentations, I have to say, you should be fucking ashamed. Okay, well, that was fucking intense. That's all I have for the Bosnian Pyramid right now. I did add the Bosnian Pyramid to the Wheel of Pain for Awful Archaeology, so I will talk about it more extensively at some point. I also want to make a little prediction right now. If, for some fucking reason, Ancient Apocalypse gets a second season, the Bosnian Pyramid is going to be in it. And if it is, I will fly to Bosnia myself and debunk it on site. Okay, now let's talk about
Okay. All right, Jay, are you still with us? Or are you out cold by now? Jay? %, out fucking cold. Okay, guys. Yeah, he's out. We'll watch the second half tomorrow because I love Milo and that was awesome. So yeah, Andy, definitely give Mini Minute Man a look. It's a whole rabbit hole full of shit over the last few years, and he even still puts out like brand new shorts like 4 or 5 times a week, and interesting stuff. He's awesome. He's insane. So yeah, if it wasn't after 6 a.m., I'd probably start the second one, but yeah, it's a little late, so I think I'm gonna go finish my cake and then crash. So, but tell you what, I will leave you guys with not only with, you know what, I just published the new song, the Linkin Park inspired song. So I'll leave you guys with that one today. How's that? Sound like a good thing? Yeah, yeah. Someone say yes. Even if you don't mean it, just say, yeah, Gretch, sounds like a great fucking idea. Cool. All right. Good night. Good morning, everybody. I'll see you again tonight. Love y'all. So, this one.
With your paperback scars, talking like you travel worlds beyond the stars. You don't understand, I've seen both sides, but your dark years with sneaking beers and teenage fights. Now you're preaching from a pedestal online. You think to send us some rebellious crime. You say you know exactly how we think, but your whole testimony's hanging by a string. You say doubt was just a phase, but curiosity's a craze. Now you weaponize your past to make every question sound so bad. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. I claim to dismiss your whole worldview just to take your agency away from you. I used to be an atheist, even though I don't know what it means. I used to be an atheist, but really I was just a rebellious teen. Really. You confuse skepticism with hating rules, like every atheist is just a bit of fool. But asking questions is immortal decay. Growing up doesn't mean throwing thought away. Every conversation ends the same. You'll come back to God someday. Like your personal redemption arc automatically wins the argument by default. You treat new ones like a sin. Fake confidence means you always win, but your story falls apart when emotion masquerades as fact. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. I claim to dismiss your whole worldview just to take your agency away from you. I used to be an atheist, even though I don't know what it means. I used to be an atheist, but really I was just a rebellious teen. You say you escaped the darkness, but never learned what disbelief was.